Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by a 𝗵𝗃𝗬𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Toshi could see that everyone was still confused on the subject. Damn it Nana, I told you I'm not that good at this teaching stuff. Look, in a week or so a couple of the third-year students will be able to explain far better than I did. Since I'm 10 years old and haven't done this, heck I'm not even in a hero course yet. I don't know, I say you did a good explaining it, son. I'm proud of you, Midoria said as he have him a bright smile. Toshi blushed a bit and turned around with his back facing the class and pumped his fists. Yes, Dad's proud of me. I know he always praises me for stuff, but I still get giddy, Toshi giggled to himself. Nana looked up from her book and looked over to Toshi. Not bad, big brother, she thought as she returned to her book and the lesson continued. 𝗬𝗓𝗏, Himiko and Inko were both downstairs, waited for the detective to show up. Aoi was also there, but she was busy dismantling the TV and what appeared to be someone else's cell phone. She had a small toolbox next to her and was using her hair to pick up small tools. By the end of the day, this TV will be the most high-tech thing in the entire city, she laughed to herself. Inko stared at the girl. Well, she quite energetic, isn't she? Inko said as she looked over to Himiko, who's sitting next to her quietly. Are you alright? She asked. Himiko sat up. Yeah, I'm fine, just a bit nervous, that's, she told Inko. Inko gave her a soft smile and put her hand on top of hers. Don't worry about, I'll be right if with you, she said as the blonde girls nodded. Hey, don't forget I'm here to Aoi said as she got hit by a tiny piece of electricity on her finger and put it in her mouth to ease the pain. The two giggled at her before the doors to the dorm opened, revealing Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Principal 𝗫𝗬. Good morning, Ms. Midoriya and Toga, 𝗫𝗬 said as he walked in along with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and sat at the table with them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stared at the women. Hello, my name is Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and I'll be here to ask you a couple of questions, Himiko Toga, he stated as he pulled out a piece of paper and a pen. If that's okay, Himiko looked to him and then over to Inko, to which she nodded. Himiko said. Even though Aoi was busy working on giving the TV an upgrade, she was also paying attention to the group as well as a certain hothead who was behind a wall. So, first question, why were you at the license exam? What business did the league have there? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked as he activated his lie detector quirk. Himiko looked at him and took in a bit of air before she spoke. I had a mission which was to retrieve a small sample of my darling 𝗧𝗑𝗵𝗆. She blushed as she pulled out the vial she still kept on her. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noticed how she was telling the truth. And what were the league's intentions to do with this BLD sample? He asked as he picked up the vial. Such a small sample, he thought. I have no idea. Shigaraki just told me to get it, and that's about it, she shrugged. I see, he said as he wrote it down on his notepad. Well, she's telling the truth so far. Okay, next question. Why did the league attack the camp? What was the purpose? You kidnapped the student Katsuki Bakugou, so why? He asked as her as said boy was closely paying close attention to this part. Himiko put her finger on her mouth trying to remember why. Well, if I remember correctly, Shigaraki wanted to try and recruit that angry chihuahua because of the way he acted at that sports festival, because he looked like a potential villain, she explained. Our main goal was to kidnap him, but Shigaraki also allowed us to cause a bit of a riot as well, as long as we got out target, she finished. Aoi snickered to herself. Angry chu, she thought as another fuse went out on her. 𝗫𝗬 looked up to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 as he nodded to the him, which meant she was telling the truth. I see, that's why they attacked the camp, because of Bakugou behavior. Seems like UA has failed again to fix this problem. If villains saw one of our own students as one of them, then we clearly have failed. I must make this doesn't happen again. But the real question is, how did they find out where the camp was exactly? We did a last-minute change to the schedule, 𝗫𝗬 thought to himself. Himiko, if you don't mind me asking, but how did the league find out about the camp location? 𝗫𝗬 asked her. We specifically did a last-minute change to the schedule to avoid this, but even still the league found out, so how? Not entirely sure about that. That black mist just dropped us off and that was it, Himiko told the two. 𝗫𝗬 looked over to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 again and was given the same nod. Bakugou had heard everything about the camp attack part. The reason I was targeted was because they saw me as one of them, he thought to himself. There's no way that'll ever happen. I'm going to be the next hero. Heroes always win and villains always lose, and I ain't no loser. He grunted to himself as he walked away, but didn't notice that he broke a single thin strand of pink hair that was spread out. It led all the way down to Aoi, who had her closed. She opened her eyes back up and had a smile on her face. I guess that hot head is about to get a wake-up call, she thought to herself as she turned to the corridor he was in. Nana voice Aoi Midoria. Special move, spiderweb wire. When Aoi concentrates, she can send out single thin strands of her hair out that act like a tripwire to alert her of anything or anyone coming or going. I better tell this to Nana later, Aoi said as she returned back to what she was doing. Okay, I have a couple of more questions to ask you, so get comfy. 𝗧𝗏 continued his interrogation. Class 1A rang. Alright everyone, that's bell, go ahead and head to lunch later. We're going to be working on rescue training later on today, just like the one at exam, Toshi told them. Really, why? Midoriya asked his son. Well, we noticed that you guys were kinda lacking in that department and basically had to learn on the job, so this time we are going to give you guys more lessons on. Toshi told them all. They nodded and headed. Toshi let out a sigh. Man, who knew teaching would be this difficult, he said. Welcome to my world, Aizawa said as he crawled out of the room like an inchworm with a still napping Yori on his back. I don't know, I say you did a good job, Nana told him. I guess my teaching skills have been rubbing off on you. Sorry to say this, sis, but you teaching skills are a bit of harsh, like a combination of Nezu and Aizawa who don't hold back, he stated. Hey, that's a compliment, Nana told him as she noticed her brother staring at her with a serious look. You know I'm coming with you, Toshi stated. To Nitai's agency, Nana sighed. We are not having this conservation again, Toshi. I know you keep Dad in high praise, but nothing. We both saw in the OFA memories how Night-Eye talked about how Dad was not worthy of being a OFA user, Toshi retorted. The two saw the memories of their father during his work studies, and they especially saw how Night-Eye talked down to him, but at different times. Toshi saw the memories first before he knew who Night-Eye was, and Nana already knew who Night-Eye was before she saw the memories, so they have different opinions on how they view him. How can you say you want to be a hero like him after what he said to Dad? Nana sighed and took off her glasses. Look, it's more of I can respect him as a hero more than the actual person he was. Sure, he was a bit stern and all, but he meant well, trying to keep All Might legacy in the glory, Nana said as put her glasses back on. But he was a fool too, as he was more believing in his quirk than the actual person, that the future couldn't change and was set in stone. But look at us, we're the living element that the future can have a different outcome, Toshi told her. We gave All Might more healthier than every, we saved Yori's mother a lot earlier, and we also caused Bakugou to be kicked out of the hero course. Well, that was more of his fault than ours. But I get what you mean, and who said I wasn't going to change Nitai's heart? Nana told him. Huh. Toshi said as he looked at Nana. Once we go to the Night-Eye agency, we're going to change his heart by stealing it, and once we do, he'll see the errors of his ways thanks to us, Nana said as her glasses became a mask and was wearing a long black trench coat with a red and black background behind her. We'll show him why our father was best choice ever to be a wielder of Oi, even if means giving him the cold heart truth, she finished as she did a pose. Toshi lightly slapped the back of her head, knocking her out of her trance. Would you cut that out, he said. Nana straightened herself back up. You're no fun, she said. Oh no, you've been having too much fun ever since we got here, Toshi smiled at her. But yet we will make sure that he does see why All Might choose our dad to be his successor, right? He said as he put his fist in the air. Right? Nana said as she bumped it. End of chapter. Okay, so I got some things to say that should be addressed right now. Some of you have been requesting for me to Nijire in the 𝐻RM, and all I've to say is that I was planning on putting her in the 𝐻RM from the beginning when this FIC was being constructed. I was planning on having there be 5 kids that came from the future, and Nijire child was going to be one of them, but I decided not to do it because it would have been too much for me to handle 5 kids at the same time. So I decided to do the Izuku. Already has a 𝐻RM, but I'm going to be adding more in this time, if that makes sense. Next, some of y'all probably going to say, don't victim blame Bakugou being the cause of the camp attack and stuff, but honestly that was the main reason why the villains were there in the first place, to kidnap Bakugou. Also, let me explain the situation with how Toshi and Nana view Night-Eye. Toshi doesn't like Night-Eye because of how he saw him being rude to Midoriya, and Nana likes Night-Eye for his work as a hero. but she acknowledges that he was wrong about Midoria, if that makes sense, and stuff. Also, before we get to the arc, I'm going to leave a comment titled Spoilers cause of the arc, and I'll explain the original plan, but because of the recent chapters in the manga support studio, it was lunchtime for the other students, and while Nana would like to join them, she had business too at the development studio. As she walked, she noticed Power Loader was in the room having lunch by himself at his desk. He looked up and noticed the small blonde girl. "Oh, you're always sister, right?" he asked her. "Indeed," Nana told him. "I see you're eating lunch in here. Why not the teacher's lounge? I like the quiet." Power Loader motion underneath his desk. "Plus I got my own microwave and mini fridge right here," he said. "I see. I'm looking for a box. My sister told me she finished a little project I had asked her to make and it should be ready for pickup," Nana asked him. Power Loader pointed over to a corner of the room. "Check over there." Nana went over to area. She was supposed to be looking for a large box with the logo of the signature 𝗧𝗵𝗲 head goggles. While she was looking through them, Power Loader decided to make small talk. "I've been watching your sister, the way she uses that hair quirk of hers when she's in the studio. It's quite impressive that she has that much control over it," Power Loader told her as he seen the pink used her hair to do multiple tasks at once. "Yeah, she learned how to control them from that Doc Ock fellow in those old Spider-Man films and just developed new things from then on there," Nana said as she found the box she was looking for. She picked up large box and moved it over to a table as Powerful walked over to her. "Yeah, her quirk is good enough to get into the hero course, but I must ask, why does she wants to be in the support course instead of the hero course?" he asked as he was next to the table where she was at. "I've tried asking her before, but she just played it off." Nana looked at him. "I wouldn't worried about it that much. Even her friends ask her that question from time. I think it's because she wants to follow the path of our inventor mothers," she finished as she opened the box and pulled out a medium-sized drone. Power Loader looked at the drone and his eyes widened a bit. The drone looked very high-tech and futuristic. It looked like a flying saucer standing on 6 stilts and had a storage container on the bottom along with a container. "Impressive," he stated as he went back to his lunch. Nana nodded as she looked over it. "I see she went for a UFO style this time," she thought to herself as her phone ranged. Nana pulled it out and saw the contact number was Ochakos. "That's weird," she said as she answered it. Moshi." "Hey Nana," it was Aoi calling her. "You found the drone yet?" she asked. "Yeah, I did, but why do you have Ochakos' phone?" Nana asked her. "Oh, well, you see, I was planning on giving the common room TV an upgrade, so I also thought, why not give Mom's phone a complete upgrade while I'm at it," 𝗬𝗏 told her as she was spinning a wrench on her finger. "I mean, come on, it's a flip phone, it's a complete relic." "Did you let Mom that you took her phone?" Nana asked her. "Don't worry, I left her a note," Aoi told her. "Did you put it where she can see it?" Nana asked, but already knowing the answer. Aoi rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. "I made the note," she said. "Of course," Nana said as she pinched the bridge of her nose. "But I did find the drone and I must say nice work," she told her. Aoi giggled. "Thanks, and I made sure it had everything you requested and it's even able to connect to the tablet for the crab trackers." "That's good, but I doubt that's why you called me. I take it the interrogation went," Nana asked her. "Yeah, they're just now finishing it up." Aoi turned back and waved to the detective and Nezu. "But I wasn't the only one listening in." Aoi whispered that last part as she explained to Nana that the resident hothead was also listening in, especially the part about the camp attack. So he realized it was the way he acted that the villains were after him. Nana thought as Aoi continued to speak through the phone. "So you going to do anything about it?" Nana chuckled. "No, not really. The pieces are already in place and this is something he needs to figure out on his own," she finished. Yeah, Yemiz, I know everything that's going to happen and will happen," Aoi told her in a sarcastic tone. "I swear you act like Nezu more and more. But I do know, just like if you turn that TV on it's going to short-circuit itself," Nana said as she Aoi turned on TV and it did what she said and blew a raspberry. Aoi stared at the TV as it was emitting smoke. "I know you're giving me a smug smile through the phone," she said as she went to the TV to see what happened. Nana had a smug cat smile on her face. "Of course I am. I'm never too late to watch or listen to people's misfortunes." Aoi growled as Inko sniffed the air. "Is something burning?" she asked as the TV sparked and caught fire. Aoi noticed it. "I'll get grandma," she said. "I'll talk to you later." She hanged up on her sister as she went to go look for a fire extinguisher. Nana put her phone in her pocket and picked up the drone. "I'll see you later, power loader. I got to go test this thing out," she told him as she went off as he nodded to the girl. Teacher Lounge Vlad King, the teacher of 1B, was sitting in the room going over papers and forms for his classroom. He sniffed the air a little bit and covered his nose. "Geez, it smells like a fish market in here," he thought to himself as the door opened and he saw Aizawa crawling in with a sleeping little girl with cat ears and a tail on his back. "Aizawa, I see you're spending your lunchtime in here. You usually in your classroom sleeping about," Vlad King said as Aizawa stood up and carried Yori in his arms and placed her on a chair at the table and let her head gently lay on it. "Well, I have nudies, so I'm catching up on important sleep," he stated as he went to the fridge. "Well, lucky you," Vlad King thought as he noticed the smell got stronger when Aizawa opened the fridge. "Also, what the hell is in that fridge? It reeks," he asked as he covered his nose. Aizawa pulled out a large plastic bag and held it up in the air. "Lunch," he said as the bag started moving around. He brought it over to the table and dropped it on top. Aizawa pulled out a knife and cut it open to reveal an assortment of fish that was still alive and flopping around. Vlad King looked shocked at what he was looking at and turned to Aizawa. "What kind of stuff do you be eating?" Aizawa looked at him and pulled out a jelly pouch. "Oh, this isn't for me, but for her," he said as he rubbed the Yori's back to wake her up. "Hey, get up, it's lunchtime." Yori yawned and rubbed her eye as she awakened from her slumber. She stretched out her arms as her eyes twitched and noticed that she was in the teacher lounge with a pile of alive fish in front of her. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the pile with her mouth watering in excitement. She pointed to herself. "Is this for me?" Yori asked. "Yeah, I promised, didn't I? So dig in," Aizawa said as he grabbed a seat next to Vlad King. "Thank you," Yori said as she had her focus on the pile of fish. Vlad King stared at the girl and turned to Aizawa. "Eraser, you can't possibly allow to this young girl to just eat raw fish just like that," he stated as a fish jumped up in his face and fell down. He noticed Aizawa raised a hand to him to say, "Wait a minute." Yori activated her quirk and a small bell made of fire wrapped around her neck and her eyes glowed a bright amber yellow. She took a deep breath and sent a stream of fire towards the fish, cooking them. Vlad King had to put his arms up to protect himself from the heat and as Aizawa was just staring at her while drinking his jelly pouch. After a few minutes, Yori stopped breathing fire and the fish was revealed to be fully cooked. "Thank you for the meal," she said as she began to dig in. Vlad looked at the girl chowing down on the fish like some wild animal. "Eraser, who is this girl anyway?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm not going to go through this whole explanation, but I will make it short and say that she's one of my 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗧," Aizawa said as he noticed that the fire didn't spread around. "She's got good control for being at a young age." Vlad King deadpanned at his fellow teacher. "So you're telling me that your 𝗕𝗓𝗓s are a bunch of children?" "Yes," Aizawa said as he picked up one of the cooked fish and dangled it in front of Yori as her eyes dilated onto the prey. "How irresponsible can you be, Eraser?" Vlad King muttered to himself as he saw Aizawa toss the fish in the air and Yori jumped up a bit and caught it in her mouth. Vlad King cleared his throat. "So anyways, I guess it's time for the work studies. I'm surprised that almost all the first years have acquired their licenses. It's an impressive feat not many can accomplish in their first year." "I know, which is very concerning," Aizawa said as Vlad King stared at him. "These kids have been through so much and it's only the beginning of the second semester." Vlad King looked over to him. "Sounds to me like you're just worried about this class. Is that why you haven't expelled this bunch yet?" he mocked him. Aizawa was about to say something until he felt some tugging on his shirt. He looked over and saw Yori holding up a piece of fish on a fork. "Did you want some?" she muffled with a fish tail hanging out of her mouth. Aizawa stared at fish and took it. "Don't talk with your mouth full," he told her as he ate it along with her. Later that day, the entire Class 1A was at one of the many fake cities practicing rescue training. Toshi was overseeing them all by floating in the air. The training was that the class was dividing into two groups, ones to represent civilians in distress and the others were to be the heroes to come rescuing them. Toshi was looking through his binoculars, suching his view between everyone while taking notes. Seems like they're doing a lot better with the rescue. No one's is standing around and they're making sure they could be useful as they can within their limits," he said as he written more notes down. As Toshi was more focused on writing down notes that he didn't notice something was flying towards him. He looked up from his book and noticed a buzzing sound coming from behind him. "What's that?" Toshi turned around to see nothing in the sky with him. but only a few clouds and a small flock of birds flying by. He heard the buzzing sound again but above him. Toshi looked up but didn't see anything and he was getting annoyed. "Alright, who's making that buzzing noise? Show yourself," he yelled out. Suddenly an object shot towards him fast. "There you are," Toshi stated as he was preparing for whatever this thing was. The object suddenly stopped directly in front of his face. He looked at the flying object and saw that it looked like a UFO. "Oh my god," Toshi cried out in excitement. "It's a real-life UFO. I knew that aliens were real," Toshi said as the UFO began flying around him and noticed the small camera on it was looking at him. "Hold still, I got to get a picture of this," Toshi said as he pulled out his phone and snapped a shot of it. Toshi looked at the picture he took. It's not oversaturated or blurry in your face, those dumb blogs who can't take a quality picture." He turned to the UFO still floating in the air with its camera still on him. "I've never to suspect them to be so small though, right? I have to greet them probably." Toshi cleared his throat and faced the "Greetings beings from another world, I'm Toshi Midoria, son of the world's greatest hero Deku aka Izuku Midoria." He outstretched his hand. The UFO was still facing him, slowly floating in the air. The compartment underneath it opened and out came a snake-like mechanical robot arm that reached for Toshi's hand. "This is it, Toshi, first contact with alien life forms. This will go down in history." Toshi imagined himself winning a prize of some kind with his father in the background giving him a thumbs up in approval. The robot arm then slapped him across the face. "Hey, what was that for?" Toshi rubbed his cheek. The UFO waved its arm frantically and pointed downward to ground below them. Toshi looked down and saw Nana standing there with a tablet in her hands and a smug grin. Of course, Toshi thought as he descended along with the UFO. Toshi floated next to her. "So this is a drone and not a real UFO?" he asked his little sister as who nodded. "And I just made a complete fool of myself in front of it, didn't I?" Nana pulled up the tablet and showed a video of Toshi doing a greeting to the drone. "Caught you in 4K, she stated as Toshi groaned. "So how are they doing?" Nana asked as she controlled the drone to fly above where the students were at. The two looked on the tablet as it spotted Siro, Sato, and Kirishima lifting a piece of concrete off of Tokoyami and Todoroki. Toshi pulled out his notebook and opened it. "They're doing pretty well so far. They've taken what they learned from the exam and expanded on it." The two kids continued to watch the students with the rescue operations as they 𝗬𝗧𝗔𝗋 up once they rescued all the ones who needed saving. Toshi looked behind him and noticed Aizawa walking up to them and noticed that he was carrying Yori in his arm. "Hey, Mr. Aizawa," Toshi greeted as he saw the teacher placed Yori on the ground. Toshi had a bad feeling and quickly went towards his little sister. "Hey Yori, you okay?" he shocked her. Yori turned over and Toshi noticed that she looked completely spaced out and her eyes were wide open. "Meow," Yori cried out as she rolled around on the ground without a care in the world. "Hey, what happened to her?" Toshi looked over to the teacher. Aizawa greeted Nana and looked over to the boy. "She got stomachache during lunch, so I gave her a bit of catnip to help ease the pain." "You what?" Toshi ran up to him and shook the teacher. "Don't you know what happens when you give a cat catnip? You're supposed to be cat expert. Do you have any idea on how that'll affect a 7-year-old cat girl with a fire quirk?" Toshi whined as they saw Yori pounced on what appeared to be nothing and quickly went over to Nana and purred up against her leg. "Last time we gave her a bit of catnip was when she had a headache," Nana stated as Yori began to crawl all over her. "We had to replace our couch and the coffee table," she finished as Yori's ears perked up and her tail stood straight up and she stared out to the fake city. Immediately her quirk started flaring up and she leapt towards the city and took off once she touched the ground, leaving behind a trail of fire. "Well, there she goes," Nana said as the trio stared. Toshi groaned as he pulled out a microphone which connected to a PA system to the fake city. "Attention saplings, change of plans. There's a civilian whose quirk just went out of control. Quirk, your task is to now detain that civilian without causing harm to them, that is all," Toshi finished as he put his hand on head. "So you're letting the students handle this problem, for what reason?" Aizawa said as he was curious. "Well, in our time quirks going out of control is a common thing in our time, especially with little kids who don't know how to control them, so the Hero Commission have created a new area of department to handle these kinds of situations," Nana told them as she controlled the drone to follow Yori around. "In the fake city, did you hear that?" Someone quirk is out of control, 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐿 said as she looked over to Jirou and Mina. It's probably just someone they got to play the part of someone faking being out of control, Mina told them. Jirou was about to say something until she heard something else approaching them. Hey, quiet, someone's coming. The trio saw Yori running towards them on all fours. Oh look, they got little Yori to play the part of the out-of-control civilian, Mina cooed. Is she going to attack us with cuddles and purring? Tou also cooed as she beckoned the girl closer to them. Yori came running towards them faster with no signs of stopping. As of matter of fact, she sped up. Yori then jumped in the air and curled up into a flaming ball and speed towards them without stopping. The girls immediately jumped out of the way as the little cat girl crashed into a building. Oh my god, is she okay? Mina asked as she went to the scene of the crash to see if the girl was alright. She looked through the wreckage and saw that Yori was fine as she was sitting on broken concrete. Hey Mina, is she alright? Jirou called out to her pink friend. Yes, she is, Mina replied as the look over to Yori. Hey Yori, come here, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. She beckoned as Yori's ears perked up and she faced Mina. Yori took a deep breath and sent out a huge stream of fire towards the pinkette. Mina, Jirou and 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐿 shouted out as the fire stream came closer to Mina. See, I can't get away, it's coming too fast. She braced herself be engulfed in flames until. Mina, a new voice called out as Mina saw Kirishima came out of nowhere before the fire and protected her from the blaze. Kirishima? Jirou questioned as he came out of nowhere. Oh great, we made it. She looked behind her to see that the rest of her class had shown up but were covered in cat paw prints and scorch marks. The stream of fire ended as Kirishima was still standing but was covered in burn marks. Woo, just in time, Kirishima said, thanks for the launch you guys. He gave a thumbs up to Izuku and Ochako. The three had spotted Yori from the rooftops and saw Mina was about to be barbecued. Ochako had took away Kirishima gravity and Izuku had thrown him with enough force to launch him towards them. They dubbed it full meteor launch. Kirishima looked over to Mina. You alright? 𝐕𝗄𝗄 stretched his hand to lift her back up to her feet. Yeah, thanks. Mina blushed, but it was cut short. Watch out, someone called out as both Mina and Kirishima were reeled back by 𝐕𝗄𝗄's tape and Tsu's tongue and avoided another stream of fire. Momo, what's going on? Jirou called out to her tall friend who was covered in burn marks. Yori got the jump on us, Momo told them. We tried to stop her but surprisingly her fire is way stronger, even stronger than Todoroki's. She told her as she remembers that Yori's flames melted through 𝐕𝗄𝗄's tape and Mineta ball when they tried to trap her and Todoroki's flame was engulfed by Yori's flame. Yori came out of the building still looking spaced out as she pounced on nothing and looked around for a bit until she laid on her back rubbing it on the ground. Meow marrow, Yori meowed as the class stared at her. What's wrong with her? Kaminari asked as Yori noticed him and got into a attacking position. She jumped on his face and clung onto to him and then jumped onto Tokoyami knocking him to the ground. Tokoyami grumbled, get this feline off of me please, he asked as Sato surprised grabbed her, but Yori engulfed herself in flames and he had dropped her. I think she must be on catnip, Koda told them. When I volunteered at the animal shelter they gave catnip to the cats when they wanted to relax and they acted like this, the boy told them as they all stared at him. Koda immediately blushed and turned around as he didn't like to be the center of attention. So did someone drag her? Izuku said as he was very worried about his daughter. Yori turned to her father and immediately launched herself at him still engulfed in fire. Yori oof. Midoriya fell on the ground with Yori rubbing her hand on his chest while purring. Oh, Midoriya cried out as Yori was burning him. We need something to draw her attention, ribbit, Tsu stated. What do cats like? Mineta cried as a fireball was launched at him. Fish, Toru said. Naps, Ochako added as Yori jumped on and off her head. Knocking stuff over, 𝗬𝗄 said. Lasagna, Kaminari added as he dodged Yori trying to pouch on him before she blew out another of stream of fire as it was sent out towards Todoroki who created a giant ice wall but was completely melted away. Shiny objects, Mina said as everyone turned towards Aoyama. Aoyama said as he was the center of attention. Aoyama, is that cape of yours fireproof? Ida asked the French boy. Aoyama suddenly did a sparkly pose. Of course it is. Can have fire be more brighter than me? Aoyama told them. Great, could you please let us use so we can capture Yori? Ida asked as 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝗃𝗃 passed him his cape. Of course, monsieur, let's detain this little kitty, 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝗃𝗃 said. Ida handed the cape over to Shoji, held it wide enough. P over here, Yori. Shoji beckoned to Yori as she looked over to the tall boy and saw the shiny cape. She engulfed herself in flames and launched herself towards the boy and was immediately wrapped up in the cape tightly with only her head sticking out. Yori began to meow and spew out fire out in one direction as she struggled to get out, but then calmed down, looked towards her left with her pupils still being wide, and laid her head on the ground, still looking spaced out. Everyone sighed as they managed to detain the girl. Kirishima came up to the girl and leaning down to pat Yori's head. "Man, I can't believe it took all of us to bring her down," he said as he had tiny flames at the tips on his red hair. "Yeah, hey Koda, how come you didn't try to control here, or Momo could have created some fire retardant?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked them. "We tried that, but Koda's quirk wasn't able to affect her and Yori just burned everything we threw at her," Todoroki said as he was reheated himself from using his ice side. "Yeah, she stormed through us and she's supposed to be the youngest out of the 4 kids." Kaminari turned towards Midoriya. "What have you been feeding your kids?" Midoriya sat back up with the help of Ochako and Ida. "I don't know," he chuckled as he was fully standing up now, but the top half of his costume was completely burned off. He looked down at it. "Ah geez, not again. Hopefully 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 can get this fixed before the work studies," he said as Ochako stared at the top half of his body and noticed his abs had burned marks on them. They looked very dreamy. "Going to save that image to the vault. But I wish I had my phone," Ochako thought to herself, but immediately shook that thought away and went to float Yori up as she was still on the catnip. With Aizawa, Toshi, and Nana, I don't know whether to be disappointed that it took the entire class to stop her or just glad that they managed to capture her, Aizawa said as he watched them through the tablet. "And that's what happens when you give Yori catnip," Toshi told him as he called everyone back. "I don't know, I say this proves that Yori can take care of herself," Nana said. "Which reminds me, I want to discuss something that involves both 1A and 1B in a little joint exercise." Aizawa looked at her as he and Vlad King had already came up with a joint operation later in the year. "And what do you have in mind?" Nana didn't say anything as she just grinned and recalled the drone back to her. "Note to anyone, don't give Yori catnip. Also, I've made preview of a FIC, another I'll make once this one is over. Hopefully I can get it started by August. Also, the overhaul arc will be a little late because I want to do something before then." "Afternoon, Yori, hold still," Ochako said as she struggled to keep the cat girl from getting out of 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝗃𝗃 cape. After today's incident, the rest of the class were dismissed and feel to go home. "Meow, meow." Yori kept meowing and spewing a bit of flames from her mouth as she was still under the effects of the catnip Aizawa gave her. "So, is this what happens when Yori is given catnip?" Kirishima turned to Toshi and Nana, who were floating alongside the group of students along with a UFO drone. Toshi sighed. "Pretty much. She's in handful already, but when she's given catnip it's like she an entire classroom of kindergartens on a sugar rush. Still, it was irresponsible of Aizawa to give her catnip even if for a stomach ache. He basically gave her the animal version of a medicinal substance," Ida called out as he was upset that a teacher of UA drugged a little girl. Nana adjusted her glasses. "I wouldn't worry about it, the effects should wear off by morning. But just to be on the safe side, lock your doors and make sure anything that's flammability is put away." "Wait, so you're just going to let her run around the entire dorm the entire night?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked them. "Better than letting her be cooped up in one room," Nana told as she looked over to her younger sister who was staring at her with her mouth open. "Also watch out," she said as she moved herself and 𝗓𝗏 out of the way. "Hey, thanks," 𝗓𝗏 said as she looked over to Yori, who was still meowing and moving around. Ochako held up Yori to face her. "Yori, you almost cooked 𝐒𝐻. Say you're sorry," she told her. Yori just stared at her, lost in thought with her pupils widen. "Meow?" Yori cried out as she breathed out another fire stream. Ochako ducked underneath, but the person behind wasn't so lucky and was immediately hit by it. Ochako looked behind her and saw Todoroki was the one to be hit by the fire. "Todoroki, are you all right?" Ochako said as she was worried for the boy. Todoroki just stared at her. "It's all right," he told her. "By the way, where's Midoriya?" he asked as the group just realized that Midoriya wasn't walking with them. "Oh yeah, now that you mentioned it, where is he?" Mina asked. Toshi floated above them. "Oh, he's having a small chat with Mr. Aizawa." 1A classroom. Aizawa had a bad feeling in his stomach. His problem child of a student had asked him to meet in the classroom, and here he was at his desk with Midoria on the other side sitting in chair with a smile and eyes closed. He didn't trust that look at all. Midoria spoke first. Sensei, did you drugged my daughter with catnip? Aizawa didn't trust how calmly he said that. Midoria spoke again. Did you or did you not drugged my daughter with catnip, he said in a calming tone. Aizawa had a feeling he was about to see a whole other side of his problematic student, a very dangerous side. Dorms, we're here, meow, the class greeted as they entered the dormitory. Hey everyone, Oi greeted them as she was tinkering with a cell phone from the couch. She looked over to see that Ochako was carrying Yori in a cape, and she noticed the look in younger sister's eyes. Who gave her catnip. Welcome back everyone, Inko greeted them as they walked in. She noticed that everyone had burn marks on them, and what cat claws marks. Yori struggled even more trying to escape the cape. Meow, 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 she kept trying to move out. Ochako struggled to contain her in the cape. Yori, please come down. Yori struggled so much that Ochako accidentally dropped her on the floor. Oops, sorry Yori. Nana went up to her and pulled on the part of the cape that was in a knot and then let her younger sister loose. She began to jump around everywhere and ran underneath the tables and chairs, knocking things over. Quick, someone get her before she breaks something, Kaminari said as he and a few others tried to catch her. Ochako looked at Nana. Why would you do that? She just shrugged. This is entertaining, Nana said as she went to the kitchen to get iced tea. Inko looked at the child running rampant around the common space. What's wrong with Yori? She asked. Toshi rubbed the back of his head. Well, Yori had a stomach ache and Mr. Aizawa gave her a bit of catnip, Toshi told his grandmother. Inko stared at the boy with a soft smile and closed eyes. She went and grabbed her purse off the counter and headed towards the door. Mississippi Midoriya, where are you going? Ida asked the short woman. Inko turned back around. Oh, I'm just going to have a parent teacher conference with your teacher, Inko said as she left and slammed the door. Oh dear, Ida said nervously at the door. Bakugou came downstairs and noticed the commotion going on in the common space. He saw the extras frantically chasing around the cat brat who was knocking things over, but he continued heading to the door. Kirishima noticed his friend as he was also trying to catch the cat girl. Hey Bakugou, he waved to the ash blonde who just jerked his head away. Yori, even in her catnip state, heard the name and looked over to Bakugou and her eyes dilated to thin slits. I've got you now, 𝐎𝐻𝐿 said as she got in front of the little cat girl, but Yori leapt in the air and used 𝐎𝐻𝐿 body to jump off her, towards Bakugou. Bakugou, watch out! Bakugou turned around and saw the cat brat coming for his faces with his claws out, and he couldn't use his quirk to defend himself because of these stupid bracelets. Yori cat scratched his face, leaving cross claw marks across his face, before she took off running up the stairs. Oh wow, that little brat, Bakugou screamed out as Kirishima went over to make sure he was alright. Hey, you alright? Kirishima asked. Ochako took off runners up the stairs to follow Yori. Yori, come back here. Bakugou was clutching his face in pain, spouting out swears. Nana stared at him as she prepped herself a cup of iced tea from the kitchen. Probably should put some ice on that. Yori's little cat scratches may cause a bit of burning. F off, Bakugou said as he went to the door, ignoring Kirishima while rubbing his wounds. Hey, where are going, man? Kirishima asked him, but Bakugou had already left. He's going to see Hound Dog. Kirishima looked over Aoi who was on the couch. How do you know? He asked. Oh, I hang back today and 𝗫𝗓𝗔 stopped by over for a visit and told him that he'll be going to see Hound Dog counseling session after school was over starting today, Aoi said as turned back around. But I didn't just hang back for nothing, I also gave your TV a huge upgrade. The class turned to see that their TV was totally gone and replaced with a long, thin bar with a cord connected to one of those old TV boxes that had both a DVD and VHS slot, but the clock just kept blinks 12. But there's nothing there, Todoroki pointed out. Yeah, what's the big idea? Jiraiya asked her. Ame had a maniac smile and her eyes twinkled as she held up a remote. I give you the TV of the future, Aoi called out as everyone paid attention to the TV as she turned it on with a remote. A large holographic screen appeared coming out of the thin bar. Everyone stared at it in amazement at the futuristic TV. Wow, Kaminari said, so cool. Mina stated along with everyone else who was giving out good remarks. Aoi puffed out her chest in pride. This baby here is top of line, she said as she began to list what it can do. Not only is every channel in HD, you also have access to the internet. It's compatible with every game console, it gives out the best translation, you don't to worry about disconnections during storms, and you have every channel known to man thanks to this TV box that I've also upgraded, Aoi said as she patted the TV box. And by every channel I mean every channel in the entire world, she told them. For real seriously, Ojiro asked, to which she nodded. Yep, Aoi held up a big TV guide. Yep, North America, Australia, Russia, Italy, England, you named it, she finished as she tossed it the list to Momo. Amazing, the tall girl said as 𝐒𝐬𝐢 looked over at it as well. Mineta gulped to himself. She said, every channel right? That mean those XXX channels as well, he muttered to himself. I heard that and know those channels are still restricted, so get a room, Aoi said as the great midget fell on his knees and cried. So who wants first at the new TV? She stuck out her tongue and waved the remote in front of them. Everyone stared at each other. Dibs, some of the students shouted as Aoi tossed the remote in the air and avoided the pile-up. Mina was the first one to grab it. There's this romantic soap opera I've been dying to watch, but it only shows in Italy. The remote was quickly grabbed by Dark Shadow and passed to 𝗃𝗄𝐵. England has this entire channels dedicated to crypts and shows of the Dark Realm. I must watch it, he told them as the remote was quickly snatched away by 𝗬𝗧𝗋 but was quickly tackled by Sato. The only ones who didn't participate were Ida, Momo, 𝗓𝗠, Todoroki, Tsu, Koda, Shoji, and the Midoria kids. Everyone please calm down. I'm sure we can set up some form of a TV schedule time sheet. Ida tried to keep the order. You all don't want it crack at the new TV? Aoi asked them. I'm not too fond of watching TV that much, Shoji told her. There is an animal documentary I want to watch, but I'll just wait for my turn, Tsu said as Koda nodded to her statement. Same here, 𝗓𝗠 said as Todoroki just shrugged as he joined Nana for a cup of tea. The front door opened to reveal both Melissa and May walking covered in oil and greasy stains. Sorry we're late, Power Loader asked us to clean up the studio, Melissa told them as she noticed the commotion in the common space. What did we miss? Upstairs Ochako looked all over for Yori. Ugh, where did she go? She thought as she checked each floor looking for the girl. Ochako heard a scream come from the floor above her. Ochako realized what floor that was. Oh, Toga in trouble, she thought as she quickly ran up the stairs. Once Ochako got to their floor, she saw that the door to their room was opened. She ran into the room and saw that Toga had pinned Yori to the ground with the little girl on her stomach and arms spread out. Himiko noticed Ochako had came in and her grip losing on her daughter, and Yori took off to the door and ran back downstairs. Himiko looked at Ochako. What happened to her? She asked the brown-hair girl. Long story, Ochako told her, before she realized something. Hey, have you seen my cell phone anywhere? She asked her, the blonde girl. Himiko sat back on the bed. No, I haven't, she told her. Ochako noticed the look on her face and saw that she was bothered by something. Ochako sat on the bed next to her. Hey, is something wrong? She asked as Himiko looked her way. You look like something was bothering you. Himiko remembered back to the interrogation earlier today. So, Toga, why did you join the league in the first place? Detective Tsukachi asked her. I joined them because I wanted to see Mr. Staney and live a life the way I wanted, Toga told him. And the league told me that they also believe in Stain ideology. The detective stared at her for a bit. Pardon me, Miss Toga, but it seems you have a misconception about the League of Villains, he said as when the police questioned Stain with the love, he gave them a different story. Toga stared at him. What do you mean? Tsukachi spoke again. We've questioned Stain about his connection with the league and the response he gave was that they tried to recruit him but he declined, and when we asked about the ones he encountered, he told us that Shigaraki was just a child who only wanted to destroy anything that he didn't like. Tsukachi stated as he also remembered the villains they capture from the USJ attack said that Shigaraki just wanted to kill All Might and that was about. Toga looked at him shocked and stood up. What, so you mean the League was lying to us? Why? Giving the information Stain had given us, the League was currently short on members, so they possibly used Stain as a way to get more members to join in, Tsukachi told her. Himiko sat back down and looked at the table. Shigaraki lied to us. He doesn't care about staying or changing society, he just wants to destroy everything, she thought as she began to tremble. What was the point of what we did? What I did for the League, it wasn't even for Stain, it was just for himself, she thought as a few tears began to form. Miss Toga, are you alright? Nezu asked her as she looked up to the principal. Inko took a hold of the girl's hand and squeezed it to comfort her. Himiko looked back up to the detective and the principal. Yeah, I'm fine, she said as she wiped her face to get rid of some tears that were beginning to form. Present time Himiko was sitting with her knees up to her chest with a cardigan that Inko made for her covering her entire body as she was rocking back and forth. Ochako was next to her listening on her. I'm just upset that I joined the League of Villains for the wrong reasons, Himiko told her. Ochako was curious as she stared at her. Why did you join in the first place, she asked. I joined because I wanted to meet Mr. Staney, but also hoping that the League could help me live the life I wanted, Himiko told her. You said you wanted to live a normal life, right? Ochako remembered Himiko saying stuff about it, but she was still confused. Yeah, but I wouldn't expect you to understand, Himiko told her. You grew up with parents who loved you, went to school and didn't have to pretend to be someone else to fit in, and you were born with a quirk that didn't make you some kind of monster where society would have looked down on you, she explained. I didn't want to be a villain, I wanted to have a happy life with a ton of friends, go to school, fall in love, get married, and raise my own family, Himiko finished. And I thought the League might have been able to help me, but I was a fool to believe it, and now the other ones who also joined because of Stain don't even know the truth. Ochako rubbed Himiko's back to comfort her. You're right, I can't understand. Himiko looked over to Ochako. We both grew up differently, but that doesn't mean I can stop being there for you when you need it. Himiko looked over to her. You only did what you did because there was no one to help you and you were all alone, Ochako told her as she faced the blonde girl. But you're not alone, remember, you're here with me, Deku, May, Melissa, and our kids. We're your friends and family, so you're not alone anymore, Ochako told her as Himiko stared. You consider me as a friend? Himiko asked her. Well, maybe not like lifelong friends since we barely know each other, but we can start off anew, Ochako said as she outstretched her hand. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. I like machi, outer space, and my quirk allows me to float things. Himiko smiled and took her hand. I'm Himiko Toga. I like pomegranates, Izuku darling, and my quirk allows me to transform into anyone by drinking a bit of their BLD. Let's be friend. She finished as she had a blush on her face. Ochako giggled at the response and Himiko soon joined in as well. After a while they've heard a knock at the door. Ochako got up and went to look to see who it was. She opened the door and saw a small package on the floor and saw that it was for both her and Himiko. What is it? Himiko asked from inside the room. It's just a small box for us, Ochako told her as she looked down the hall and saw pink hair retracting back down the stairwell. She thought. Ochako brought the box inside and sat it on the bed next to Himiko. What's inside of it? I don't know, but it did came from Aoi, Ochako said as she opened the box up. Ochako gasped at what she saw on the inside. There laying inside were two new futuristic touchscreen phones. One was vivid pink and the other was a bright red color along with two standard chargers. Himiko grabbed the red phone and held it up. So cool, she stared at the new phone before turning it on. Ochako grabbed the pink phone along with a small note on the inside that read, Dear Moms, I took your phones from you and gave them both in complete upgrade. Don't worry about what I used to build them, I just used scrap pieces from Power Loader Studios. They're both totally indestructible, waterproof, shockproof, and etc. Also you don't have to worry about the coverage plan. Grandma Inko said it was okay to put you both on the Midoria family. I made sure to save and transfer all of your contacts to your phone. Ochako mom love my Midoria. Ochako smiled as she turned on her phone. The phone had everything that today's modern phones had and some much more. She wanted to cry as she could never afford any this amazing and high-tech. Ochako looked over to Himiko and saw that she was fiddled with the new settings and apps on her phone. This is so amazing, I've never seen apps like these before. What's this app? She questioned. Hey Himiko, how about we take a picture together to celebrate our new phones and new friendship? Ochako said as Himiko gave her a big smile showing off her fangs. They both got into position as Ochako held out the camera in front of them and smiled. Say cheese, Ochako said as she and Himiko both smiled as the camera clicked. By the way, stands for Deku Tracker and it's only available to the Midoriya family. How am I doing with writing about Himiko? I know it's probably just sad Himiko stuck inside the UA dorms and not allowed to leave just yet, and also I'm not that in-depth of the relationship and parallels with Himiko and Ochako, but I do know the surface aspect of it kinda. And don't worry, soon Himiko will be able to join the rest of Class 1A real soon. Also, why the heck y'all still around for this FIC? Cause I'm going to be honest, I've only written 4 things in my entire life that wasn't related to school and just for myself, counting this FIC and my other 3 one-shots I've made, and that's it. I mean, no one has corrected me on how I write certain characters or certain characters should be written like this. This isn't because I'm in some sort of slump, I'm just curious because I'm pretty sure I've taken the whole deck of future kids further than anyone, but I'm just curious of what do you all like about my story. You stick around so for almost 40 chapters. Congratulations, y'all get another long chapter over the next few days. Things went pretty normal. Yori had returned back to her old self and the class had figured out a TV scheduled where everyone would get a chance at the new TV, and on some occasions the class would get together to watch the movies in the far back channels. Also, for some reason everyone noticed that Aizawa had been keeping a distance from Midoriya, especially during class, as he would look behind to give Midoriya a quick look and then turn around nervously. When some of the students asked Midoriya what happened between him and Aizawa, he would tell them he had a friendly conversation with his teacher about giving Yori catnip along with his mother, who showed up midway through their meeting. The class also noticed Ochako's new cell phone and wanted to know where she got it from. She told them that Aoi had upgraded it, and they asked the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 if they could get their phones upgraded, but Aoi told them it was only available for the Midoriya's family. One afternoon on one of their off days, Midoriya was downstairs in the common space with Melissa and his son Toshi. The trio were watching a documentary on a famous Australian hero who fought a monstrous-sized poisonous spider. The spider was reported to have a dangerous bite that even if the fangs so much as grazed you, you'll be dead in the matter of seconds. The interviewer pointed the mic at the hero face. Yet you were bitten 3 times. How is that possible? The blonde hero, who had a wild haircut, along with a vest with no shirt that showed his bare abs and a necklace made of variety of different kinds of teeth, responded, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was a 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗵𝗃, the ones oi fice in the twist. The hero went on telling them about the experience. Midoriya's eyes sparkled as he wrote more notes in a new journal he got labeled International Heroes. Wow, the survival hero. Ruffian is amazing, just being able to just go into battle with only pure strength and endurance, especially his quirk that can let him survive in the most harshest conditions he's in. Toshi lifted up his own version of his notebook. I know, right? But look at this one of the desert beauty heroine, Cleo. She can control large amounts of sand to make all kinds of things and take different shapes. Toshi showed a very appealing heroine who looked like a desert queen dress up with all kinds of gems and gold. Melissa showed them a crudely drawn picture of some kind of knight hero. I'm not the best at sketching, but I did saw a European hero who can control and manipulate a variety of swords. She sheepishly rubbed the back of her head as she didn't sketch people that match. It looks great, Melissa. I think I know which hero that is, Midoriya said as he flipped through his notebook and stopped on a page. It's the Queen's hero, Gallant, he told her. He's so cool, especially with his swordsman skills as well, Toshi said as he remembered Gallant quirk being called sword dance. Melissa giggled at the two as the 3 had made sessions where they would watch a variety of different heroes and support items they has on the TV. Melissa noticed the time on her watch and headed upstairs to their room. Where you going, Melissa? Midoriya asked her as she was about to go up the elevator. Melissa turned around. Oh, I need to grab my English books because I invited Pony from 1B over to the dorms for her English lessons, and after that we're going to watch a bit of anime, she said as she got on the elevator and went up. Just then Nana came down the stairs with her charge pack she had been working on the past few weeks. Hey Nana, where you headed off to? Toshi asked. I'm off to meet a third-year student who has been helping me with a couple of experiments with this energy back of mine, Nana told them. Really, one of third years? Midoriya wondered who it was. Yep, I needed an energy emitter quirk to test out my gadget, Nana said as she looked to her father, who had a curious look on his face. Would you like to join and meet them? Really? Is alright for me to come along? Midoriya asked her. Nana smiled. Oh sure, they've been dying to meet you, she finished as Midoriya got up from the couch while holding his notebook and turned around to Toshi. If anyone asks, I'll be with Nana for the afternoon, Midoriya told his son. Okay, I will. Toshi gave a thumbs up as the two left the dormitory and headed to one of the free gyms. Class 1B dorms Kendo, Setsuna, and Yui were sitting at the kitchen table having a light discussion and drinking tea. They saw Pony coming down the stairs and headed to the kitchen fridge to grab a bag of apple slices. The trio noticed the girl was dressed in casual wear and was carrying a small bag on her back. Hey Pony, you got plans for today? Kendo asked her classmates. Pony turned around. Oh, I'm going to 1A dorms for Japanese lessons, she told them. Oh, really? Setsuna got up and walked over to the short girl with a smirk. Are you sure you're not just using this as an excuse to go see 1A Green Bean? She said as she put an arm around Pony's shoulder. Ever since Pony had mentioned she had an interest in Midoriya to her fellow female classmates, Setsuna and surprisingly Yui would tease the girl. And no, it's not that, Pony stuttered, which didn't go unnoticed. She stuttered, that means she's into him, Yui blatantly said. Why? Pony shouted at the usually quiet girl. That's enough out of you too? Kendo them as she tried to apprehend Setsuna, but using her tail splitter quirk she disassembled herself and scattered her body parts everywhere. Oh come on big sis, it's just a little bit of fun, Setsuna laughed as she floated her head above them while Kendo tried to get her. Another one of 1B students showed up coming down the stairs. Hey, what's going on here? Yosetsu Aways asked as he noticed Setsuna was floating around avoiding Kendo. Setsuna floated her arms and head next to Pony. Well, Pony her is about to have a study date with that Midoriya guy, she said as Pony had a light blush on her face. She's very excited, Yui told them. Pony shook her head rapidly. No, I'm not, she yelled as she left the dormitory in a hurry with a blush on her face. The class saw Minoma leaning up against a wall. I don't see why she would want a disgusting man from 1A when 1B has better eligible bachelors, he stated. Have you been down here the entire time leaning up against the wall waiting for someone to mention one? Kendo asked as she didn't see Minoma come down the stairs earlier. Minoma chuckled as he waved them off, as if, I can't let my intelligent mind be poisoned by likes of 1A. He laughed as the rest watched him headed upstairs. Guy has a serious hate nerve for 1A, Aways said as the girls agreed. With Pony had ran out of the dorm with her hands on her cheeks trying to calm down her blush. It's not like that at all, she told herself as she wasn't paying attention to where she was going. Right after she ran around a corner, she accidentally ran into someone hard and almost fell down on her, but until a hand grabbed her own before she could hit the ground. Wow, that was a close one. She heard a voice. Pony looked up and saw Midoriya in front of her as he pulled her back to her feet. You alright? He asked. Pony remembered a manga she read a while ago where the girl was running to school because she woken up late and had accidentally ran into a cute boy, but the boy managed to catch the girl before she hit the ground. Oh my, this is exactly like that panel, Pony thought. Yeah, I'm fine, but what about you? I did ran into you pretty hard, she asked. Oh, don't worry about father, he's more solid than he looks. Pony noticed Nana was standing next to him with a weird gadget. It's nice to see you again. Off for another English lesson with my mother? Nana asked. Yeah, I am, Pony nodded as she looked to see. She was still holding Midoriya's hand. Midoriya also noticed and blushed too before they both retracting their hands back to themselves. Nana noticed both of their reactions towards one another. Oh, so where are you two going anyway? Pony asked them. We're off to meet a third-year student Nana been working with for her new gadget, Midoriya told her. Wow, really? She said. He's right, Nana said as she looked at her watch, and we're running a bit late. She quickly pulled her father's arm and ran. We'll catch you later, she called out as she pulled her father along and ran. Wait, Nana, the gyms are that way, Midoriya pointed in the opposite direction. It's okay, I know a shortcut, she said as she dragged her father into a bunch of shrubbery. Pony ran over to where they disappeared to into the shrubbery and saw nothing when she looked inside of it. Where did they go? She asked as she looked around. Gym. The two had arrived at the gym, but Midoriya looked at little bit where and teared. Nana, what was that? He asked her. It was a shortcut, she responded as they opened the gym doors. They walked inside and Midoriya saw a light blue-haired girl floating around in the air on what looked like spirals of energy. To Midoriya, she looked like a cute fairy floating in the air. The girl noticed the two. Hey Nana, you're here. The girl immediately flew towards their direction with her arms opened for a big hug. It's nice to see you again, Nijire. Nana said as she took a step to the side to avoid the incoming Nijire, to which Midoriya was now in the way. Nijire immediately crashed into him, knocking the two on floor with Midoriya laying on his back with the girl named Nijire sitting right on top of his stomach. Nijire clutched her head and turned towards the blonde girl. "Why would you avoid my hug, Nana?" She gave a cute pout to Nana. "I just wanted to see something real quick," Nana said as she stared at the two on the floor. "By the way, Nijire, this my father Izuku Midoriya. Father, this is Nijire Hado," she stated. Midoriya recovered from his daze and looked up to the girl on top of him. He blushed a bit before responding. Nice to meet you," he said nervously. Nijire leaned down towards his face, unaware that she was still on top him, and her light blue eyes locked on with his emerald-colored ones. Midoriya felt like she was studying him, trying to gain as much information on him as possible, whatever it might be. "She's so close. While Melissa was right, you're kinda cute," she told him, and that did it for Midoriya as he became a blushing mess. "I should be used to this by now. For Pete's sake, I'm sleeping with 4 girls," Midoriya thought, as he didn't think he would say that in his entire life. Nana pulled out a notebook. "Yep, just as I thought," she began writing in it. Eventually Nijire got up off of him. "So how do you know Melissa?" Midoriya asked as he calmed his blush down. "Oh, she takes the same class as one of my best friends, and we eat together at lunch as well," Nijire said as she turned to Nana. "So what are we going to do today?" "Same thing we always do, Nijire. More test," Nana said as she held up the charge pack. "I've been having a issue with it recently where the energy would be depleted too quickly, and also that whenever I tried shoot the energy out, the little pointer here would short out," Nana said as she held up the pointer part. "I've spoken with 𝐴OI about it, the problem. She told me that the batteries were too old and made another shooter piece out of a different material," Nana finished as she cut the machine on. Midoriya looked curiously at the device. He had seen his daughter work on it a couple of times at dorm. "So what is the purpose of this device?" he asked. Nijire's eyes light up. "Let me explain," she said. "So basically this device can absorb certain energy-based emitter quirks, store them up for later, and fire them out much stronger. It's like a portable phone charger," Nijire finished. "I see," Midoriya said as he thought of the many uses for it that could be beneficial. Nana went over to the far side of the gym. "I also need to test the range as well." She started up the pack and held the pointer towards the other. "You may begin now, Nijire, right?" The girl smiled as yellow spirals formed around her hands. Meanwhile, Pony had just arrived at the door of the 1A dormitory. She gave a couple of knocks on the door before it was opened by a little cat girl riding on top of a large Roomba. Pony recognized the girl drone when the class interacted in the hallway after 1B came back from the orientation. "Hello." Pony waved to the little girl, who gave her a big smile. "Hiya, I'm Yori. You must be the pony girl Melissa Mommy said was coming over." Yori pointed inside the dorm towards the common space. "She's waiting for you inside over there." "Thank you, Yori," Pony said as she followed the cat girl inside the dormitory. Once she was inside, the common space was very busy. She saw Todoroki, and if she remembered correctly, the boy who can talk to animals, Koda, on the couch watching a penguin documentary narrated by a man with a godlike voice. Todoroki had an intrigued expression on his face as he watched the penguins march around on the ice and snow. In fact, he quite enjoyed the flightless birds. Pony also saw 𝗧𝗏 and Kaminari sitting at a table eating ramen. "Hey 𝗧𝗏, do me a solid, pass me the soy sauce," Kaminari asked, which was right in front of him. 𝗧𝗏 groaned as he handed him the bottle. "Fine, but you owe me a solid later," he told the electrification user. Yeah, I know the rules of solids." "Hey Pony, over here," Melissa waved to her at the table. Pony reached the table and took a seat. "So have you been going over those notes?" Pony nodded as she pulled out a notebook for her bag. I'm getting better at using the bigger phrases," she told her. Spying from the bottom of the stairwell, Toshi and 𝐴OI were watching too. "So remind, why are we watching these two again?" 𝐴OI said. Toshi continued to look ahead. "Nana told us to keep an eye on them, because she might have an idea about something." "Oh really, what was the idea?" 𝐴OI asked. "I don't know, she always keeps us in the dark about these kinds of things. Remember the time at the Gentle Love Cafe?" Toshi reminded her. "𝐴OI remember that incident. Oh yeah, that was a fun, messy family outing. Yeah, and my favorite t-shirt still smells like rose tea," Toshi stated. 𝐴OI put her fist on top of his and rubbed it. "Oh, quiet you. You know you love the scent, especially your precious Rei-chan," she teased. At the mention of the name, Toshi thought of her appealing girl with black hair done in a spiky ponytail and white and red bangs split down the middle and blush. "Shut up, I told you it's not like that. Whatever you say, lover boy, now pay attention." Aoi pointed back to the table as Toshi grumbled. Gym Nana stood at the other side of the gym, while Izuku and Nijire were both standing on the open of the gym, but Izuku was a bit further back, but still close enough to see. "Remember Nijire, full output," Nana ordered her. "You got it," Nijire said as she pointed her arms directly at Nana. Midoriya had a concerned look on face for his daughter. "Wait, is this even safe?" "Don't worry, we did this plenty of time," Nana called out. "Hopefully it won't explode like when we tried it the second time," she muttered that last part. "Stand back, Nijire flood," Nijire called out as she blasted out a very powerful shockwaves towards Nana. Just from where Midoriya was standing, he could feel how powerful the shockwaves were. Geez, her quirk is really strong, and even though she's just a third year, it feels like I'm standing next to a top pro hero. Midoriya turned his head over to Nana to see that she was just doing fine. The charge pack was doing what Nana said as it would and absorbed the energy shockwaves. Nana checked the back gauges to see that they were filling up quickly to max capacity. "Okay, that's enough, Nijire," Nana called out. Nijire stopped sending out shockwaves and nodded. Midoriya looked over to his daughter. "Hey Nana, are you okay?" "Yeah, I am. The pack is holding the energy quite nicely," she responded as Midoriya nodded, knowing she was okay after that move. He then turned towards Nijire. "Wow, what an amazing and powerful quirk," Midoriya said as his eyes widened in excitement from witnessing it. "Thanks, it's really amazing. Hey, you wanna know what it is?" Nijire asked as Midoriya nodded his rapidly. "My quirk is called Wave Motion. I can convert my own stamina into these spiral energy shockwaves," she demonstrated as she formerly a small blast wave around her hand, "and I also can use my quirk to fly." As Midoriya watched Nijire float stationary in the air. "Wow, so amazing." Midoriya sat on the gym floor and pulled out his hero journal and rapidly began making notes. "Your quirk uses stamina converted into energy, and judging by that big attack it must have acquired a lot of energy, but you didn't even look winded. But since you're a third year you have way more training than I do." Midoriya went into another muttering spree as Nijire watched him. "Hey Nana, what's Midoriya doing?" Nijire asked the approaching girl. "Father likes to write down and study quirks. It's a hobby that he takes pride in," Nana told her. "He has gathered over a dozen notes of different heroes and their quirks," Nijire sparkled. "Wow, really?" She floated over towards Midoriya. Hey Midoriya, can see your notebook please," she begged, and shake him a bit. Midoriya was surprised as she was close to him as he was being shaken. "I'm okay, just before careful of how you handle it," he asked as he was still getting us to sharing his notes with his wives and close friends. "Don't worry, I will," Nijire said as she flipped page after page through the notebook, and she looked like a kid in a candy store. "Wowie, this is so amazing," she said. "Really?" Midoriya asked, wondering if she also was interested in quirks as well. "Do you like quirks as well?" "You bet. I've always been so interested in them ever since I got mine," Nijire told him, "but most of the little kids in my class didn't like it when I kept questioning them about their quirks," she said as she continued looking through the notes. Midoriya could understand what she meant by being interested in quirks. Since he didn't get one himself at the age, he viewed quirks as a gift that everyone should cherish because it makes everyone themselves. "Wow, you even got Ryukyu in here," Nijire said as she stopped on page with the dragon hero who took her in on a work study, then made her a sidekick. Midoriya leaned over to her. "Oh yeah, I do, she's one of my favorite heroes." "Is she your favorite too?" Nijire nodded her head. "Yep, she's so cool, plus she took me in on a work study and now I'm a sidekick." "Wow, really, you're her sidekick? What's she like?" Midoriya asked her. "Oh, she's great," Nijire said as she began to him all about Ryukyu. Nana watched from a far-off area as she kept sending out blast of energy to test out the material the shooter was made of. "It's holding up okay, but I might need to reinforce a bit," she thought as looked to the gauges on the back to see they were still fullest. I guess it was the old batteries. Nana checked over to her and Nijire too if they were doing okay. She saw Nijire floating in the air, pointing out and making weird gestures. She's probably doing a reenactment of a mission she did with Ryukyu, she thought as she saw the bright smile on her father's face as he watched Nijire with awe. "Guess father has found another person who likes quirk as much as he does," She let out a soft smile as she returned to her device. 1A dorm. After an hour of studying, Melissa and Pony took a break and watched a bit of anime together along with the other 3 kids. Some of the rest of the class passed by and headed out the dorms except Ochako, who saw them both, but she didn't pay them no mind as she was getting a snack for her and Himiko. After a while, Aoi and Toshi got found out by Yori when her Roomba was close to the stairwell they were both at. She asked why they were spying on Horsey Girl and Melissa Mommy, and they told her it was secret mission. Melissa soon noticed the trio and told them to come join them as they were both almost done, and now they all were on the couch. "Wow, this TV is so cool looking. Where you get it from?" Pony asked. "Oh, I built it myself," Aoi said as she zoomed in and utan pony horns. "Hey, have you ever thought about putting tiny cameras on your horns since you can send them flying and control them?" she asked. "Be a great way to spy on people." Not really, I've only used them to launch them at opponents and ride on them to fly around," Pony responded as fairly few people were curious about her quirk. Toshi also asked a question as he was making notes. "What's the max weight limit your horns can carry in the air?" Pony was about to answer but was met with another question. "How fast can your horns regenerate? What happens to the horns that you launch out and don't come back? Do they eventually disappear? Are you more like a stallion or a Shetland pony? Do you prefer apple pie, candy apples, or apple fritters?" Yori asked as well as Pony was bombarded with a ton of questions. Melissa clapped her hands together and the kids quiet down. "That's enough question from you 3, can't you see she's uneasy?" Melissa said as she calmed the kids down. "Sorry," the 3 said with their heads lowered. Melissa looked over to Pony. "I'm sorry about them, they get their curiosity of quirks from their father." Pony put her hands up and waved them a bit. "Oh, not at all, they're just curious. I have cousins who are just like them," she reassured Melissa but was curious about what Midoria was like. "Hey Melissa, what's Midoria like?" After hearing that question, Melissa thought of some things about what was Midoria like, but the kids beat her to it. Toshi responded first with stars in his eyes. "He's the best hero ever. He always shows up in crisis and gives everyone hope that everything will be okay. Not to mention he's super strong. I remember one time he lifted up an entire building." Toshi began muttering as he floated up in the air unawares his quirk was in use. Aoi was next to respond. "Dad is really smart and analytical. He lets me borrow his old notebooks so I can get new gadget ideas, and he's also willing to help me with testing out my supportive gadgets and takes me out to get a ton of parts," she went on and on. "He's the best daddy ever. He reads me bedtime stories, takes care of my injuries when I fall down from climbing trees, gives me tummy rubs, and he fixed my plushie of him when it got ripped in the wash." Yori listed. Pony had a sweat drops as she listened to kids explained Abu Midoria. "While they really must like him," Melissa shook her head. "Yeah, Izuku is great guy." Pony looked over to the other blonde girl. "He's smart, kind, understanding, and also really cute and handsome," Melissa stated. "But he's also my hero." Pony was curious about that thought, her hero. "He helped save me and my father from a dangerous group villains. I really admired his determination and will his to save others as well." Melissa finished. Pony looked at her. "Wow, he must really sound like a great person." Melissa nodded as she looked at Pony and asked question. "Hey Pony, do you by chance have an interest?" she asked the horse girl. Pony blush. "Me, no I don't." "Well maybe, what makes you say that?" She looked off to the side as she touched the tips of her fingers together in shyness. Melissa stared at the small girl and smiled. "She's probably just shy about it." "Well, you have this look on your face that I had when I had interest in Midoria," Melissa told her. Pony lowered her head bit. "Well, maybe I do have a bit of interest in him, but isn't he already in a relationship with 3 girls from what I heard?" she asked. "Well, it is true, yes, but I noticed Midoria has a big heart. He finds time for us, his friends, and our children." Melissa's pointed to the 3 children who nodded rapidly. "I don't know, we aren't in the same classroom, so it's not like we can hang out bunch of time with each other to where I can get to know him more," Pony said. Melissa pondered for a bit. "Who knows, maybe something will come up." She tried to give the girl hope. "Yeah, maybe someone will come up," Pony repeated to herself. Aoi and Toshi stared at Pony and then at each other. "Ooh," they both said. "That's what Nana probably meant, Toshi." "So does this mean we might?" Aoi added. "Possibly," Toshi replied as he felt a tug on his shirt from Yori. "Hey, what do you 2 talk about?" she asked the 2 as she was curious as well. "What, till you're older?" They both replied, which earned a humph from Yori as she crossed her arms. In the far corner Mineta was standing there with a jealous aura while chewing on his great ball. Damn it Midoriya, not only do you already have an harem of babes, but those girls are adding more girls to it. That's so unfair, he thought hallway after they spent the entire afternoon in the gym. Nana and Midoriya had invited Nijire over to hang out at their dorm, to which she agreed. So what are your other kids like besides Nana? Nijire asked Midoriya as they were walking with Nana trailing behind. Midoriya, his hand underneath his chin. Toshi, the oldest, reminds me of my younger self. We both love heroes and we look up to the hero we both idolize, Midoriya said. Wait, I thought Nana was the oldest from the way she acts. Nijire looked back to the girl. No, I'm younger than Toshi, but thanks to my quirk I've matured much faster than my siblings, Nana explained. But I do catch you pulling pranks on the rest of the class, Midoriya explained. Yet no one has stopped me, she smiled. Yeah, Midoriya said. He told Nijire the rest about of his. Aoi is really smart for her age, and I've seen some of stuff she helped 𝗵𝗃 made in the studio when I visit, which is impressive. She's a lot less in your face and very careful about not blowing things up, Midoriya explained and moved on to his youngest daughter. And Yori is the sweetest, always playful and active like a typical kitten, and she's really caring about others as well, he finished. Ooh, I can't wait to see them, Nijire said as a group of students walked past them. They didn't hear what the group was talking about, but Nana did. I recognize them, they're in the hero course. Must be nice for them to have a quirk that can break robots. I honestly thought UA was going to be different from other schools. I wanted to do stuff at UA, but I'm just doing regular school stuff, the same old same. Nana overheard the group whispering amongst themselves and pondered. She thought to herself, those students are right. If you don't have a destructive quirk, not into building support gadgets or business management, then UA is just a typical school where you can't make something of yourself. 1A dorm. Hey, we're back, Midoriya said as he came into the common space to see his 3 other children, Melissa and Pony. Hey Dad/Daddy. The kids ran up to him and gave him a hug, which he returned. How was your day? Midoriya asked them. We spent the entire time with Pony and Mom over there watching anime, Aoi responded. All looked at them. They looked just like you, Midoriya. Nijire rushed and looked at the other children. Wow, is the Nijire-chan? Toshi noticed as Nijire looked his way. Wait, how did you know my hero name? Oh wait, is it because you're from the future? She asked, but before he can answer, Nijire went over to Yori in full petting mode. Oh my god, you're so cute. Look at your little cat eyes, Nijire said as she began to rub them. Yori purred and Nyan at the petting she received. Oh, what happens if I scratch your chin? Nijire asked as she did, which caused Yori to lift her chin up more in joy. Oh my god, you're so precious, Nijire said as she went off to play with the children. Midoriya went over to the couch where Melissa and Pony were sitting at. I guess you met Nijire, Melissa said. Yeah, and she's a strange one. In a good way, Midoriya said as he looked over to Pony. I take it that your lesson were all right. Yep, I know lots of now. Pony covered her mouth in embarrassment as she messed up a bit. I hope he doesn't make fun of it, Midoriya chuckled as he noticed she looked embarrassed. Don't worry about it, you'll eventually get it. Took me a while to get my English down, he told them. You can speak English too, both Melissa and Pony both asked. Yeah, I used to watch All Might American documentaries when I was a kid, but I still mess up every now and then, Midoriya said. Oh, then you can join us so we can teach you English, Melissa said as Pony looked over to girl as she received a wink from Melissa. Oh, if you two don't mind, that'll be great, Midoriya said as they both nodded. I guess I'll get a chance to hang out with Midoriya, she thought to herself. Hey, wait, happens if I pull your tail? They trio heard Nijire form across the room, followed by Aoi voice. Wait, don't pull it, whoosh. Ah, the carpet's on fire, quick get the fire extinguisher, Toshi cried out. I'm so sorry, Nijire apologized. Is this what they mean by carpet burn? Nana joked. Well, that was my first time writing about Pony and Nijire, so how did I do? I gave Nijire a bit of background because she's the only one out of the big 3 who doesn't have a in-depth backstory compared to Mirio and Tamaki, which is crazy. Also, how do y'all like the international heroes I came up with? It always interests me, how do heroes in different countries, besides Japan and United States, are like, do they have bigger issues than Japan, or are their hero society different and stuff like that? Monday, it was the first day of the week and everyone had already went to class except the kids who wanted to stay back with Himiko for the day. After Himiko and the kids had their fill on breakfast when the class left, Yori had asked if she wanted to go play in the backyard with them. Himiko agreed to her and ran back upstairs to her room to change into So Play Close, and when she came back downstairs and went into the backyard she didn't see anyone. Himiko looked around. "Hey, where are you kids?" she called out, but no one replied and she only heard the distance of birds chirping. "Are they still inside?" Himiko thought as she went back inside and saw Inko at a chair reading a book and drinking a cup of juice. "Hey Inko, have you seen the kids around?" "I have not," Inko replied. "After you went upstairs, I turned around to put the dishes away and when I turned back they all were gone." "I see." Himiko pondered on where they went to. "You could check their room. They might have followed you upstairs with you realizing it," Inko suggested as Himiko nodded and went upstairs to their room. Himiko got to the top floor and knocked on the kids' door. "Hey, you guys in there?" she asked as she didn't get a response. She turned the knob on door and surprisingly it was unlocked. Himiko opened the door and looked inside to see toys, books, a couple of tools, and that weird alien drone thing they brought back to their dorm one, but still didn't see them. "Where are they?" Himiko thought as she didn't notice pink hair tentacles came at her fast and quickly wrapped around her body until she was literally a giant pink mummy before being dragged away as the door slammed shut. "You?" Midnight was really tired as she tried to keep herself up. It was one of those typical Monday sleepiness, and right now she could hardly keep herself up in class, and not even the morning coffee she had in the teacher's lounge didn't do the trick. Nijire had called an important teacher meeting during his class, and she was on her way to the meeting room. Midnight got to the room and opened the door and saw every staff member at UA except All Might, given the fact the staff consisted of the teachers, recovery girl, and lunch rush, while the other staff was those little robots. She noticed the cute little Midoria children were in the room as well, dressed in little business outfits as well, including Yori. "Ah, they all look adorable," Midnight gushed as she found a seat between present Mike and Snipe. Nana was to speak first. "Good, now that all the staff is here we can begin," Nana said as she pulled out a stack of papers and put them on a table, while Toshi and Aoi helped set up a small projector on the table pointed towards a blank wall. "Shouldn't All Might be here for this? He is a teacher after all," 𝗬𝗵𝗲 asked. "He went off to do something at the moment," Nana told them. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. "𝗬𝗲 didn't call this meeting." "You did," he said to the blonde girl. "Yes, I did, 'cause I felt like we should discuss things involving UA as a whole," Nana told him. "She's right, Aizawa. Over the weekend Nana had brought a lot of things to my attention that she wanted to discuss with the rest of the staff members," 𝗬𝗲 said as the kids had finished prepping. Nana stood at the end center of the room and cleared her throat. "Good mornings, everyone. It's Monday morning and the time is 10:45, she stated for everyone. "Yeah, and we are supposed to have classes to teacher, so why'd you call us?" Vlad King asked as he was kinda upset about being here instead of teacher his class. Nana patted the stacks of paper next to her. "These are all the list of each quirk belonging to each student here at UA. Me and my siblings went and viewed the school's records over the weekend." "Wait, how do you get access to the school system?" "We changed the setup right after the camp was attacked and it's only available for the teaching staff here," Present Mike asked her. "Well, I am considered a teacher here at UA since I've been helping teaching class 1A along with Toshi and Yori," Nana told them, surprising everyone exactly for those who already knew. "Wait, Eraser, you seriously let these kids teach your class?" Powerloader asked him. "I have, and surprisingly they're doing a good job," Aizawa told them, with 𝗬𝗲 nodding agreement. "She has, and with how well the student's doing I've added her to the system and have access to these records," 𝗬𝗲 stated and looked forward towards Nana. "You may," continued. Nana nodded. "Thank you, sir. As I said, this is a list of each and every student's quirk, and I must say, you all let a great amount of students with quirks that could have been useful for being heroes slip through the courses who are now in general education." Nana turned towards Toshi and nodded. Toshi stood in the center and opened his notebook on quirks and turned on the projector, showing a boy, Teruya Ryo, general education, first year, quirk, flat, is able to make himself thin as a piece of paper while keeping his same weight and be able to bend like one. He originally signed up for the hero course but was put into Gen Ed cause he couldn't get points in the entrance exam, Toshi told the teachers. His quirk may not be able to destroy robots, but in stealth and infiltration missions, he'll be really great, Toshi finished as the one of the teacher tried to speak but Toshi continued. Toshi then turned another page in his book, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 𝗧𝗏𝗂, general education, first year, quirk, talisman, able to create stripes of paper and can write on them to affect the person who wears them moods for up to 8 minutes. So let's say that after an incident like Kamino Ward everyone is in a panic and frantic position, all the user would have to do is create a lot of talisman and write calm on them and that'll keep everyone at ease. Toshi finished as he went on going through different slides and listing a variety of students' quirks in different years. Toshi finished as he stared at the teachers. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was the first to ask, "So are you kids trying to get at?" he asked. Majority of these students have very useful quirks for being heroes, yet since the entrance exams are mostly just for kids with very destructive quirks, they don't really have a chance to enter the hero course, Nana told them. But you forget that we have events at the sports festival that give every student a chance to shine and most of the time, some do get into the hero course, Midnight said. Yeah, but let's be real here. The sports festivals are mostly just for the hero course students since they're the ones receiving quirk and combat training to fight villains, Aoi said as she flipped the projector to the next slide showing Shinso Hitoshi. If Shinso here decided to not actually participate in the sports festival games, y'all really would have lost another potential for an amazing hero with a brainwashing quirk. Aoi finished as the teacher stared. Nedzu, who had already discussed this with Nana over the weekend, spoke. So Nana, please tell them what you want to do about this situation. Simple, we want a change in how UA allows heroes into the hero course, Nana said as she faced the wall while the project was showing the images. She turned the slide over to the next one. First, for the entrance exam, why not let some or all of the second and third students participate in them as fake villains or pretend to be civilians in danger for a sense of realism of what actual heroes face every day, Nana told them. Wait, isn't that more dangerous than the robots, since actually students could get hurt? 𝗬𝗵𝗲 spoke up. Exactly, it's also to show them that they'll need to cooperate with each other to help keep the civilians safe while also protecting them from the villains. Instead of just a free-for-all where they're fighting for points, Nana explained as Aizawa spoke up. I agree, the first years who come to UA have this idea that it's just all going to be fun and games for their time being here, not knowing that being a hero is a serious service, Aizawa said as this is why he expelled the other years. Nana continued, second, we need more hero courses. There are only 2 hero classes per year, which means that every year only about 40 students are graduating from UA, the school known for making the best heroes, which I'll come back to later, who are trained to be heroes out of the total of 220 students here at this school. Nana said. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rubbed his chin. She's kinda of right. After All Might's retirement, the villains have been getting bolder, which means heroes are in high demand at the moment. We could replace one of the general education classes as a new hero course class, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 suggested. And the third and final one, those who do get into the hero course will need to have serious background checks, and I'm talking about having private interviews with them, doing thorough checks on their school records, and have some staff members go to the schools they came from and talk to their teachers, Nana finished. Is this because of Katsuki Bakugou? Aizawa asked as he had a gut feeling this was directly at the boy. Not only him but Mineta as well, Nana explained. Yes, Mineta is smart and clever at most times, but we've checked his personal record and he had several warrants of sexual harassment before UA and it's still happening here as well, and yet you have not done anything about it to correct this. Aoi shivered as she hugged herself when they all went through Mineta file. I felt dirty just from reading it and I've only read one paragraph. I still don't know what taking her behind the building and do the laying down tango means, Yori said as she accidentally read Mineta file when No was watching and they quickly snatched it away from her. And you're never not going to know, Toshi said as he did not want to explain that mess to his sister. Midnight put her hand over her mouth. Oh no, she was almost tainted, she thought. I see all of these are good ideas, but is that all you needed to tell us? Vlad King asked. Oh, we're not far from done, Nana said as she moved to the next slide. Next is the current staff at UA. Hey, what's wrong with what we have now? Present Mike. Why do y'all only have one nurse for an entire hero school? Toshi pointed to Recovery Girl who was sitting in the back of the room. No offense, Recovery Girl, but she's getting around the age where she's going to be retiring anytime soon. Recovery Girl shook her head. None taken, dearie, but it has been getting harder and harder each year to take care of these students, especially ones like Midoria, and I better not catch you 4 with a broken bone, she told them the 4. No promises, the Midoria children said with a smile while Recovery Girl sighed. I've been looking into new nurses for our school, but with all the things that been happening I haven't had time for it, 𝗫𝗠 told them. I see. Okay then, and another topic I want to bring up, having clubs for the students, Nana suggested as Aizawa groaned. So you want more pointlessness to enter this school? Nana was about to reply but Aoi stepped. Hold on, Eraser, you don't get it. UA is known as the school for creating the best heroes, so everyone expects whoever goes to UA gets to be a hero, right? But only 40 students can become ones while the rest are just doing average school stuff, Aoi told him. So instead of making a school just for heroes, what if UA became the school for everything: actors, reporters, journalists, scientists, doctors, technicians, and other stuff, Aoi said. Everyone in the Midoria knew Aoi was part of a variety of clubs such as the Robotics Club, a drummer in the school band, and a member of the Junior Inventors Society, or J.I.S. for short, and somehow she can manage all of it without stressing out. It seems like you just want to turn UA into some sort of college and university, plus we can't simply have the budget for all of those clubs, Powerloader told them. Well, why not? UA is pretty much a college at this point, since those who are already in the hero are going to be out in the streets when they graduate, plus they are living in dorms now and don't give the budget reason because UA has a off-campus facility that's basically a theme park, and not to mention the ton of ground locations on campus that you guys upkeep after every hero course, Toshi said as the slides showed ground beta, gamma, and omega. Why does everyone keep calling the USJ a theme park? 13 muttered to herself. Oh, I guess why do have a big budget, but it is mostly thanks to 𝗵𝗲𝗃 here, Powerloader said as the 𝗵𝗲𝗃 nodded. Anything else you kids what to bring up? We have been here for an awful long time, Midnight asked them. Toshi answer. Yes, can you please help these students with therapy and stuff of that matter, especially the first years since they've been through villains encounter after villains, they must be so stressed out, he finished. I am the school counselor, so I'm here for them, Hound Dog growled at them. But you haven't reached out to them, you didn't show up to their classrooms and tell them that, I'm the school counselor, I'm here to help you guys if you need to talk after these incidents, but instead you just left them to wallow in silence when they need help, especially since our father needs it the most, Nana finished as she gave a cold stare to Hound Dog. Which reminds me, how is Bakugou doing? She asked him. Well, he's doing, Hound Dog tried to say something, but couldn't because Bakugou didn't want to open up to him and they ended up yelling at each other for the rest of the sessions. Look, we just wait to make sure everyone have more opportunities here at U. Toshi told the teachers, Dad always tells us that no matter the quirk or who they are, anyone can be a hero or anything they want, whether they're quirkless, having villains like quirk, or anything if they're given the chance, Toshi finished. Yeah, we want to make things fair for everyone, Yori cried out. Fair and balanced as all things should be, Nana stated with Aoi nodding in agreement. Teachers looked at each other thinking about the things kids had said and showed. The things they said kinda made sense. Everyone should have an opponent to be a hero or do something else with their lives and have it not be wasted away with mundane stuff. 𝗫𝗠 started to clap his paws together in joy. Marvelous. This was a nice presentation you four gave us. I guess even the smallest of kids can be just as smart and clever as us adults, huh? 𝗫𝗠 said as he got up and walked over to the four. I've been waiting for someone to bring up these problems to me and my praise have been answered. He shook the kids' hands. Really, you like it? Yori said as she had her head patted by the principal. Of course I did, 𝗫𝗠 told her. But sir, we brought up some of these issues in the past as well, Vlad King told him. Well, true you did, but you all never gave me solutions on how to fix these problems, 𝗫𝗠 told him as the teachers had a shock expression. So does that mean these changes might happen? Toshi asked. Of course. But it might take a while before we can put these ideas into effect. You cause the school board and hero commission, 𝗫𝗠 said. Hopefully it'll be done by the time us four get into, Aoi joked. Don't worry, by the time you four get into UA it's going to be a changed school, 𝗫𝗠 turned around to the rest of the teachers. You all may return to your classes for the rest of the day, he told them. As they were heading out, Nana had stopped Vlad King and Eraserhead. The two didn't know what the child wanted, especially after they sat through an entire presentation which was prepared by children. Then again, these kids have Midoria BLD in their veins. What do you want? Vlad King asked her. I have an idea for today's hero courses that'll benefit classes in getting along with each other, Nana said as the two teachers looked at each other because they were planning to do another thing that both involved the classes. What did you have in mind? Aizawa asked as he saw a small smile formed on Nana's face. Later hero training. Ground Gamma. All 19 members of 1A were walking inside the field as instructed by Mr. Aizawa in their hero costume. They all wonder what he and the other teachers discussed during the meeting since it was so early in the morning. I wonder what we're going to be today. What about you, Deku? Ochako asked the green bean. I don't. Maybe we'll have another race around here or something, Midoriya suggested. There really isn't that much we could probably do in this area since it's just like a maze in here, Momo said. Maybe we'll play like some extreme of hide and seek, Kaminari said. So like some of us would be villains in hiding and the heroes come find us, Ojiro thought. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, Satu. Todoroki noticed a large of people head this way. Hey, isn't that, pointed, getting the attention of everyone as they turned around. Is that, Tokoyami said as everyone realized who it was. No way, Shiro said. Well, I thought I smell the awful stench of one. Minoma called out. Class 1A saw their rivals' class in their hero costumes as they weren't expecting to see them here. No way, what's 1B doing? Jiraiya asked. Midoriya was amazed at all the different kinds of costume 1B had as his class didn't get a chance to see everyone's. He noticed Pony's cute costume as well. Pony saw his gaze and waved back to him. Midoriya returned the wave, but it didn't go unnoticed by Ochako. Oh, this better be what I think it is, she thought. So what are you guys doing here? Kirishima asked them. Minoma was about to retorted but was met with a karate chop from Kendo. We don't know, Vlad King told us to meet out here in our hero costume, but we didn't expect to see you guys here as well. Oh, we could be doing quirk training just like at the camp together, Toru said. But wouldn't we need more open space for everyone and not these cramped areas, Shoji said. Hey, you think we might be pit against 1A today? Kaibara asked a taller student with fur and underbite. I don't think so, they're missing one of their own, Shishida pointed out. Oh yeah, that Bakugou guy isn't there, Tsuburaba pointed at as he did see of here the loud mouth. I've heard from the shadows that he's been suspended from the hero course for a while, a teen in pitch black said who was known as Kuroro. Pity, I was looking for a chance to cut him up, a student with a green mohawk said who was Kamakiri. As the students were conversing amongst themselves, the speakers came on and heard the principal voice. Attention, both hero course classes today will be a special hero training. Special, I wonder what it could be. Shh, quiet, the students said as they continued to listen. Today hero lesson will be a joint operation between the classes, meaning that you must work together, Nedzu continued. I'm here with both teachers and as well as watching you all from where you're standing, and for this joint operation your task is a search and rescue mission. That's it, this will be quick and easy, Tokage said. Yeah, there's like a bunch of us here, Mina agreed. Now I know what you're thinking, that this will be quick and easy, but don't worry, there will be villains you've to get through in order to rescue the civilian who being held hostage. So your task is to go rescue them. Nedzu told them. Villains, Aways said. Are we going to be fighting the teachers again? Shiro asks. Midoriya had a bad feeling about this. He then felt a tug on his left. He turned to Ochako, who seemed like she got the same feeling. Our kids are with Himiko, right, Deku? She questioned. I hope so, he told her. And before we began, a bit of entertainment before we get started, Nedzu said as he cut the speaker announcements and pulled out a camera facing the jumbo trim with the students on it. Why did we agree to this? Aizawa grumbled to himself as he knew he was going to have a massive headache. Quiet back there, it's starting, Nedzu said as he hit a button and a melodious tune started to play. They class heard the music as it echoed throughout the labyrinth. Oh, this is a calming tone. Jer was surprised hearing this one. It sounds so bliss, Shiozaki said as closed her eyes and put her hands together in a praying gesture. The music went on until they all heard someone singing beautifully to the tune. M is for mistakes which you all have made. The class turned to see Nana standing on top of a pipe with a microphone and singing. Who's that? Tetsu asked as everyone in class 1A felt a chill so cold they swear that got in the way of Todoroki ice attack after they heard that first line. I is for intellect, us four having spades. Nana continued to sing as the rest of the kids came up behind her with Toshi floating over them, Ai hanging upside down with her hair, and Yori sat next to Nana as she was singing with her flames being active. Who are those kids? Aways asked as, and what are they doing here? Tokage stated, oh hey Midoriya kids, Pony waved to them. What I missed? Minoma woke up to see that girl who was with Melissa and they kids who looked like Midoriya. D is for destruction in our path, Nana said as she activated her gauntlets that covered both her forearms. Did she just say destruction? Nijire asked. Hey 𝗏𝗏 what's going on? 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 asked as he looked to the class, but they all went pale as the Nana continued singing as everyone turned back to the kids. O is for obliteration, so avoid our wrath. R is for retreat, which is too late. I is for immediate and you should be afraid. Y is for you have nowhere else to go. A is for annihilation is what we will bestow. Nana bowed as she finished, and he stared at both classes with her eyes shining a bright blue and chuckled. We're the Midoriya children and we like to say hello. The children all say that last part together as the active OFA together, showing off the green, blue, yellow, and red lines forming around their bodies. Another chapter already out. I'm as shocked as you are. I hope I didn't bore you with that whole UA presentation, and hopefully the end this chapter made it better. Marvelous, Nedzu applauded as he just finished recording Nana's song. He enjoyed the look, the fear she put into class 1A, but for the other class. Seems like they need a lesson to see what it's like to be the small fish, he thought as he continued to watch the jumbo screen. Vlad King leaned over to Aizawa. Eraser, tell me how badly this might turn out, he asked. I've already let Recovery Girl know to prepare 39 beds in the infirmary room just in case things get bad, Aizawa told him, and she's already irritated, he finished as he heard footsteps coming up from behind him. He turned around and saw All Might coming up towards them, but he noticed something different about him. All Might waved to them. Hey, Present Mike told you guys would be out here. Sorry for missing out on the meeting, he said as he stopped in front of them. I had to take care of some things involving the league, he finished. Aizawa just stared at him and turned around facing the Jumbotron. You looking more well than usually, All Might nodded. Yep, I've gained a bit of weight and muscle from eating probably since my entire stomach grew, he told them. So what's today hero lesson? I assume both classes are involved. Seeing that Vlad King is here, he asked. You're not going to like it, but it's the 4 problem children versus the problematic father and both classes. Aizawa pointed to the screen as All Might saw the 4 kids jump down from a pipe they were on and landing straight on the ground a good distance from the other classes. I see, All Might said before he realizes what Aizawa said. Oh my goodness. He buffed up to say that as he was worried and scared for the young heroes. With the young heroes, Minoma laughed at what he was looking. Those 4 children were supposed to be the villains to fight, and while rescuing a hostage on the other side of the factory ground, this was too easy. This is too simply, as he looked over to 1A and saw the expression on their faces, one that he will remember for years to come. What's this? Is 1A is frightening of a couple of children, he continued to mock and laugh as he class look at them. With 4 kids, Aoi looked over to Nana. Minoma laughing at us, she pointed out as they now saw him laughing on the ground now. It's expected neither him or 1B know of what can we do, Nana said as she was enjoying watching Minoma laughing the ground like some hyena. So what do we do now? Yori asked as flames flickered in the air as she wagged her tail from side to side. Oh, how about that combo move we did that one time when Dad took us camping, Toshi recommended. Sounds like an excellent idea. Let's do it and show them we're not just ordinary kids, Nana said as they all agreed and charged up OFA and ped back their right arms in unisons. Midoriya noticed what the children were about to do as he saw that same attack from All Might during the exam. He turned back to everyone and took the charge. Everyone brace yourself. Todoroki, create an ice wall behind us, and Yaoyorozu, we need communication devices, he told the both them of as they agreed. Right, the both said as Todoroki created a giant ice wall and Yaoyorozu created walkie-talkies and quickly handed them out to both classes. Yaoyorozu, what's going on? Kendo asked as she was handed a walkie. No time to explain, just brace yourself, she told them with Kendo taking a bit back by her sternness. Hey, what's going? 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 asked as he and everyone heard the children shout. Full cowling quad smash. The kids all shouted as they threw their fist forwards, sending an enormous gust of wind forward to both classes, causing a ton of damage to the surrounding area. Here it come, Midoriya shouted as the gust of wind hit both classes. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to cover himself, Aoyama, Koda, and Satu. What is this? Sata asked. Shoji was covering Hagakure, Ojiro, and Jairu using his webbed arms as a shield. This is nuts, 𝐎𝐸𝐢 said. Kirishima had hardened himself to stand his ground while Mina was gripping 𝐻RD on his shoulders. Zero had used his tape to hang onto a lamppost and also hang on to Ida, Tsu, and Kaminari. Momo had used her quirk to create a heavy shield to protect herself with Todoroki behind her. Deku, this power, Ochako screamed out while hugging his bicep as Deku was holding her close to her. Deku used his free arm to cover his face. This power is like All Might's, but it's 4 times as stronger, he thought as he can feel himself be pushed back by what can be equal to as a hurricane. Help me, Mineta tumbled back as he tried to use his ball to stick to the ground, but he couldn't get a grip on them. He flew back with an outstretched hoping to grab onto something. He felt hand grab his arms, keeping him from getting blown away. Mineta opened his eyes to see who've grabbed, hopefully a girl, but instead it was Midoriya who faced him with a smile. You okay, Mineta? He asked as he nodded in joy. For 1B, it wasn't looking too good. The ones who didn't prepare themselves for launched back to ice wall while the ones who did stood their ground. Tetsu had steeled himself. Ibra rooted herself to the ground while holds onto Setsuna, Pony, Kinoko, Shota, Yui, and Yanagi. Kendo had enlarged her hands to protect some of her classmates, which was Rin and Manga. What is this power? Kendo asked as she looked behind her to see that some of her classmates were on the ice and noticed cracks were forming. Kendo struggled to bring the walkie towards her but managed to get up to her face and click the bottom to speak. The ice isn't holding up behind, we're going to get blow back. Midoriya noticed the ice wall breaking and used his walkie to speak. Everyone listen, as soon as the ice wall breaks we need to fall back and regroup, he told everyone. Hey, this is Kaibara from 1B on the ice wall, are you crazy? He asked. Just do it, Midoriya said as a few others from his class agreed with him. Trust in Midoriya, everyone, Ida told them as he believed in his friend's decision. Yaoyorozu responded, he's right, we need to regroup and think of a plan. Yui had a walkie-talkie and even in the strong wind had her stoic face. I don't know what about you guys, she turned to those being held by Ibra vines. I don't think we have any choice at this point, Setsuna yelled. We're definitely shroomed if we stay like this, Kinoko said holding on to the vine. I can feel my stomach in my feet, Shota cried out as everyone else in 1B were worried until Pony called out. I trust Midoriya, Pony shouted loud enough for all to hear including Midoriya as ice had even more cracks in it. Midoriya gripped 𝐻RD on the walkie-talkie with a stern look on his face as the ice wall broke. Now everyone fall back, he called out as everyone released their grip on whatever they were holding went with the powerful wind. With the teachers, Nezu was laughing uncontrollably as the attack could be seen from where they were standing, and judging by the power they could feel it was like a natural disaster was being made before their eyes. All Might had watched the screen up folded with a shocked expression on his face and wide eyes as he could feel the power from the 4 kids when they did that smash attack. I knew Midoriya was already going to be stronger than me when I passed OFA to him, but these kids are on a whole differently level, he thought. With OFA at this kind of power they could probably take on AFO without even breaking a sweat. He finished his thought as the gust died down. With the kids, they kids had each put their arms down, breathing heavily slightly, but they still looked like they were full of energy to keep. The 4 looked around at the factory setup and saw that it was a ton of damage surrounding them. Man, we sure did number on this place, Toshi responded. I know, but remember what we did to that mountain, Aoi said as they remembered the mountain had a circle hole at the peak that made 2 peaks. They had to change the whole landscape of the area and I quite liked it as well too, Nana said. Yori looked at the damage they done. Are we going to get in trouble for this? She asked her older siblings. Doubt it, they'll probably have 𝗵𝗲𝗃 just come over her and fix it, Aoi said. Yep, Toshi said as he turned to Nana. So now that the classes are going to regroup, me and Yori will be the front lines and keep the ones who can do some serious damage at bay while you 2 go deeper in the factory and wait for the res, Toshi said as the 4 remembered coming up with the plan together. Agreed, and remembered we have to make sure father reaches the hostage, Nana reminded them. Anyone else can as well, but we have to make father also there, Nana said as Aoi wrapped her hair around her sister's waist and used her hair to move further back into the factory area easily as they left the 2. Gotcha, Toshi said as he turned around to see Yori forming tears in her eyes. Hey, what's wrong, Yori? He asked his sister. I don't want to hurt Daddy or anyone, Yori told her other as she looked over at the destruction they did. Toshi had a soft smile on his and kneeled down to hug her. Hey, it's okay, remember we're doing this to help mommy. But what if I accidentally hurt someone with my dangerous quirk? Yori whimpered. Toshi stopped hugging her and stared at her with a smile. Accidentally can happen to anyone. Just remember what Dad and Big Sis tell us. He stood. A quirk can be dangerous, but only if you make it dangerous like a knife. It can be dangerous to use, but used it properly and you can cut up tasty snacks like fish and cake, Toshi said with a chopping motion. Yori calmed down and looked at her brother with a soft smile. Feeling a bit better, Toshi, as she nodded. Good, no, let's get started, he said as floated himself and a couple of debris and flew off along with Yori, who ran behind on all fours. Class 1A and 1B, the entire classes got blown back into a large warehouse and still are recovering from the large attack. They each were covered with scraps and bruises. All right, roll call, who's still alive? Setsuna groaned as she received multiple groans as a reply. Okay, can someone tell me what the hell was that? Tetsu said, looking over to 1A for an explanation. Yeah, who were those runts? Tsuburaba asked. Ida was the one to respond. Those are Midoriya children. What, some you mean that those kids belong to Midoriya? Aways had said. It true, I saw them when I went over to their dorm for my Japanese lesson. They're really sweet and nice, Pony told them in almost perfect Japanese. More like destructive and terrifying, Hananuki told them as Manga had the terrified sign on his word bubble head. And we're supposed to fight them to rescue the hostage, Rin asked. Midoriya quickly went over to them. Now hold on, we don't have to actually hurt them, remember they're still kids, my kids, and the whole theme of this lesson is to search and rescue, Midoriya told them. He's right, it's like the second part of the license exam, except this time we have to get through villains to reach our goal, Ida said. Okay, so what can you tell us about these kids then? Kendo asked as the entire 1A class looked at each other. Well, they're Midoriya children and they've shown to be intelligent, especially Nana, the blonde one, Momo said as she remembered losing to Nana in multiple chess matches. They're all extremely strong with powerful quirks. Toshi, the oldest, has an advanced version of my quirk that's like a combination of my zero gravity and a telekinesis, Ochako said. Aoi, the girl with the pink hair, has a hair manipulation quirk kinda of like Shiozaki over there, except she can move around with hers and they're really strong and durable, Siro said as Shiozaki held her hair. Like mine, she thought, and the youngest one is Yori. She has pryokinetic quirk combined with cat-like reflexes, Todoroki said. You're making it sound like we can't beat them, Setsuna said as the entire class looked at each other. She noticed the way they looked. What, you guys think we don't have a chance? Well, no, not really, Mina said. But what if we split them up and take them out one at a time? Kendo suggested. I doubt it. The kids are pretty good for handle multiple targets on their own and they'll most likely stick together or be in pairs where they're synergized with each other, Midoriya suggested. I can scout real quirk to see what those kids are doing, Setsuna said as she detached an eye and an ear. Right, while the rest us talk about what our quirks can do and dividing into different groups, Momo told them as Setsuna eye and ear flew away. Minoma scoffed. Like I'm going to work with a bunch of 1A trash, he told them. Your class might not be able to handle these children, but you forgot that we are more superior. Minoma tried to mock them, but his own class ignored him as they were with Midoriya and Momo describing their quirks to them and the rest of the class. Am I being ignored? With Setsuna, thanks to her tail splitter quirk, she was able to send out her body parts and use them to fly around and spy on people. She didn't how the floating part work, which was kinda weird, but she didn't care about as she needed to find out where the kids were. As she kept floating to the place both classes started from, she got a good bird-eyes view of the destruction and her eyes widened. What the F? She yelled out as her mouth along with the rest of her body was still back at the warehouse. Hey Setsuna, what's wrong? Pony shocked her body. The destruction is tremendous. It's like that Kamino Ward incident but even more worse, she told them as it shocked everyone. Hey Midoriya, what are our chances of actually passing? Kirishima asked him. If we don't fight them and just keep them busy and only let a small group of us get to the hostage, that'll be our best bet, he reassured them. Setsuna kept looking around at the destruction while also keeping an eye out for any of the children. As she was checking around, she didn't notice something coming at her. I gotcha ya. Setsuna turned around to see a cat girl trying to pounce on her while covered in flames. Setsuna dodged the incoming girl. Phew, that was a close one, she thought as she heard another voice. My, I see a little spy eye. Toshi said as he was floating above with ton of debris floating around them. Setsuna sent her eye and ear away, trying to avoid the incoming pieces of rock and metal. "Okay, I found 2 of the kids, it's the cat girl and the flying boy," she reported back. "That's Toshi and Yori," Ochako said. "So if Toshi and Yori are together, that means Aoi and Nana are somewhere," Midoriya said. "Alright Toki, try your best to avoid them and try to find the other 2, he ordered as he turned to the rest of the classes. "Okay, so here's the plan, we'll split up into 2 groups, one to keep Toshi and Yori distracted while others go and distract Aoi and Nana while a smaller group go for the hostage," he stated as he divided everyone into 2 groups. Group 1 Momo, Todoroki, Ida, Shoji, Jairu, Kaminari, Koda, Satu, Aoyama, Siro, Manga, Tsuburaba, Rin, Yanagi, Kodai, Setsuna, Ibara, and Nirenjiki. Group 2 Midoriya, Ochako, Tiu, Kirishima, Ojiro, Tokoyami, Mina, Mineta, Hagakure, Kendo, Tetsutetsu, Aways, Kaibara, Kamakiri, Kurwaro, Kinoko, Pony, Juroda, Hananuki, Bondo, and Monoma. Midoriya nodded to everyone. "Okay, some Momo, you'll be in command of Group 1 and will handle Toshi and Yori while Group 2 will be led by me and go after the other. Right, and we will stay in contact just in case something changes in the situation," Momo replied as she turned her body to Setsuna. "Tokage, how are you holding up? Have you located the other kids?" she asked. "I managed to get away from the other kids and I think I spotted whereabouts of the other 2, Setsuna said as her eye was looking at large portion of the factory covered with pink hair. "I think the other 2 had retreated far back into factory and it looks like a building is heavily covered with hair," she replied. "That's probably where the hostage is," Ida said out loud as he turned to everyone. "Okay everyone, we got our plan, let's go," he said as everyone shouted, "Right," as they run out the warehouses. "Welp, I have released 3 chapters within the week and I think I might have a problem, oh well." The kids asserted their dems over both classes with one move. Midoriya and Momo take charge of both each group because they're leaders, and All Might's thinking that if these kids showed up earlier, they could have made AFO look weak. "Tell me your opinions on the groups, y'all think they'll be solid. Also just for record, I do not proofread any of this, so don't be afraid to call when I make a mistake." Toshi and Yori. Both Toshi and Yori continued headed down path where both classes got blown away. Toshi was getting a bird's eye view of the entire field while Yori was jumping from place to place navigating through the factory terrain setting. "I haven't seen Tokage's eye or ear anywhere for some time, she must have returned to her whole body," Toshi thought as he looked down to see Yori. "Hey Yori, I don't see anything up here, what about down there?" Toshi called to his sister on the ground. "No," Yori replied back as she continued jumping around, but didn't see the word damp in kanji coming towards her and splashing her in the face. 9. Yori cried out as she wiped her face off to get rid of the wetness as her flames fizzled out a bit. Toshi noticed Yori flames fizzling. "What happened? I'm got wet and I hate water," Yori whined as she tried to dry herself off using the collar of her shirt. Toshi raised an eyebrow. "Water? But no one in both classes has a water quirk, unless Momo figure out she can make water or..." Toshi thought as he turned around quickly and dodged incoming tape, scales, and a laser beam. "Yori, they're here, retreat and get yourself dry off and reheat yourself," Toshi ordered as she ran off. "Not so fast," Ida called out as he ran after Yori with Tsuburaba on his back. "Time to put this kitten in the cage," Tsuburaba said as he cuffed his hands into a square shape and blew out square air. Using her cat reflexes, Yori kept dodging while trying to get her flames back up. Toshi flew down to help his sister but was blocked by various floating onomatopoeias in kanji. A swarm of birds surrounded him, tape and scales being fired at him. Toshi used the debris he gathered to surround and protect himself. Nice attack formation, he thought. Yori looked behind and saw her brother in trouble. She had a determined look on her face as she quickly scaled the buildings to not only help him, but to also get away from Ida. Once she got to the top, she saw Momo, Jairu, and Todoroki standing up there waiting for her. Just behind Yori, vines began to climb up the building and she Ibara behind her. "Give up, little kitten, we do not wish to cause harm to you," she said as they surrounded her. Yori saw that she was being surrounded by the students whose quirks could incapacitate her. Now in any normal circumstances an ordinary child would have given up at the sight of UA Hero Course's students, But she wasn't no normal kid, she was a Midoriya. Her eyes shadow over while her mouth turned into a fong smile as her fire finally flared up as metal music began to play. Why do I hear heavy metal? 𝗓𝗪 questions as fire erupted from Yori. The four looked over to see that Yori's body was in engulfed flames. The flames soon died down to reveal Yori with flames surrounding her wrist and ankles, as well as a small fire bell on her neck and a flame at the tip of her tail that burned brightly. Yori looked up at them with a different expression on her faces of a feral child. "Rip and tear until it's done," she said as she turned around and lunged towards Shiozaki with her hands covered in fire. "Oh, Holy Father," she cried out in fear as she receding her vines downward to avoid the flaming child not wanting to be catch on fire. Momo, 𝗓𝗪 and Todoroki ran over to the area. They saw Yori lung at Shiozaki and saw that she was scaling downwards with her hands and feet melting the surface leaving heated prints. "Well, that's something," Todoroki stated as the trio saw Shiozaki landed on the ground and running away with Yori following her. "Yeah, that's what happened when you tried to corner Yori." The trio turned around to see Toshi floating behind them looking fine and well. "She got Dad's feral side he gets really worked." Todoroki reacted quickly and sent a giant glacier at Toshi who dodged it quickly. "Nice strategy, catching me completely by surprise with a huge and coordinated attack using range quirks, while also trying to douse Yori with water hoping that'll put her fire out," Toshi commented. As Toshi dodged the ice he saw two hands floating on either side of him holding what appeared to be two metal cubes in both hands. He saw that on both cubes were two circular discs. "That's one of Kaminari disc," he thought quickly as he heard a buzzing below him and saw electricity coming towards him. Toshi dodged it immediately as the electricity hit the disc. Toshi saw both Kaminari and Setsuna staring at him with smiles. So Momo must have created two metal cubes for them. Kaminari attached his disc to them and had 𝗬𝗁𝗁 carry them up close to me for a better shot, he said to himself as he had a smile on his face. "That's so cool and creative," Toshi said out loud as he continued to be chased by the hands and electricity. "You guys are so amazing," he compliments. Momo stared at the boy floating away. "Good, they're keeping him occupied." She faced both 𝗓𝗪 and Todoroki. "Come on while the others handle Toshi. We need to go catch up with Yori," she told them as they went off. Toshi looked behind him and noticed the trio going the other way. "Okay, so far the quirks I've seen are vines, engine, solid air, scales, lizard tail splitter, electrification, naval laser, comic, animal voice, tape arms, and possibly poltergeist," he said as he was floating on his back dodging all the incoming attacks while using his fingers to list off the quirks he's seen. "You got all of that," he said as a crab tracker came out of his hair but it had a little microphone on it. "Yep, I did," Aoi said as she listened in with the receiver on an earpiece from the other side of the field as she had some kind of goggles on with the lenses appearing to be compounded like a fly's. She turned towards her sister who was looking out ahead of the pink hair-covered factory grounds that she made. Nana put her hand underneath her chin. "They've split into groups as I calculated with one group to keep Toshi and Yori busy with range quirks while the others are going to come here and the other group is definitely going to bring Kamakiri, Ochako, Kuwaro, and everyone else to get through all of this hair, but we got no indication of where they might come from," Nana said as she turned to Aoi who was holding up a small suitcase. "And that's why I made these for the occasion." Aoi smiled as she put her goggles over her eyes and cracked the suitcase open as tiny red lights glowed inside. Back to the other group. Ibra was running as fast as she can but it wasn't very fast as the little cat girl was gaining up in her. "Here I come, Miss Vine Lady," Yori growled out as she was loving the chase. "Your doom is eternal. Oh Lord in heaven, please save me," Ibra prayed as she continued to run as she avoided Yori who kept trying to jump on her. Her objective was to lead the little cat girl away from her older brother, but she didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Yori almost got close to Ibra. Two small objects were thrown above her and they both were enlarged to show an oil drum and a steel girder and were falling down to her. Yori changed her movement and jumped in the air and kicked the oil drum away with a blaze kick and jumped over the steel girder as it landed with a loud crash. Yori looked over to see Yui Kodai standing off to the side with her hands touched together like Ochako. "Yui Kodai, hero name, rule, quirk size," Yori said, which shocked even the girl whose expression never changing ability to alter the size of objects that you comes into contact with. But it doesn't work on living things, Yori finished as she stared her down. Ha gotcha now. Yori looked above and saw Ida jump down from above with 𝗬𝗏𝗏 still on his back as he cupped his hands in a square form. Air prison, he said as he shot square air at her and trapping her in a glass box. That should hold ya, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said as he got off Ida's back and looked over to 𝐈𝐵𝗃. You okay, Shizuki? He asked the girl who was a bit shaken up. I felt like I was escaping the fiery pits of the underworld, she said as Yui came over to comfort her. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 saw that Momo and the other two she was running over to them, unaware that Yori was sitting in a pouncing position as she was increasing her flames until she was completely covered by them as the hot bigger. Hey, we took care of the cat girl. I'm not so sure, Ida said as he stared at Yori who was still creating fire even though she was trapped. The box was now glowing brighter as the inside was filled with fire with Yori being in the center. What is she doing? He asked. Momo saw what Yori was doing and turned toward. Todoroki, cover that box in ice, she demanded as he created enough ice to cover the box, hoping it'll cool it off. Come, we need to get ready. Shoji and Sata should be in position, Momo told them as she watched that light coming from inside the ice get brighter and the surrounding ice was melting fast. Todoroki turned over to 𝗬𝗏𝗏. How long will that air box will hold? He asked as he stared at his ice. My solid air has gotten pretty strong, but I'm not sure, he told him as he stared at the ice. Everyone follow Yaoyorozu, I'll stay behind and buy you guys some time, Todoroki said as he covered his right side in frost. Yaoyorozu looked at him and nodded. She believed that Todoroki would be able to handle Yori. Everyone, let's go, she said as they left him. Todoroki turned back to the and saw the ice had melted away, revealing the air box that was glowing brightly. The box was expanding until finally it exploded, sending fire everywhere. Todoroki had to cover his face from the flames. As the fire calmed down, Todoroki saw Yori's body completely covered in fire from head to tail. The fire was a bright yellow with red lines covering her body like when Midoria used OFA, and her eyes were a bright crimson red as well. Uncle Shoto, Yori said as she stared at him. Todoroki raised his right hand up as it was still covered with ice and prepared himself for a fight. I'm ready for training, Yori said as she lunged at him. Elsewhere, dang it, he's avoiding everything we got, Setsuna said as she along with the others who had range quirks were trying to hit Toshi, but he kept evade everything. I'm almost out of juice here, Kaminari said as he can feel his brain will short out any second. Watch out, he yelled out as they dodge a piece of rubble. And this kid, Setsuna groaned as she detached her head away from body to look around. She saw her classmate Rin with two others from one, the guy with the tape arms and the sparkly fellow who was holding his stomach up with his arm. Looks like he isn't holding up, Setsuna said as she looked around and saw Manga, Shota, Koda, and Yanagi staying together. She floated her head over to them. They foresaw the disembodied head of their fellow hero training. How you guys holding? Setsuna asked them. Not good. When can't hit him if he's still in the air, and no matter what we throw at him he counters with the material he gather, Shota told her. And I can't send big, heavy stuff flying him like he can do, Yanagi said as her quirk was kind of like Toshi but he can move bigger stuff. We need a way to get closer to him and not one of us can fly except for you kinda. Shota pointed to her Setsuna floating head as Koda nodded rapidly. Manga pondered for a bit with his hand up underneath trying to think of a solution. I have an idea, but I need you to warn the others to get back and try to move Toshi in my sights, Manga said as he stepped a few steps forward. Setsuna looked at him and nodded. Okay, I just hope you know what you're doing, she said as she floated away to warn everyone. What are you going to do? Shota asked as Manga cleared his voice. Setsuna's head quickly went back to Kaminari and regrouped with her entirely body and told Kaminari to regroup with Shiro and his team and go to where Manga and the others were at. Kaminari quickly ran to where Shiro's team was at as he left Setsuna. Setsuna split her entire body into medium-sized pieces of herself and floated all of them to where Toshi was at. Toshi was floating in the air trying to find where everyone was hiding. They're using the small spaces in the factory area to hide and use as cover while firing their quirks. I can't really do much unless I really want to make it rain rubble, he said to himself, thinking of a way to draw them out. Hey you airhead, I thought you were supposed to be strong but all you've been doing is just floating around, Setsuna mocked as she was circling around him with her body pieces. Toshi looked at the flying body pieces flying around him. They probably figure out way to try and get me to get down close enough to attack. Toshi chuckled to himself. Alright, I'll play along, he said quietly and turned towards the girl head. There you are, I was wondering if you guys had given up and went into hiding, Toshi said as he chased her down, playing along into their plan, wondering what could it be. Setsuna regrouped herself to form her torso and continued to fly ahead while the boy was tailing her. Good, he's following me. I hope you got this, Manga. Everyone had regrouped together with Manga and the others. Okay, what's the plan? Rin asked his fellow classmates. I asked Setsuna to lure Toshi over to us, and then when he's in range I'm going to use my quirk to keep him place, Manga said as Yanagi pointed outwards. I see them, they're coming over here, she told them as Manga got in front of the group. Manga cleared his throat and got into position. Out of the way, Setsuna, he yelled as he started to form the letters for an huge onomatopoeia. Setsuna nodded as she floated out of the just in time for the word to form in front of Toshi. K-blam. Manga called out as he sent a huge word at Toshi, who dodged to left of the word and sent out a kaboom on the right to create a huge narrow way with a loud crash. The giant words leaned on one another, blocking out the sky and forming a roof over their heads. Manga held onto his throat as it was hurting from creating large words at once. Alright, that should do it, he said in a raspy voice. Everyone stared in shocking from what Manga had did. Hey man, you okay? Rin asked him as Manga gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, I'll be fine, he responded. Man, you got an crazy quirk, Kaminari praised. And it worked. We got him, Trap, Siro said as Toshi was staring at his new surroundings. So that was their plan, use Setsuna to lure me over to Manga and he'll use his comic quirk to create giant words to wall me in place and angle them so they can form a roof so I wouldn't fly out. Toshi stared in as he floated back down and landed with his feet touching the ground. Toshi heard noises approaching him and saw the students in front of an attack position. He stared at them before he smiled. You guys are so cool, Toshi told them as held his hands up ready to fight. With Midoriya's group, the group heard the loud crash from behind them as they were running to where Nana and Aoi were located and was worried about what happened. What was that? Ojiro asked as he looked behind while continued running. Don't know, but whatever it is I hope everyone is alright, Kirishima said. Midoriya had a concerned look on his face as he thought of the many possibilities of what made that loud noise. Kendo looked over to the boy and noticed his expression. Hey Midoriya, you alright? She asked. Yeah, I'm just worried, he responded. About your kids or the others? Kaibara asked him. Honestly, both, Midoriya said as they continued running. I know our classmates can handle themselves, but they're dealing with kids who are more intelligent and stronger than the average child, and I worried for my children as well. I know they can defend themselves, but still they're my children and I worry about their safety, he finished as everyone stared at him. Man, Midoriya, you really got this whole being a parent thing packed, Kirishima said with Tetsu agreeing with him. He sounds like my old man whenever I do something dangerous or stupid, Tetsu said. Somehow I can totally see that, Aoi said as everyone giggled at the remark. Ochako looked at Deku and smiled. I'm worried to Deku, but they'll be fine. So let's finish this quickly so it won't get to that point, she said as Deku smiled at her. I can see why you have an interest in Midoriya, Komori said to Pony, who just blushed, but didn't deny it. Monoma overheard them and just grunted as he wanted to end this quickly so he wouldn't have to be workings with 1A. They got to the section of the factory as everything was covered in pink hair. Everyone stared in awe at what they were seeing. The hair was wrapped around and covering everything, almost making it look like a dense pink forest with only patches of the actual factory showing. We have to get through all of that, Aoi said as he stared at the hair. There's so much of it, Jirota said as he got closer and sniffed the air. Smells like strawberries. Mina sniffed the air too as she recognized the scent. Hey, she's used my shampoo, Mina said as she was ticked off. So what are our options for getting through this? Kaibara asked. I say our only options are we can get through it or go over, Midoriya told them. I can cut through this no problem, Kamakiri said as he extended a sharp blades from his arms. I can send Dark Shadow to help us find a path to Nana and Oi, Tokoyami said. If I can get their scent I can track them down, Jirota told them, but was interrupted as everyone heard a lot of crashing and smashing. Crash, smash, slam. The group turned to see Kirishima and Tetsu in their hardened and steel state punching and breaking everything until it came crumbling down. 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗏, Kendo yelled. Kiri, Mina shouted, what are you two doing? Breaking stuff, Kirishima said as he punched some standing pipes, knocking them down. If those kids want to fight, then we're going to give them a fight, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 said as he demolished another section. Wait, don't go off and start something, we haven't even made a plan yet, Mineta yelled out them. Do you two even have a plan? Bando asked them. Put the two hard heads kept breaking things. And LT, hey, don't keep us in the dark like that and cause trouble, G's and GT, Pony said angrily that she spoke in English. See, Pony got upset that she's saying stuff in English, Kaibara stated as he pointed to her. Nope, the two said in unison as they continued to punch and destroy everything. Midoriya looked at her and smiled a bit cause she looked cute when she was mad. Pony looked over to Midoriya and saw that he was staring at her because she accidentally spoke in English and looked away. So embarrassing, she thought as she tried to hide her face away. Actually wait, look, Juzo said as he pointed at the hair and saw that it was receding away, uncovering parts of the factory and clearing the way. Since everything is being destroyed, I guess the hair doesn't have anything to cling out to, so it'll retract back to the source. Either that or we're being led into a trap, Kendo stated as she continues to watch the two boys knocking down things. Midoriya put his hand underneath his chin and pondered a bit, knowing Nana she could be leading us into a false sense of security to make it seem like if we keep doing this we can find the match faster, but it'll also give away our position. But if those toe didn't destroy everything, then we'll have to navigate through the hair, which would most likely tangle and trap us in if we're not careful. Midoriya continued to mutter up a storm. Look, Midoriya's muttering again. It's been a while, Tsu said as she almost everyone in Wano had gotten used to his muttering storms. That means he's got a plan, Ochako told them as she tried to listen on what he was planning. I can just make out something like splitting up, ground cover, and aerial advantage. Mina said as she wondered what their green bean was going on about. Okay, I got, Midoriya said as she broke out of the muttering spree. Me, Ochako, Mineta, Pony, Bando, and Hagakure will take to the air by using Ochako quirk to make us lighter, and Pony can use her horns to carry us above the factory part, while you, Kendo, will lead everyone else and make your way to the center, Midoriya told them. Kendo thought of it for a moment. I see their attention will be on the noise, while you guys will sneak around in the air, she said as Midoriya nodded in agreement as that what he was going for. Me and Kurwaro can scout ahead using our quirks to hide in the shadows from the ground, Tokoyami said as Kendo nodded at their plan. That's a good idea, Midoriya said as he turned to everyone. All right everyone, let's get to it. He finished as everyone nodded in agreement except for Monoma, who looked away, while 𝗧𝗧𝗏 and Kirishima kept making their own path through the factory area. They didn't notice a small spider-like robot was watching them from up above them, spying as it crawled back further into the factory. I know what y'all are going to say, finally a new chapter, or I thought you gave up on this FIC, but here's what happened. I got really distracted playing the new Pokemon Snap game and had to more out of my dorm. Was watching the new animes that came out like Nagatoro and Season 2 of Welcome to Demon School Iruma, so I was preoccupied for the time. Also let me know if I did something inconsistent for the chapters, because I've been working on this one over a multiple days, so it might be a little bit off. I've been thinking about cross-posting on AO3, but I'm still debating on that, so I apologize for the late chapter, but not to worry, I will get right onto the next one. Yori and Todoroki were already in the mix of combat as he kept sending waves of ice at Yori, but she would either dodge the ice, break through it, or completely melt it. Darn cat, Todoroki said as he leapt back a bit to avoid another Yori attack. She kept trying to pounce on him, but he kept avoiding each time, and she would leave cracks in the pavement along with burn marks as she landed on those spots. I need to be careful, she's moving too fast, Todoroki thought to himself. Toshi voiced Yori Midoriya, special move Flame Cowling Nico style. By combining her fire and OFA together, she can use the same technique her dad can, but with her body being covered by flames, although this could lead to little sis overheating or burning herself, so best to put her out quickly. But it's still super cool. Yori used her quirk and started jumping to different places in the factory, using the close spaces to her advantage to build speed while ricocheting off the walls. Todoroki tried to follow her movements, but they were too quick and chaotic that he couldn't keep up until eventually Yori appeared behind him. Nico fire punch, Yori called out as she was about to deliver a flaming punch to Todoroki. He quickly backed up, igniting his left side in a panic and sent a stream fire to counter. Yori saw fire coming toward her. She stood her ground and let the flames engulf her. Yori felt the outside flames merge with her flames. Todoroki's eyes widened as he saw the child let herself get hit by his flames. Yori stood. "Are you crazy or something?" he asked as he halted his flames. "This is part of my training when I come visit you, Uncle Todoroki," Yori said. "You teach me how use my fire properly, build up my resistance, and afterwards we have cold soba together," Yori said as she stepped closer to Todoroki. She left scorched footprints on the ground as she got closer to him. "Your fire is so cool and much stronger than mine's, uncle, and I want use my fire just like you do," she said with a smile on her as she lunged towards Todoroki. "So please come at me with everything you got," she told him. Todoroki went into thought of what she just said as he remember Midoria using those almost exact words in him. Todoroki smiled a bit before he got serious. "Damn it, you Midoriyas really know what to say to get people riled up." Todoroki flared up his left side and set another stream of fire at Yori. "Kitty flame charge," Yori said as she dashed through the fire towards Todoroki. "Nana and Aoi, would you stop breaking my spiders?" Aoi demanded as Nana had crushed another one of her spider robots she created. Aoi had built 20 of the little robots to help with this joint training so she can use them to spy on the other heroes, but now they were being exterminated. "You broke 5 already." "No," Nana said, dropped a crush robot on the ground and turned to fast outwards. "You know how much I dislike any kind of arachnid creature," she told her as another one began crawling towards her. "But they're not actually real spiders and you need to treat them as you would treat yourself," Aoi said as she watched her sister pick up another one. "Killed without hesitation," Nana said as she crushed the bot between her gauntlet and let the pieces fall to the ground. "Not number 11, Aoi said as tears trailed down her face from her eyes as she was upset over losing one of her robots. She quickly composed herself as she got an alarmed on her goggles. She put them back over her eyes and said that her dad and a few of those who joined him were flying closer to them. "Dad and his team are in position. Began phase 2, while I do my typical anime staring off into the horizon, while a breeze of wind blows my hair gently and I think about my past of how I can be who I am," Nana stated as she crossed her arms. Alright," Aoi rolled her eyes at her older sister's antics, sending 3, 5, 18, 10, and 16 to them while refocusing 9, 2, 13, 17, and 2 to the land group, she said as she focused 2 of them on a girl dressed like some kind of mushroom and a boy with an orange full-body suit and a helmet covering his entire head. "Midoriya and Ko. Hey Midoriya, are we sure this plan will work?" Mineta said as he was getting nervous from the amount of hair that was moving down below them as they were flying overhead. "Come on Mineta, the plan is simple. We fly above the factory to avoid the hair. You and Bando will use your quirks to stick the hairs together to the surrounding buildings, and will use me to sneak in, grab the hostage, and we'll win," 𝐒𝐩𝐿 reassured him. "Easier said than done," Mineta told her. "Hold on 𝐒𝐩𝐿, there's more to it than just that. We also have to deal with Aoi too, as she will most likely be there as the last line of defense," Midoriya told her. "Yeah, but your plans work a majority of the time," 𝐒𝐻𝐿 told him. Midoriya sighed as he continued to hear loud crashing from behind them and saw that buildings still falling down. "Hang on everyone," Pony shouted as she jerked and moved everyone around in the air as pink hair was stretching towards them. Usually Pony would have a hard time trying to move her horns around if they were carrying someone especially, but since Uraraka used her quirk to make everyone lighter it was super easy. "Mineta, Bando now," Midoriya shouted as he held his charges up his fist and sent an air punch to the hair, knocking it back a bit. Bando and Mineta followed suit by throwing purple sticky spheres and sprayed a glue-like substance cover the hair as it fell back down and landed on the factory parts and stuck to it. "It worked," Bando said as he noticed that some of the hair was covered with Mineta spheres but were still moving around freely and retreated back down. "But what about those ones?" He pointed to them. "They'll eventually get stuck to something, so don't worry about them," 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said as she pointed out to more extending towards them. "More are coming," she said as one tried to snag her away, but Pony quickly moved her out of the way. Bando sprayed another wave of glue at them, causing them to fall back down. "Come on, let's get out of here, Pony," Midoria nodded to her as she controlled her horns to get the group out of there. As they headed out, Nana used 𝗲𝗡 to swiftly make her way through all the sticky spheres and glue and along with some of the hair that wasn't stuck to the surrounding buildings with spider bots in them. When Aoi uses a lot of her that is spread out at this range, she can't really feel or tell where it's going to and it just clings to something, so she created this camera spider so she can see where the hair is going and sees what its latches onto, Nana thought as she put her fingers so up to her ear to speak into a communicator. Aoi, they're heading your way and I'm almost to the other group, go ahead, start the next phase, she told her sister as Aoi replied with a gotcha before cutting off the line feed. The hair covered with sticky glue and spheres that was falling, Nana immediately shot forward, navigating through the maze-like terrain. Kendo and the others continued making their through the factory with Mina, Tokoyami, and Kamakiri leading the group due their quirks being more able to get through the hair. After a while, Kendo and Juzo managed to convince Kirishima and Tetsu to stop knocking down everything as to not waste energy and that heroes shouldn't be breaking things without a reason. Dshiroda paused and took a sniff in the air. Something is coming, he said, which gained the attention of the group. All of Class 1B knew that Dshiroda had an amazing sense of smell due to the fact his quirk allowed him change into a beast on commands. What are you getting, Aways asked his tall friend. I'm getting a mixture of glue, grape and something else, he said as he recognized the scent of Bondo glue and the grape scent must have belonged to Mineta, but he couldn't tell who the other scent belonged to. In a quick flash, hair come out of nowhere, alerted everyone to move out of it. Watch out everyone, Ojiro said as everyone avoid the hair coming in. As some of young heroes avoid the hair, they took notice that there weren't FEC things attached to it. Hey, isn't that Bondo glue? Tetsu noticed as he got and could look at them. And those are Mineta spheres. Tsu recognized them as she avoided the incoming hair, trying not to get captured. Everyone continued to avoid the hair and somehow were surprised that they get caught as the hair attached itself to things above them. That's weird, I thought for sure that the hair was going to catch us, Mina said as the group heard two screams. /help, Hananuki and Kinoko yelled as they both had hair wrapped around their legs and immediately pulled away. Kinoko, Hananuki, Kuwaro yelled out as he watched two of his classmates being dragged away by hair deeper into the factory. Kamakiri ran forward as two blades emerged from his elbows to try and cut them down. More hair came out, but he managed to cut through them even though there was some resistance cutting them. Dark Shadow grabbed them, Tokoyami said as he commanded his dark entity to go after them as he followed him. Roger, he said as he quickly chased the two along with Tsu and Mina who joined in as well. Let me help my shadow comrades, Kuwaro said as he merged into Dark Shadow thanks to his quirk that lets him merge in anything black or dark. Kuwaro moved through Dark Shadow to the top of his bird-like head to provide extra reach. From where Aoi was at, she watched them through her visor and smiled. Now commencing bring down the house, she said as she charged up OFA, yellow lighting and red marks appeared all over body. She grabbed a handful of her hair that were extended outwards and had the sticky glue and spheres on them and pulled them hard. Yori voice on Midoria, special move hair reins. By wrapping her hair around things and using OFA she can pull anything like the big tree in our backyard because my kite got stuck. Thanks big sis. Everyone noticed that the hair shifted straight and was tugging on the factory hard above them. What's going on? Saibara asked as they heard metal groaning and saw things breaking apart. Everything started falling down and they all quickly scattered around. Everyone take cover, Kendo ordered as she avoided a piece of metal crashing down next to her. Ojiro used his tail to pull Saibara out of the way, Aways used his quirk to wield some of the things together to prevent them from falling, and Tetsu and Kirishima used their quirks to protect themselves. Minoma avoided another piece of falling building and saw a small flash of blue making there through all the falling wreckage. It's that little blonde Midoriya brat from 1, he thought as he watched her. Does she actually think she's that good to get through all of this? He smirked as he got an idea. An incoming hollow pipe was about fall in Nana path, but she leapt onto it using it as leverage to continue making her way to the fallen wreckage towards the group. In situations like these most people would try to avoid the chaos and danger, others would try to fight against it, but the real solution is to go along with it, Nana said as she was now wall running as both of her eyes were glowing a light blue color, but that last option is only available to me, she said to herself as she sensed something incoming to her side and took evasive maneuvers. Aoi voiced Nana Midoriya. Special move, safe way. She told me that she combines the quirk of precise calculations, OFA, and a bit of the fourth user quirk to make it seem like everything slows down for her to figure out a direction to avoid chaotic situations, but to me it sounds like she's just showing off. Nana crossed her arms. I'm not showing off, she said as she ran forward, jumping high into the air doing 3 backflips and landed right in front of the group with her being in a kneeling position with her fist in the ground getting their attention. Nice entrance, Nana, Kirishima said as he hardened himself and got into a fighting position. Nana smiled at the remark as she gazed around at the remaining few, Red Riot, Battle Fist, Real Steel, Tailman, Spiral, Welder, and Gavauden are the remaining few who didn't go after Mudman and 𝗕𝗵𝗄 due to the area coming down, Nana told them. Guess you're all lucky to have faced me, more of you're unlucky to come here and face us alone, 𝗬𝗪𝙀𝗧 said as he turned into his beast form to try and rush her. Nana shifted her gaze to the incoming beast hero and had an unamused look on her face. 𝗬𝗪𝙀𝗧 got close to her and tried to grab her but missed the grab as Nana rushed in close to him, charging up around her body and delivered a punch from her left arm to his midsection, lifting him in the air for a bit before switching to her right arm and delivered a powerful haymaker to his face, sending him in the ground as a powerful gust surrounded the two and blowing towards the others as they shield their eyes. No way was that the same move, Ojiro said as he removed seeing that move from All Might last fight. The wind cleared up as everyone saw that the huge beastman was completely knocked as Nana stood over him. What? Away stared at what happened to one of the strongest in his class. Nana looked down at 𝗬𝗪𝙀𝗧 and saw he was completely knocked as her glasses broke in half and sighed to herself, your biggest mistake was that you underestimate the power of a little anime girl who showed up to a fight by herself. Most likely she's way more powerful than you. Nana said loud enough as she pulled out a pair of brand new glasses and looked over to the rest of them who had a shocked expression on their faces. I learned that move from Grandpa. I don't use it a lot because it ends up breaking my glasses and it's a pain to replace them all, Nana said as she placed the new pair on her face with 2 fingers giving them a white shine. So what is your next plan? Because if something that irrational, you all need a quick reminder of the pecking order. Both Kinoko and Hananuki were screaming as they were being pulled and knocked around the factory. Kinoko was spawning mushroom everywhere in panic while Hananuki couldn't do anything as his softening quirk required him to be on solid ground to work. Tsu, Mina, Kamakiri, Tokoyami, and Kuwaro were on hot pursuit on the two, while also trying to avoid the hair that was blocking their path as they cut, melted, hopped their way through it all. Tsu shot out her tongue wrapping around Hananuki's arms while Dark Shadow grabbed Kinoko's hands. Gotcha, Dark Shadow said as Kuwaro emerges from his head. Are you alright? He asked. I'm shroom-tastic thanks to you guys, she told him as Kuwaro sighed in relief, but the moment was cut short as more hair started to appear and the hair holding both Hananuki and Kinoko was tugging on them hard, loosening the grip Tsu and Dark Shadow had on them. Kamakiri, we need you over here now. Kuwaro looked over to Manta's head boy who was busy dealing with the other strands of hair. I'm trying but my blades can barely cut through this hair, he shouted back as he cut another strand of pink hair. Damn it, he said. Ashido, what about you? Tokyo asked as he saw her avoiding getting wrapped up in hair. My acid can barely melt through it and I'm trying all differently kinds of acids here, she yelled as she slipped out of another grab. Aoi smiled as she watched them throw her spider cams. Whoa, looks like these fishes are putting up a fight. Better give them some slack, Aoi said as she loosened the pull on her hair, letting the group retract their comrades for a bit, before reeling them back in even harder as the ones who were holding them got pulled along as well. Kamakiri and Mina saw their classmates got pulled along and rushed to catch up to them. From above them Midoriya and the others saw what happened and rushed down to help. Midoriya, Uraraka, Mina said in joy as she saw her friends coming down. Pony, Bondo, Kamakiri said in glee as well. Hey, I'm here too, Mineta told them. We saw what happened and we came to help you guys, Pony said as she looked behind her and saw hair coming towards them and alerted the rest of the group. Bondo sprayed a wall of glue stopping the hair. Aoi was doing a fishing reeling motion with her arms as she pulled the students in. Whoa, this is a big catch, she exclaimed as she took her visor off and saw the group coming into her range as they let go of Kinoko and Hananuki. The students were lifted high above the ground and wrapped up in a hair cocoon with only their heads exposed. "Hey Dad, hey everyone," Aoi waved to her green father and the rest of the group. Right now she was looking at Deku, Uravity, Pinky, Plamo, Raketi, Vantablack, Tsukuyomi, Grape Juice, and Jack Mantis. "Just to let you guys know, the hostage is in that build behind me." She pointed her thumb behind herself to a large building covered in hair. "So why are you telling us this?" Uraraka asked her as she and everyone else noticed all the hair receding back to Aoi that covered the factory layout except for the ones that covered the building and holding up Hananuki and Kinoko. Aoi pulled out a couple of scissors and started clipping some of her hair near the roots of her head to get rid of the ones that had glue and purple spheres on them. "Simple really, you guys are in a particular situation," Aoi said as she used her hair to lift herself off the ground. "I'm playing the role as powerful, intelligent villain who has captured your fellow heroes and also have an hostage with me," Aoi continued to banter. "I've been watching everyone in this area through this little guy's right here from the very beginning," she said as multiple spider robots clinged to hair as they turned their red lenses to the young heroes glowing brightly. "No way you knew from the start," Midoria said as he realized the current situation. "Yep, right now Nana is handling the melee fighters who don't have range quirks. I had to snag Mudman and 𝗕𝗵𝗲 away from that group since they have dangerous area-affecting quirks," Aoi told them. "Thanks to Plamo and Mineta quirk, it allowed to me create a situation where I could split them up easily," Aoi stated the plan and put her visor back on. "Get ready heroes because you all are in the final home stretch." The young heroes saw that Aoi was way above them, blocking out the sun a bit as her hair wiggled around, and the little robot spider stared at them. "Toshi, fire now," Siro said as he launched his tape at Toshi along with Aoyama naval laser, Kaminari lighting, Rin scales, Setsuna body parts, and Yanagi, who was using her poltergeist quirk to move Kaminari projectile disc around. Toshi touched a large piece of rock and floating it in front of himself using its shield. Yanagi used Kaminari disc to hit the rock in one area while Nirenjiki used his twin impact quirk to cause a second impact breaking the rock. Toshi rushed forward using OFA to try and close the gap between them so he can get in close. Setsuna body parts started to surround him and he heard his voice. "Give up, kid, we can easily keep you at bay," she stated to try and psych him out. "Not a chance, I got a few surprises," Nana Toshi said as he noticed Siro tap coming for him and he extended his arm out so it could wrap around it. "We got him," Siro smiled as he knew it was almost victory for them. He then noticed Toshi had floated himself in the air. "No, I got you," Toshi said as he floated in the air with his tape arm above him. He charged up OFA and started to spin himself in the air rapidly. Nana voiced Toshinori Midoriya. Special move, Tornado Smash. He saw an old video of All Might using Oklahoma Smash and said to himself, "That's pretty cool, I want to try it." It's basically him just floating himself in the air and spinning in the air rapidly, creating a suction vacuum that pulls things in. It's a smart move, but it can't last that long and it will leave him dizzy afterwards. Siro and Setsuna body parts got pulled into the small tornado. Yanagi was trying to hold her grip on the things she was using her quirk on, but the air current was too strong and pulled in the objects. "Are you freaking kidding me? A tornado?" Kaminari said as he was trying to figure what to do. Anything they tried to do could risk hurting their own teammates. "What do we do?" Rin said as he tried to aim his scales at Toshi but hesitated in fear of hurting Siro and Setsuna. "Need to act quickly," Toshi said as he saw Siro spinning around him. He immediately grabbed Siro's body, increased his weight, and threw him out of his tornado towards the group, landing on Rin and Yanagi. Toshi stopped spinning himself and landed back on the ground, a bit dizzy though as he put his hand on his head. As he was recovering, he was attacked with Setsuna body parts pushing him to the ground. "That was a pretty reckless attack. You sure you know what you're doing?" she asked as her head was watching the boy being pinned to the ground. Toshi smiled. "Of course I do," as he struggled to lift his arm up and managed to touch one of Setsuna's split body parts. "Mind if I borrow this?" Toshi said as he motioned the split body to target Setsuna's floating head. Setsuna's eyes widened in shock as she tried to control her own body piece, but she could barely move it herself. The piece came completely for it as she moved her head out of the way. "Hey, that's cheating," she said as avoiding it again. Setsuna hold on pinning Toshi loosen, and he used this opportunity to lift himself up and get control of some of the body parts. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Koda were struggling to lift Shiro off of both Rin and Yanagi. Dang, he must have amplified his weight, Kaminari groaned as he struggled to lift the tape boy up. I can barely get up, Shiro said as he struggled to move himself up. I apologize, I can't lift him off of us as he exceeding my quirk's weight limit, Yanagi told them. Guys, we got in problem, Setsuna said as she floated over to them. Yeah, what else is new? Rin asked as he tried to lift Shiro off of them, but was hit in the head with of Setsuna body parts. Ow, what the heck was that for? He asked in an anger tone. That wasn't me, she said as she motioned her eyes to the attention of Toshi, who had Setsuna body flying around with him being in control of them. 3 down, one who can't use his voice to create words, and one whose body isn't in her control, Toshi stated to them. Looks like victory is mine, he finished as he sent the body parts to his opponents. I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. I was having a hard time writing fight scenes for each individual moment and trying to figure out a way to make this short so I could continue on with the story and balance out everything to make sure everyone has a fighting chance. Also, the fact I was playing that new 𝗵𝗃 mobile game and also with the current stuff in the manga that could possibly put a dent in my FIC. Again, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long, and I'll try to get another chapter out as quickly as possible. Let me know if the moment in this chapter makes sense, if they seem a bit off, but I do have to say something. Poor Lady Nagant. But don't worry about her. Let's just say in this FIC she's about to have an happy ending. Nana Midoria, Red Gauntlet, Steel Fist. Both Kirishima and Tetsu shouted out as they delivered a powerful swing towards Nana from both sides of her, which she counted. With her both gauntlets holding them in place using OFA. Hey, you copy my move, Kirishima noticed how Tetsu did an exact copy of his special move. Hell no, more like you copy me, Tetsu retorted as they both struggled to push the little girl back. Nana smiled at them, same quirk, same manly passion, and same moves. Are you sure you guys aren't long-lost twins? Did your parents do a parent trap situation? She mocked as she saw Ojiro coming down from above with a tail attack. She pushed the 2 hardened boys back and dodged the tail attack. You're still too obvious, tail man. Get creative, Nana said as she turned around to block and drill attack from Kaibara with her gauntlets, which caused sparks to be made on it. You should be careful on how you use those spiral. You could make a fatal mistake and might end up hurting someone real badly, Nana told him as she redirected his attack off her. Kendo came in using her enlarged fist and started delivering jumbo-sized fist attacks at Nana, who was blocking each first blow with her own punches as she was getting pushed back a bit. You really know how hold your own, kid, Kendo complimented as she speed up the output of her attacks. But you can't keep blocking my attacks forever. Each fist attack was from Kendo was met with Nana gauntlets. I can actually, my quirk allows me to predict and calculate, Nana said as Kendo tried to deliver a kick to the little girl but dodged out of the with her small frame. And with that knowledge, my method of style is blocking and countering attacks. Ojiro saw Nana dodge and quickly intercepted her by using his tail to wrap around her waist and spin around, sending her flying in the air. Interesting, instead of attacking me with your tail, you used my own momentum when I dodged the kick against me by using your tail to launch me in the air, leaving me vulnerable, Nana said as she saw Kendo running towards Tetsu and Kaibara, who had their hands cupped together. Kendo jumped on her friend's hands as the 2 boys launched their class president into the air. Get her, Kendo, Tetsu cheered her on. Jumbo fist, Kendo shouted as she enlarged her fist as she was above the girl. Kendo sent a punch to Nana, sending her straight to the ground below, making small cracks. Kendo landed on the ground as Kaibara, Tetsu, and Kirishima ran up to her. Nice job, Kendo. We managed to get a hit on her, Tetsu congratulating her. That was a cool team move, Kirishima told them. Heck yeah, Kaibara said, just because you don't see us 1B guys in action, doesn't mean we don't have a few tricks up our sleeves, he told them as Ojiro landed next to them still in a fighting stance. Pay attention, I'm getting a feeling she isn't down yet, Ojiro said as they stared at him. What do you mean, isn't she just a kid? Kaibara told, wondering why they should be on guard. The girl was just a kid, so surely she shouldn't be that tough, as he stared at where Nana was, only to see that blue lighting was coming off her body as she raised herself up like a plank of wood. No freaking way, 𝗬𝗏𝗃 said as he stared at girl and who just got back up from getting punched into the ground. How the hell is that possible? 'Cause screw you, that's why, Nana said as she cracked her neck and rolled her shoulder. I must say, that was an impressive feat, but it seems it still wasn't enough, Nana said as she fixed her glasses in place. See, he looks like this isn't over, Kirishima said as he hardened himself. From behind Nana in her shadow, someone emerged from her shadow and leapt out over her and slightly grazing her hair as she laughed to himself. Looks like you seem to forget about me, but I guess it's genetic for someone to who's the offspring of a Class 1A member. It turned out it was Minoma whose skins was returning from a black pigment to his original skin tone as he was standing in front of his classmates. Minoma, where did you come from? Kendo asked him as she wondered where he was the whole time. Minoma ran his hand through his hair. Simple really, just before we got split off I saw that little brat on her way over to us, and just before all that destruction happened I copied Kurwaro quirk and hid in the shadows waiting for a moment to strike. He laughed. Now that I have your prediction quirk, this fight is as good as ours. He laughed as Nana powered down her quirk and crossed her arms in an amused position. Now let's see what our future holds, Minoma said as he used Nana quirks. I can see it, the many possibilities of numbers, equations, and charts all leading up to different paths. He laughed, but soon he started to feel a major pain in his head as he clutched it and fell to his knees. Minoma, Tetsu said as he ran to his classmates along with everyone to see if he's alright. When they got to him he had a very painful expression on his face with a bit of a BLD coming from his nose. What's wrong with him? Ojiro asked. Wonder what happens. He copied my quirk. Nana got their attention. His mind can't handle all of those possibilities at once. The reason I can use my quirk without damaging myself is because my brain is adapted to handle those possibilities. Just because you can copy quirks doesn't mean you aren't going to be immune to their side effects, Nana told them. Quick, need to do something, 𝗬𝗏𝗃 said as he continued to stare at his classmates. Kendo raised her hand. Sorry Minoma, this time you didn't deserve it. She karate chopped the back of his head, knocking him out. Minoma was knocked out cold as the group laid him down the ground. Oh good, looks like he's okay, 𝗬𝗏𝗃 said as a flash of blue lighting erupted from behind him. Oh that's good, but I have to ask. They turned to see Nana with her fist wind all the back behind her head. Are you okay? She said as she rushed forward. Momo group. Okay, everything should be in place, Momo said to herself. When they left Todoroki with Yori, Momo had came up with a plan to at least stop Yori for a bit. Man, it looks like things are getting hot over, 𝗓𝗏 said looking through a pair of binoculars as she saw the bright red glow of fire. Kitty smash, Yori said as she struck Todoroki in the stomach with a quick punch bouncing off of him and the walls to go in for quick strikes. Todoroki was still standing as the blows didn't hurt that much judging off that percentage she was using, but they were coming in so fast he could barely focus on where she was coming from. Todoroki kept trying to focus on started his left side, but every hit would make him lose focus each time. No good, Todoroki thought. Come on uncle, give the same fire you did for Dad at the sports festival, Yori said as she struck him again, her movements becoming more frantic and wild the longer she was in her flame cowling. Todoroki soon had enough. When Yori launched off and wall towards him, he deflected her with a fire-covered arm. Fine you want, he said as the flames became more hotter and hotter, melting the nearby metal. Then come get it, Todoroki told her, clenching his fist tightly. Yori's eyes dilated into thin slits as she focused on Todoroki. This is it, Yori said as she recognizes this as one of his signature moves. Todoroki can feel his breath hitching every second as he felt the flames' heat starting to get to him. In it, I'm starting to lose the control, Todoroki said to himself as he recalled a memory from his childhood. Shoto's father, Endeavor, was standing over him as Todoroki was on his hands and knees breathing heavily. Come on Shoto, you have greater firepower than I or your brother, he told him. You need to draw it from within and concentrate that power. Todoroki came back to his own thoughts as he felt his grip slip and the heat from his flames felt less hot. Not now. Oh man, he lost it, Yori noticed as her perked up hearing something coming from behind her. She ran towards Todoroki and flipped over him before he could release the power and double-kicked him in the back, sending him flying into the air. Ida was running toward where the flames were. I know Todoroki said he'll handle things, but as my duty as the class president and his friend I must be there to support him, He shifted gear as he could feel the heat starting to get through him even in his suit of armor. As he got closer to where they left Todoroki, he saw his friend being launched through the air. In a panic, he sped up using 𝗓𝗄𝗃 running to intercept his flying dual-colored friend and catching him bride style. "Todoroki, you okay?" Ida asked him. Todoroki looked up at him. "We need to get out of here," he told him as another pillar of flames spouted up from behind them. "What in the world?" Ida said as the two saw Yori rainbow towards them on all fours cover in fire. Ida rev up the engines and legs and ran off carry Todoroki. "What happened to her?" he asked. "If I had to guess, she's mimicking what Midoria does but uses her flames and one for all together," he told him. Ida used his earpiece to contact the others. "I'm on my way with Todoroki and Yori is right in our tail." He looked behind to see she was catching up fast. "Okay, we got everything set up." Ida ended the call from Momo as they speed throughout the labyrinth, but it was part of the plan. Ida had found a straight path to lead to the group so it worked in his advantage as he could go much faster without slowing down to make turns or avoid objects on the ground. "He's going faster, need to increase my percentage," Yori told herself as she increased power. When she increased the OFA percentage, her flames got hotter and brighter, melting everything she ran past as well as causing burn marks to appear on her skin. Shoji created multiple eyes and spotted the three. "They're coming," letting everyone know. "Shiozaki, Tsuburaba now," Momo shouted when Ida zoomed past. They created wall of vines and air to try and slow Yori down. She quickly cut and broke through them, but as soon as she got through, tons of small objects were thrown her way and immediately grew in size, crashing down on her. She had to slow down before something landed on her and sound waves were being blasted at her from both sides of her. She covered the top of her ears and lost her flame cowling. She opened an eye in pain and saw 𝐤𝗓𝗓 using the speakers on her wrist. She was controlled them in the air with her earlobe jacks. "Shoji, Sato now," Momo called out as the two came down on Yori with a large metal dome. Yori quickly laid down ground and was immediately covered by the two boys. Yori used her strengths and flames to try and lift the dome and the two boys off her, but it wasn't hard as she was getting exhausted. The metal dome did not seem like it was effective by her flames anyway. "We got to hold her down," Sato said as they felt her lift up the dome. Some of the fire escaped where the dome was barely touching the ground. "Yawn, I'm sleepy," Yori said as she could feel eyes getting heavier and eventually closing her eyes and taking in cat nap. The two boys managed to hold the dome to ground and the struggle eventually stopped. "That should hold her," Sato said as everyone came up to them. "Amazing, it actually worked." "Nice one," Tsuburaba said to Momo, giving a thumbs up. "Well, it was a huge risk because I didn't know if she would have had enough energy to lift the dome made out of tungsten, and both Sato and Shoji," Momo explained, "which is why as in backup I made a bunch of flame retardant. Well, it worked either way." 𝐒𝐻 put her hand on Momo's shoulder. She turned around to see Ito walking up to them, Todoroki slung over his shoulder with one arm. "What happened to him?" 𝐤𝗓𝗓 asked. "Yori happened," Todoroki told them. "Really? Can't believe that little girl did that much damage to the top of you guys' class," Tsuburaba said as Yui nodded in agreement. "And she's only like 6 or something," she said. 𝐤𝗓𝗓 went over to the dome and plugged her ear jack to it, listening. She heard a bit of snoring and slow breathing. "I think she took a nap. She must have spent all of her energy chasing us around and fighting Todoroki," Sato said. "We probably shouldn't disturbed her," Shiozaki said as she secretly didn't want to meet the hell flames from the cat when she woke up. Shoji saw multiple things in the sky heading towards them. He extended one of his appendages to create an I saw majority of Class A and B tied up in capture tape. Some were more taped up than the others because of their quirks, along with Toshi, who was coming smiling and come straight towards them. Shoji created a mouth, Toshi coming this way, and he already taken out the group that went to go fight him. He alerted everyone. Momo saw where Toshi was. Quickly, 𝐤𝗓𝗓, Shiozaki, Kodai, and Tsuburaba, "You're on the defensive," Momo ordered them as they got into position. Todoroki tried to stand up on his own to aid them, but he didn't have that much fight in him to do. Toshi dived down with the rest of his heroes' training arsenal in tow. "Aoi, Nana, I've found the rest of Momo group and they seem to have taken out Yori," Toshi told them on his earpiece as he noticed a metal dome on the ground with Sato holding it down. The only one that seems to be down is just Todoroki. He stayed behind to stall Yori for a bit of time to allow the other group form a trap for her, Nana told them. Must have been enough to tire her out, Aoi said as they cut their transmission to each other. Toshi saw Momo creating cannon with Kodai loading the barrel up with small things. That could be trouble, Toshi said as he saw Shizuki surrounding the area with vines. Momo positioned the cannon aiming at Toshi and pulled the pin firing small objects at Toshi. Once they got closer to him, Kodai tensed her fingers together, increasing their size to be big. Toshi swiftly touched almost all of them while the rest fell back down to the ground. He sent the objects back to them, but they got caught and stopped by vines and air walls. I can't get through all of that vines and I can't use my air bullets to blow them back, but maybe I can. Toshi looked over to Aoyama, who was wrapped up with only the top half of his head exposed. Toshi motioned his hand to float the French boy over to him, putting him in front of him, angling him towards the group below. Aoyama shook his head and the tape was moved off his mouth. What are you doing?" Aoyama asked as he felt Toshi had in grip of his shoulder close to his neck. Toshi smiled. "Getting a better shot," he told him. Aoyama chuckled as a tiny sparkle appeared by his eye. "And what makes you think I'll use my appealing laser to harm my classmates?" Toshi flicked the tiny sparkle away. "Oh, you not using it, I am like this," Toshi said as he pinched Aoyama's neck area that caused his laser to be fired towards Momo in one big burst. "What?" Aoyama said in surprise. "Did you know that some quirks are connecting some of your pressure points, and hitting a specific one will cause the quirk to be used whether you want it to or not? Mom taught me that one," Toshi said as he pinched Aoyama's shoulder again, firing another laser. Both Momo and Kodai dodged the first laser, but the cannon was destroyed. "That was Aoyama laser. What's going on?" 𝐒𝐬𝐼 said as she sent her wrist amps towards Toshi in hopes to stun him with a sound wave, but the sound hit both Kaminari and Koda as Toshi moved them into position. "Need to get Sato and Shoji away from that dome," Toshi said as he had Aoyama fired another towards them. Sato got hit with laser, being pushed back at the impact. "Sato!" Ida yelled out as they saw the dome being lifted up by Yori, who was rubbing her eye to get rid of the sleepiness. "What's all the noise?" she asked as stared at the group, with some of them staring back at her. She blinked. They blinked. She showed them an fanged smile. They frowned at the sight of a child covered in fire. "Aoi Midoria, gadgets, trinkets, and gizmos galore. I have so much in store," Aoi sang as she pulled out another invention, throwing it at Ochako and Tsu. The invention she threw was small and round, looking like a miniature sun. The two girls jumped out of the way before the bomb could detonate, revealing a bright light. Invention number 135. The day bomb, like a flash grenade, but absorbs the light from the sun, uses it in a burst. The big commotion was everyone against Aoi as they to bring her down, but it was much harder than they thought. First, she had her visor on that let her see what her spy deer boys see, that were all over her hair, so there wasn't a blind spot on her. Second, Bondo, Mina, Kamakiri, and Mineta tried to use their quirks to cut, melt, or stick her hair together, but she grew even more and just cut the hair strands herself. Third, the group are trying to cut down Hananuki and Kinoko, who were hanged up in hair, and they couldn't use their quirks as it was useless, but Aoi kept smacking them away. "We need to take out those bots," Deku said as he dodged another hair slam. "Those are her eyes. Kind of hard to do that when they move fast," Away sighed as he was wrapped up in hair being swinger around. "I can't get in clear shot, they're avoiding my horns too fast," Pony said as she couldn't end direct shot. "Where are you going, 𝐒𝐻𝐿?" Aoi said as Bot was focused on the invisible girl. "These guys have infrared on them, so you aren't going to be escaping my sight," Aoi said as she sent hair to restrain the invisible girl, but Mina pushed her out of the way. "Thanks, bestie," 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said. "No problem," Mina told her. "Man, this girl is dangerous and she stays cooped up in the support department," she said. "Dark Shadow go," Tokoyami said as he tried to attack Aoi's main body, but her wrapped it formed behind and yanked him back. But as Dark Shadow was yanked back, Kuwaro leapt out of Dark Shadow and landed on the pink hair and gripped a bunch, revealing Aoi's body. "Now Tsu," Ochako said as Tsu used her tongue to launch her astronaut friend toward the junior 𝗵𝗃. "I just need to get in close and remove her gravity that way. She needs to latch her hair onto the surrounding area so she won't float away," Ochako thought to herself as she was closed enough. Spy Deer's bots latch on Aoi order as a few of them jumped off her hair and aiming for Ochako. "Ochako-chan, 𝗬𝗂 called out as a green blur whizzed past her towards 𝗂𝗂𝗁. The green blur was Midoria, who moved 𝗂𝗂𝗁 out of the way. Follow suit was 𝐎𝐩𝐬𝐽𝐻. Hey robots, say cheese. They robots focused their attention on the invisible girl as she blinded them with a light. Since majority of them were focused on the 𝐎𝐩𝐬𝐽𝐻, the blind effects was more damaging for Aoi as the sight of the robot were connected to the visor, and given the fact she had enhanced sight. Aoi swiftly removed the visor off her eyes and rubbed them quickly. God damn it, that was a cheap shot, she said angrily. 𝗬𝗂𝗁𝗏 said as she was looking at the one who moved her out of the way. Now everyone, while Aoi is stunned, he ordered to everyone. Let's go, Mina exclaimed as she was using her acid to skate along, melting the robots and burning the pink hair with Kamakiri coming in, creating sharp knife-like appendages on his forearms to cut the areas on the hair where Mina put acid on. This burns like hell, but I don't care, he exclaimed. Aoi hair let go a ways and was he failing to ground. 𝗬𝗂 used her tongue catch and swing him upright as he ran. Thanks, he said as he ran around wielding the hair to the ground the metal. Aoi some recovered from the stun and saw all her spy diets being destroyed. Ah man, my robots. She was about mourn for them until she saw incoming horns and purple spheres coming at her. Hey watch it, Aoi yelled as she sent hair towards Pony and Mineta, only for them to be weighted down by large volumes of glue coming from Bondo. Pony then used her horns to skate around in the air circling Aoi as she continuously fired horns at her. Mineta used his spheres to bounce around the area while throwing them at the Aoi hair to stick them together. 𝗂𝗂𝗁 and Deku landed a bit away from the commotion. Man, this way tougher, 𝗂𝗂𝗁 said. Yeah, not only is her quirk more versatile, but she also throwing out different kinds of gizmos at us, Midoria said. At least those robots are taken out. Now she can't see what everyone is at, 𝗂𝗂𝗁 said. We could try sneaking into the building over, since she can't see us. She taught a hair-covered building. Yeah, you're right, but we'll either need Mina or Kamakiri to get through it, but they're both busy at the moment and our only way to combat Aoi hair, Midoria explained as he looked back over to where everyone was. Kuwaro landed next to Tokoyami after an hair swatted him away. He looked up to see Hananuki-san Kinoko still dangling in the air. We need to get them down, he said as Tokoyami up looked to see the two. I got it, Dark Shadow, Tokoyami said as Dark Shadow appeared and snagged Kuwaro up and moved straight up to them. Aoi saw what they were doing and moved more hair towards them in hoping to prevent them. Watch where you're looking, Kamakiri said as he appeared in front of her, cutting the hair into pieces. Dark Shadow to reach them as he dropped off Kuwaro. Thanks for the help, Dark Internal Beast. Yeah, I get that from Tokoyami already, Dark Shadow snarked back as he went back down to help everyone with Aoi. He seems quite nice, Kinoko said as Kuwaro helped untangle them from the hair. Once he was down, the three fell to the ground. Tokoyami met up with the three. Okay, need that we got out, we better clear the area, Hananuki said as he placed his hand on the ground. Got it, the three said as Hananuki sunk into the ground by softening it. Everyone get back, Tokoyami shouted as the ground below Aoi back soft and she started to sink in the ground along with her hair. Pony used her horns to airlift the ones who couldn't maneuver as fast enough to get off the ground. You can try to get me to sink in the ground, but as long as my head's exposed I'm still able to fight, Aoi said as she used strands of her to latched onto nearly objects to pull herself out. No you don't, Kinoko said as she spawned big mushroom everywhere. Alright, Mina stated as she jumped on a big one towards one of 𝗵𝗃𝗏 hair, applied acid to it causing it sizzle and burn off. Deku and 𝗂𝗂𝗁 headed to the area where the ground was softened up. They must have gotten Hananuki and Kinoko, 𝗂𝗂𝗁 stated. SST Midoria nodded in agreement. They continue running and looked up to see Pony and Kamakiri flying around with Pony guided him through to cutting the pink hair. Pony, Kamakiri, Midoria shouted at the two. They both looked down to see him and 𝗂𝗂𝗁 running below down and floating down towards them. We need your guys' help. We located the building back where the hostage is, but it's covered in a lot of hair, 𝗂𝗂𝗁 told them as they quickly picked up what to do next. I got it, let's go. Kamakiri ran ahead with the trio in tow behind them. Aoi zoomed in on them on where they were going as she continued to struggle out of the softened ground. She sent a lot of strands of hair towards them, but Dark Shadow used his claws to snatch them and hold them down. The four reached the hair-covered building and it was located away from the other buildings by itself. There it is, Kamakiri said as he ran towards the building and sliced downwards, removing all the hair, revealing the door. Okay, I'll go first, Midoria said as he opened it, with Ochako, Kamakiri, and Pony right behind him. Once they got inside the building, they saw a Himiko sitting at table drinking what appeared to be tea and a few sandwiches. She looked over to the four people and waved to them. Aizu daring, Ochako-chan, she gave them a smile. You finally got here. Her sentence was cut short when a pair of arms were fired at her but missing them. Izuku and Ochako had a wide expression on their face as they saw Pony holding her fingers next to her in an aiming position with Kamakiri, who looked ready to fight. Hey, watch it, my little pony, Himiko exclaimed to the young horse girl. And you called those knives big face, she teased him as she pulled out in large combat. This is a knife, Kamakiri shook the remark off. Whatever, what are you doing here, you villain, and what did you do with the hostage, he asked her. Himiko got up from the table and showed off her attire was one of the UA gym uniforms. Well, isn't it obvious? Tell them I's a darling. Both Pony and Kamakiri both looked over to the green-haired boy as he sighed to himself. No doubt that his children came up with this whole activity for them to do. Midoriya walked over to where Himiko was and stood next to her as she hugged his arms. Pony and Kamakiri both stared at him like he grew the second, as one of the dangerous villains from the league was now hugging him with a smile on her. Midoriya, what going on? Pony asked as the announcement for the activities was concluded. The hostage has been retrieved. Today's training is now in over. Heroes win. Please report to the Jumbotron, Nedzu ordered. I'll explain later, Midoriya said as he looks over at Ochako, who gave him a weak smile and thumbs up for clarity. Later, this is the most fun I've ever witnessed as my mind time being here as principal of Nedzu said as he walking by entire class of both A and B who looked like they just came from a war. Most of the classes were standing on the left side, leaving Midoriya with Ochako, Himiko, and the kids on the right side with both Todoroki and Ida standing in the middle between the groups. Aizawa and Vault King stared off at Labyrinth area, gazing at all of the destruction. Glad those kids are being raised right. Imagine if they were villains. Vault King let out a breath while Aizawa narrowed his eyes. With kids that had few scraps and bruises along their bodies. Toshi was clutching his stomach a bit from continuously shifting different gravities around. Aoi was looking at one of the lone spy deer bots that had survived the commotion and held it close. Nana replaced her glasses again as they had a small crack on the side and pulled out another pair. Yori was covered in minor burns marks from overusing it and was messing with one of her teeth, which she assumed was loose. She wiggled the tooth and felt it came out and showed it to her family. I lost one of my baby fangs, Yori showed them the sharp rang. Ah, look, Aizu darling, isn't that wonderful? Himiko cooed at the tiny little fong. Midoriya gave out a weak smile. Yeah, that's great, he chuckled. Make sure you put underneath your pillow tonight so the tooth fairy comes, Nana told her as Yori nodded. Okay, I'm going to be the first to ask. Mina stepped up from the rest of the group. When and how is she here? Mina pointed to Himiko. I could answer, or do you want Mr. Midoriya to explain it? Nedzu asked them as they looked at each other. I'll explain, Midoriya said as everyone looked his way. He had a nervous look on his face. This is going to take a while, he said to himself as he explained how Himiko got here and what she was doing, leaving out some of the parts involving the incident with Bakugou and without revealing the one for all secret. Most of the classes had a look of shock and or surprised expression, excluding Todoroki and Ida, who already knew about Himiko presence in the dormitory. So she has been staying under our roof for that long? Siro asked as he looked over to both Todoroki and Ida. And you two knew about this? Ida looked down in shame as he adjusted his class. Yes, I apologize for keeping this secret away from everyone, but Nana over there had their reason to keep it away from everyone. He pointed over to the young blonde. Yes, you see, it was a part of our plan to allow you guys to not only work together for a single goal but to also show you guys you need to see yourself as more of friends and fellow heroes in training instead of rivals classes, Nana explained as the two classes looked at each other. Well, she has point, it was fun working with you 1A guys, Kaibara said to them. Heck yeah it was, Tetsu said as he pounded his fists together. Tokoyami looked over to Kurwaro. It was nice to work with someone who else shrouds themed in darkness, as the boy nodded in agreement with the bird boy. And as for Himiko, this was the best way could introduce her to everyone, Nana told them as they all didn't look convinced. Nana sighed. Alright, let me ask you all a question. Do you all know what makes a villain? She asked them, but none of them knew a proper answer. You see, villains aren't born, they're made out of society either rejecting them because of either their quirks, appearance, or other things, and also because they see fault in hero society, but they must resort to much drastic action to change it. Nana explained to them. Himiko became a villain because her quirk requires BLD in order to keep her mentally stable, but no one provided her with the right substances and she eventually attacked someone to require it. Nana finished. Setsuna raised her hand. What's her quirk? She asked them. Perhaps a demonstration is order. Nana nodded to both Himiko and Midoriya. Midoriya rolled up his sleeve to expose his arm as Himiko bit him and started to 𝐒𝐭𝐫 his BLD up. It still felt Midoriya weird even though he should be used to it by now. Ochako was used to this as she rubbed her own arm as she would also provide BLD to Himiko. Oftentimes she would catch Himiko disguised as her flirting and using her body on Deku. Wow, what the heck? Always stared at what was happening. Oh my lord, Shiozaki put an hand over mouth. Didn't realize Midoriya was into BLD play and biting. Mineta stared at the link play. 𝐒𝐭𝐽, Yui thought as some of her classmates stared at her. What? She responded. Himiko stopped suckling Midoriya's arm as she wiped a bit off of her BLD of her face and skin began to morph and change shape. You see, her quirk is called transformation. By intaking the BLD of a person, she can copy their appearance as well as their voice. Nana finished as Himiko transformed into an exact copy of Midoriya. Everyone looked in amazement at the sight of two Midoriya. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm in love with Himiko, Midoriya Himiko said as she was being Izuku. Yori ran over to the two Midoriya and ran around them. Yeah, two daddies, she cheered. Wow, that's amazing, Kaminari said as he stared at them. They look exactly alike, you can hardly tell which one is the real, Momo said as she saw the same exact hair color, freckle placement, and his hero costume. Two Midoriyas, Todoroki said as he just thought that the world had just got a little more sunshine and happiness. The more BLD she drinks, the longer she can stay like this. But once the transformation is up, the disguise melts away, leaving her naked and exposed. Nana finished. Naked, Mineta perked up. Let me see. Come, this is a demonstration, right? That means you have to show us rig-erk. Mineta was grabbed AMD slam on the ground by Aoi hair. That's enough out of you. How scandalous, Kinoko said. Siro thought and pondered for a bit. Weight melts off and naked. What, so that was you? Siro pointed at her. That fox from Shiketsu. Yep, that was me, Himiko said as she was still disguised as Midoriya. Wait, she was there at the license exam? Siro asked her. Himself shook her head as the fake Midoriya disguised started to melt off her body. Aoi quickly wrapped an hair wall around her body with only her head being exposed. So what does this mean for Himiko? Kendo asked as the Nedzu spoke up. As Himiko Toga, she would be joining Class 1A in place of Katsuki Bakugou while he's on a temporary leave, Nedzu informed. She'll also be going through rehabilitation while she's here so she can be readjusted back to society. Wait, if she's going to be in our class, does that mean she's going to try and become an hero? Sato asked. Well, that depends on her. They all turned to her as she looked in thought for a bit. Well, that should wrap up for today's hero class, and I might say you all did an okay job going up against the younger Midoriyas, Nedzu said as he walked away. Ochako walked over to Tsu. I'm sorry I've been keeping this a secret from you. She apologized as she knew this would definitely be a bit weird since they both were attacked by Himiko during the camp attack. Tsu stared at her and looked over to Himiko, smiling and talking to the kids. It's okay, but it is going to take some time, adjust a bit, knowing that the same girl who attacked us with a knife is now going to be part of our class, Tsu told her. Yeah, it's been one heck of a crazy situation for all of us, Ochako said to her. Okay, everyone, will see you all tomorrow, including you 1B, Toshi called out to them. Kendo looked over to the boy. What do you mean by that? She asked as the Toshi had a smile. Oh, for now on Class A and B will be joining together for quirk training, he told them as some of the kids looked over to their teacher. Mr. Vlad King, can they do that? Tetsu asked him. Well, it's their call now. They made an agreement with us. If both classes rescues the hostage and beat the villains, the classes would train separately, but since you only perform one of the tasks, they run the hero training now, Vault King. Don't worry, everyone will make sure that you all will receive the proper training for you quirks, Nana told them as she pulled out a notebook. Think of it like the camp, but more extreme, she told them as the Class B students got in bad feeling. Kendo's sweat dropped and looked over to 1A at the thought of those kids training them after what happened today. She can't be seriously right, she asked Momo, whose eyes had clouded. You'll get used to it, she told her orange hair friend as Kendo had a shocked expression on her face with Nana slowly creeping up behind her with a neutral expression. Monoma woken up from being knocked and clenched his head in pain as he was still recovering. What did I miss? Finally got this chapter. Took me a while to figure out how to end this part, but now it's over and you know what that means. The overhaul arc. Hooray, hope y'all can hold a bit more. Week and half later, Nana was sitting in our bedroom along with Toshi, who was crafting something at the desk, and Aoi, who was brushing her hair on the bed. Yori wasn't in the room at the moment as she was downstairs in kitchen with Himiko watching her mother cut up meat. Nana's log, she thought as stare at the readers so they'll get caught up on what happened. Ever since we took on Class A and B, things have gotten interesting, she thought as multiple flashbacks were appearing. For starters, us four got grounded because we technically kidnapped our own mother, which is just over-exaggerating a bit. Midoria was shown standing in front of kids with Inko and Ochako as he was upset with them. The kids held their heads down in shame knowing what they did was technically wrong, but even still they did it to help their mom. Midoriya saw their sad expression and looked over to his mother, who put a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. Midoriya turned back to the four and gave them a soft expression explaining they were thoughtful for trying to help their mom, but even still it was wrong for them to kidnap her, so he gave us our punishments. Our punishment were kinda of fair in a way. Nana looked over to Toshi. For my older brother, his hero notebook was taken away and literally was grounded as he had to wear quirk bracelets to prevent him from flying for a week. For Aoi, she wasn't allowed to go into the support studio and had to join us in the hero course while also having her toolbox taken away. Nana thought as she remembers Aoi would just stand off to the sides and watch the other heroes in training fidgeting with her hair. Yori's punishment was she couldn't ride on her Roomba for the week, and to add more salt to the wounds, Aoi's mom had somehow managed to get in parking boot on it. My punishment was that I wasn't allowed to prank anyone in the entire dorm, but it didn't stop me from putting the empty box of Pop-Tarts back in the snack cabinet, loosen the caps off the salt and pepper shaker, or going to the girls' side of the dorm and leaving the toilet seats up. Nana remember how the girls thought it was Mineta who was doing. But some good did come out of this. For first Class A and B have been getting along quite well. Sure, there was a bit of rivalry between the classes during the hero lessons, but even then it was all in good fun, and after school some of members would come to either our dorm or their dorm to hang out, which was enjoyable. Pony has been using these hangout times to be with our father and get to know him better, and to say they both learned about each other. Nana saw Pony and Midoriya were hanging out in the common space one time looking at American comic book heroes, one that involved a billionaire who dressed up in a bat costume, a awkward nerdy teen who got bitten by a spider, and 4 turtles who were ninjas but had Italian names. Americans are weird, Nana stated out loud as Toshi and Aoi looked over to her. Your mother is American, Toshi told her, but Nana ignored the besides Melissa. Our other mothers took notice of this and each one had a different reaction. Big Sis was right about Ochako being a bit of the jealous type, but she soon got over it and started to hang out with Pony as well as the other girls in one, while both Mei and Himiko didn't really mind as long as they got their Deku time. Nidzu had made a public announcement that Himiko had been detained by Yue. There was a huge commotion of how she was captured and what they were going to do with her. Nidzu told the lie that Himiko had willingly turned herself in for a better way to live, which wasn't technically all a lie. He informed the reporters that she would be undergoing in rehabilitation to be able to fit back into society when he explained the situation she was in. Most of them bought it, but there were some that believed there was more to the story than Yue was telling. Speaking of Himiko, Class A was slowly starting to accept as part of the class. A few of them were still on the fence as she was a former villain, some quickly tried to gain her friendship, and the rest were on in the middle of it. During the hero classes she would go visit Midnight as she was chosen to be her therapist as Hound Dog was more aggressive with his counseling. Midnight, being the art teacher, had persuaded Himiko to start painting to act as a replacement for her BLD obsession and stabbing. For the final thing that happened, Bakugou was off of house arrest and put into Class D for the remainder of the semester, which is kinda ironic being in class full of D-lister who couldn't cut it in the hero course. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 who was the homeroom teacher for Class D, lead Bakugou inside towards the front of the class. Bakugou stared at the other students who were in the class as they looked back him. Attention everyone, due to an incident, Katsuki Bakugou would be joining us for the rest of the semester, 𝗵𝗲𝗃 told them as he was filled in on the situation. Bakugou, wasn't that kid who came in first place at the sports festival? Oh yeah, they chained him up like an wild animal, I overheard from some kids in Class B that villain came to the camp for Bakugou. Really? Bakugou grew anger as he could hear them whispering about him. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 cleared his throat as the whispers died down. Bakugou, go ahead and make your way to the empty desk in the back. 𝗵𝗲𝗃 pointed over to a desk right behind a feminine-looking boy with blonde hair and black cat ears and a huge student with a gray skin and a great white shark's head. Bakugou clicked his tongue as he made his way to the back of the class, passing a boy with cactus-like hair, a girl with one of her pupils looked like a timer watch, and another boy whose mouth resembles the speaker of an old-timey radio. As Bakugou passed the boy, he smiled and cuffed his over his mouth. Thump, thump, thump. The boy made a loud sound effect noise that resembles someone wearing heavy shoes for each stuff Bakugou took. Bakugou stopped as the noises stopped, followed by a few of the students giggling. Whatever, Bakugou thought as he made his way to back as the thumping sound still continued before he reached his desk. Bakugou looked over to see the shark kid staring at him with his cold eyes. Spiky, the shark kid said as he pointed his big gray webbed hand at Bakugou hair. Bakugou stared at him before he heard a voice next to him. I wouldn't worried about Katashi, he pretty harmless as long as he is fed. The cat boy spoke with an accent as Katashi stared at Bakugou and licked around his sharp teeth. Bakugou towards the front of him where the voice was coming from. What the hell? Surprised of where I'm at? The boy appeared behind Bakugou as he turned around and saw him. You didn't notice me until I let you acknowledge me. The name is Rody, short for Schrödinger, the cat boy said with a smug smile as Bakugou felt like he already hated the kid. I need to get out of here, he thought as a vein of anger appeared on his forehead. Mad, Katashi pointed out. Back to the Midoriyas? So tomorrow is when Class A meets the Big Three, Aoi said as she looked over to her siblings. Toshi sighed and laid his head back. Yep, which means that we'll be seeing Big Sis real soon, he said as he turned to Nana. So how's that energy pack coming along? Nana sat up in the bed. It's done. Nijire has been a big help with the experiments, Aoi smiled. Oh yeah, Nijire and your mom have been hanging a lot lately as well. I see them chatting together in the lunchroom and hallways. Nana adjusted her glasses. Indeed. But not only that, she seems to have taken an interest in father as well, she told them. So keep that in mind for when we return to our time, she told them as Aoi and Toshi nodded. Next day, Yuyu and Melissa were walking down the halls together and chatting about upcoming classes. They both ran into Nijire, who was a bit energetic more than usual. Nijire got real close to them, having a bright smile on her face. Hey guys, she vibrated. Melissa noticed this and chuckled. What's got you so excited? Nijire looked over to her and spoke. I'm excited because me, Mirio, and Tamaki are going to talk to the first-year hero course students about the work studies, and I really want to learn more about them because they've been really interesting this year, she told them, as the first-year students, especially Class 1A, have been getting into crazy situations than any other year at UA. Well, that's an understatement, Melissa sighed, remembering the Island incident. Yu looked over to Nijire. But I thought you were already hanging with 1A and stuff with Melissa, she asked as Nijire would go off on her own to meet with someone in the afternoons. I am, but I always with Nana helping her with some kind of experiments, and I haven't really met anyone else besides Midoriya, she told the two. Midoriya. Yu pondered, remembering who that was. Oh yeah, wasn't that the green kid that kept breaking his fingers during the sports festival? Nijire nodded, and before she can say anything else, the bell signaling for next PRD rang. Oh well, looks like that's all I can say for now, she before running off. I'll see you two later. Nijire waved bye to them, leaving the two behind. Well, she seems really excited about these work studies, Melissa said to herself while Yu chuckled while rubbing the back of her head. Yes, she is, she continued. Which is kind of funny because she couldn't really get any for that matter before. Melissa looked over to her with an curious expression. What do you mean couldn't get any? Melissa asked. Giving how she has a very useful quirk and a great personality, I didn't think it would be that hard for her to get in work study, Melissa told. her as they made it to their classrooms and sat at their seats continuing the conversations. Yu explained, well, that was the issue. Her curious nature and hyperactive energy usually got her in a lot of trouble during the work studies she went to. During her time here at UA, she went through at least 3 before Ryukyu Agency was the one where she felt like she belonged. Yu finished explaining about Nijire and her work-study escapades. Ryukyu Agency. I saw that somewhere on the news, Melissa stated as she remembered seeing a tall blonde woman wearing a red dress and a headband resembling claws over her one side of her face. Yu nodded, yep, she's the number 9 in rankings and has a quirk that can let her transform into a dragon. Now that may seem scary, but from what I hear around, mostly Nijire, is that she's a very kind person with a patient personality, so she is the perfect person for Nijire to be studying with in my opinion, Yu finished. Melissa looked over at Yu smiled, you seem to really care and look out for Nijire, huh? Yu paused for a bit before she smiled. Well, yes, someone has to. She's my best friend and the cutest thing in the world, she huffed while Melissa giggled. Which reminds, tell me about this Midoria kid, she said seriously to Melissa as she was curious about the green boy who got the attention of Nijire. Who is he? Class A. Everyone was in classroom respectfully sitting at their desk waiting for the class to begin. Izuku was at his desk writing in his notebook, and sitting in front of him was Himiko, who was assigned to replace Bakugou on the roster and staring at her green boy with an endearing expression. Himiko would do this before class start. She'll sit at her seat, take out her supplies, place them on top of her desk, and turn around putting her elbows on his desk and stare at him for the remainder of time. Izuku was used to her doing this and didn't really had a problem with it. From the other side of the room, Ochako watched as Himiko continued to stare at Izuku, feeling a bit left out as she was on the other side of the classroom, but even still it was just only for classes while she could hang out with Izuku afterwards. The classroom door opening with Toshi, Nana, and Yori walking in with Aizawa as he made his way to the front of the class. He gazed over to his students including Himiko before he spoke. You all are improving at getting quiet, same goes to you Toga since you've only been here a week. Aizawa nodded to her before looking to the Midoriya kids. I presume you told them about the work studies. Toshi nodded. I did kinda go into details about. Well, at least you informed them, but today we'll go into more detail of what the work study is by having 3 of the 3rd years at UA speak. I suggest you pay attention as they're ranked top in our student body, Aizawa said as 3 students came walking in. They're known as the Big 3, the best of the hero course, Siro said in a Big 3 inch Kirishima ad. Of all the talented students here, they're the ones at the top, Ida stated. They're on a different level, still in school but practically pro-heroes. Yairozu said Midoriya was shocked after finding out she was one of the top students in the entire school. No way, she's really top of the hero course, he thought as said blue-haired girl noticed him as she waved to him. Izuku nervously waved back to him while behind him Mineta was drooling on his desk, focused more on Nijire BT than anything else. Yori came up to his side and pulled out a small wooden bat and smashed him over the head with it. No corny, she told him. Midoriya looked at the other 2 students, one who had a cartoonish face and blonde hair and the other one had indigo hair and elf ears. I've seen the blonde one before, he was in the sports festival last year. He didn't do too well but he did leave a strong impression. Midoriya remembers seeing his breaths falling down. Get to introducing yourselves let's start with Amajiki, announced as Amajiki then gave the class an intense stare as they were taken aback by it. What's with that look? Kirishima thought. So much intensity in a single glance, Ida thought while screaming in his head. I can give an even more intense glare than that, Nana said to herself. But in Amajiki's eyes, he saw them all with potatoes for heads. It's no good, you 2 go. I can't, even if I try to imagine them as potatoes, I can see their human bodies. I know that there's still people, no words are coming out and my mind is blank, and my mouth is dry. I can't say anything, I want to go home, Amajiki asked nervously as he looked over to see 3 little children staring at him and immediately faced the wall. And they're even small kids here, they can be so cruel and they can sense fear, he stated as Yori looked up to Toshi as she pointed to herself. Toshi shook his head no to her. Okay, so is he really one of the top UA's top heroes? Ojiro asked. Don't judge a book by its cover, he may not look like, but he's really strong, Toshi called out as Amajiki looked over to the brown-haired boy with freckles. He's right, this is our kitten, Tamaki Amajiki, Kitten, Yori stared at Amajiki, and hi, my name is Nijire Hato. I'm really supposed to talk about work studies. You first years have a really exciting time ahead of you, Nijire introduced before her curiosity got the best of her. While you guys are so interesting, she looked around and started asking questions. Hey, why do you wear that mask? Are you trying to look cool or are you sick? She asked Shoji, who tried to respond, but she went on to another question. Ashri, right? Are you more of an tree frog or an toad? Hato asked her questions, which was answered by Toshi. I think her quirk is more related to the red-eye tree frog, Toshi answered, but Nijire moved on to the person. Nijire came up to Himiko to open her mouth and stared at her fangs. So you were in former villain, what was that like? I heard you had to drink BLD for you quirk. Do you have a preference for BLD type? Nijire asked as she took her hands out before going behind her. Himiko was processing what had happened to her, but it was a nice feeling that someone else was interested in her quirk instead of calling it monstrous. Hey Midoriya, I bet you surprised to see me, right? Nana told me to keep it a surprise for some reason. Nijire got close to Midoriya's face as he blushed. Yeah, I didn't know you were one of the top students at you, he told her as everyone looked over to them. Wait, Midoriya, you met Hato L before? Kirishima asked. Well, I introduced him to her, Nana stated. Father wanted to know what I was doing in the afternoons and I showed him what was I doing with Nijire here. Yep, I was helping Nana her with a gadget she had, Nijire said as stared at the rest of the class. There's so much I want to know about everyone here. How about we do an Q and Amp, she suggested. She's the right combination of being cute and a airhead, Kaminari said. Mineta regained consciousness, rubbing his head. What happened? He said as noticed Nijire was closer to his area and began drooling again. Aizawa was getting annoyed as his eyes turned red with his hair floating up. Mirio looked over and saw Aizawa Aura with Aoyama in the back staring at the fourth wall while Nana came up next to him. You can see them too, she asked as Aoyama winked with an eye sparkle. This is completely irrational, Aizawa told Mirio, irritated. Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa. I'm up next and I'll get the audience refocused, Mirio assured him as he went to the podium and put his elbow on the desk to his ear. The futures is gonna be, he started. Gonna be what? Kaminari asked. Bright? Toshi responded. Different? Yori asked. Awful? Nana coldly stated. Correct, Mirio said as he began. I take it from the looks on your faces that you all are probably confused on what's going on. I guess we are third years who just showed up in your classes to explain a program that's completely voluntary. I can see how you all would be confused by that, he assumed. You guys got your provisional licenses as first years, which is a first, so you all must be pretty energetic, so how about this, Mirio said. Don't do it, Amajiki pleaded. The rad new plan is all you first years fight me at once, Mirio announced, surprising the class. You want us to fight you? Kirishima asked. Like now, Siro added. If we can go up against 4 kids, then this could be a walk in the park, right? Kaminari questioned as he looked around. At Gym Gamma, the students except for Himiko stood in the middle of gym facing Mirio. Is he for real? Siro asked. Oh yeah, it's for real, Mirio confirmed while stretching. Mirio, you're impossible. It would have been simple enough for us to just tell them what's it's like. Here's what we've learned from it. Not everyone has your level of drive. Plus think about how bad it'll look if some of them can't recover after fighting you. No one wants to spend the next few years in a hospital bed, Amajiki said, facing the wall. He looked down and noticed the little cat girl was also facing the wall beside him. I mean, Dad did spend most of his first year in the hospital more than the average, Toshi joked. I bet he's trying to psych us out, Kirishima assumed. Oh no, he's on a different level than you guys, Nana informed. Remember how you guys underestimate us when we fought you all the first and second time? It doesn't matter if you have fought the pro heroes during those exam or those villains from the USJ. Mirio here has far more experience than most of you do, she told them as the class turned to the third-year boy. That little girl seems to know what she's talking about, so who's first? Mirio challenged them. I got this, Kirishima said, but Midoriya interrupted him. No, I'm first, he said. You stole my thunder, Kirishima complained. You can do it, Deku, Ochako thought confidently. View this as a learning experience. It's good opportunity for you, Aizawa announced as he looked over to Himiko, who was next to him. You're not going to join them? No, not really. I haven't even decided if I want to join the hero course yet, Himiko told him as he looked ahead. The top student at UA, I already know the gap between me and my children as they're from a different time, but Mirio is one of the best in the current time. How will I fare against him at my level? Midoria thought as he activated 11% of OF. How much distance is between us? The close combat team should surround him first thing, 𝗧𝗏. Let's do our best. We may not be able to handle Midoriya's kids, but here we have a chance, Kirishima said as he hardened himself with his quirk. We probably should have told them about Mirio quirk, Toshi stated. Nah, this is far more entertaining, Nana told him. Midoriya rushed forward towards Mirio, but as soon as he did, Mirio clothes fell off. 𝗓𝗪 screamed as Siro yelled, "Why did your clothes just fall off?" Mirio tried to put his breathes back on. "Sorry, my quirk is kind of tricky." "Bad you move, you're wide opened," Midoriya yelled as he tried to kick Mirio, but he went through Mirio's entire body, landing right behind him. So his quirk lets things pass through him. It's an interesting quirk, but how to counter it, Midoriya thought. Not a bad move to aim for the head, Mirio said as tape, a laser beam, fire, and acid went through his body and hit a rock, creating a dust cloud. Once the dust cloud cleared, he was gone. Where did he go? Ida asked, looking around. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Nana pointed her finger towards the ground as it descended form where Mirio was supposed to be at and ascended right towards where 𝗓𝗪 was standing. Mirio appeared quickly behind 𝗓𝗪 as she screamed at the naked body appearing behind her. "I'll start by taking out the long-distance fighters." He warped 𝗓𝗪𝗀𝗃, shocked. "Nope, wrong answer," Toshi called out. "His power isn't just passing those stuff," 𝗧𝗏 shouted. "That's part of the reason, but there's more to his abilities than just his quirk," Nana told them as Mirio began gut-punching everyone. "You shouldn't be jealous of Mirio's quirk but more of his skills," Amajiki stated as Todoroki created an ice wall but Mirio went through it. "That's what sets you apart from you apart." For years, he did a work study with a hero, but he didn't stop, he continued to build himself. Amajiki finished as he continued to face the wall. Amajiki saw Yori staring and immediately started shaking. "What does she want?" he thought as he noticed outstretching her hand towards him. "Are you nervous?" Yori asked him. "I get nervous too, but when I hold my daddy's hand or my sibling's hand I'm not nervous anymore." She told him. "Would you like to hold my hand?" she asked. Amajiki stared at the gesture and thought for a bit. He slowly and nervously lifted his hand out of his pockets and grabbed onto the catgirl's hand and noticed how warm it was before his nerves calmed down. "Are you not nervous anymore?" Yori asked. Amajiki slowly shook his head. "I'm fine, thank you," he said. "What's your name?" he asked. "I'm Yori and I'm a kitten like you," she smiled at him. Back to the fight, Mirio had already took out all of the long-distance fighters, even Todoroki, one of their strongest classmates. "Power!" Mirio shouted over the fallen students as the rest of them stared at him in awe. "In my opinion, Mirio Togata is the closest to being the #1, that's including pros, Aizawa." "Possibly," Toshi said, "but he and Dad are more alike than you think. They both just want to be heroes to help and save people, so they could probably care less about being #1. Himiko stared at seeing half of her classmates being brought by one single person. Even she knew dim and well that she and the other members of the league wouldn't stand a chance against this guy. "I'm so glad I got kidnapped at the license exam," Himiko muttered to herself as she turned behind her to see her daughter holding the elf boy hands as he looked completely fine compared to earlier. "Well, that's it for the long-distance fighters. All that's are those who are good in close quarters," Mirio said while facing the rest of the class. "How did he do all of that?" Kirishima asked, shocked. "He can phase through our attacks but able to appear in an instant," Ochako added. "Is this the same situation like when we fought Midoriya kids?" Ojiro asked. "Do we stand a chance?" "Hold the flattery," Mirio added. Amajiki was now facing the fight along with Yori, who was still holding hands. "I can already tell what level you guys are on. You're judging how good he is based off his quirk like in majority of civilians, but you haven't figured out how much hard work, so you'll never be able to match him. There's more to his quirk than we're seeing, whether his true power is slipping through matter or if he's warping himself through space. Either way, he's still able to land those attacks directly. We should be able to counter within that moment he makes contact. Even if we can't tell what he's doing, we should theorize what we do know and use that knowledge to find a way to beat him," Midoriya planned. "Well then see if you can figure out how to win," Togata challenged as he ran forward towards them as he fell through the floor again. He went under. Sato alerted as off to the sidelines Nana had her finger pointing from where Mirio had disappeared and pointed up towards behind her father. Midoriya saw him went under and prepared himself for an attack. I bet he'll probably pop up there. Midoriya turned around as he predicted Mirio would appear behind him. He wasn't surprised. He predicted this is where I'd be. Pretty smart, Mirio thought, impressed. Nana also smiled at the thought, as even though her father doesn't have an IQ quirk or predication quirk, he was able to pull though with his own intelligence. Man, even though I know what's the outcome, I still can't help but cheer for Dad, Toshi said as he watched. Midoriya tried to kick Mirio in the face again, but phaser his arms through Midoriya leg. Wanna see this ultimate move, blinder touch eyeball move, Mirio shouted as he phased his arms through Midoriya's face. Mirio then went under and punched Midoriya in the gut. I learned that most people try to launch a counterattack like you just did, so naturally, in trained to work around such move. Nice though, Mirio complimented as Midoriya fell down. Midoriya, Ida yelled as Mirio appeared and punched him the gut before doing the same to the remainder of the students. Power, Mirio shouted as he put his breathes back on. Hey Amajiki, did you see that? Nijire before turning to see her friend and Yori holding hands. Aw, did you make a friend Amajiki? She asked him as he looked down a bit at Yori. It seems like I did, he smiled a bit. Hey Amajiki, you should see this trick. Will you pull on her tail? Nijire said, trying to get behind Yori, but was karate chopped on the head by Nana. Denied, Nana told her. I'm back, and let me tell you, a lot of things have been happening both in the manga, Twitter, and I'm back in college. Got to say, it's a breath of fresh to be back on an active campus. How did y'all enjoy the chapter and the introduction of the 1D class? If you want more information on them, just ask me in the comments. Also, how did y'all like the little Yori and Amajiki interaction? Cute, isn't it? Aftermath. After 1A got single-handedly beaten by Mirio, the class soon were able to stand back up, but were still clutching their stomachs. I tried to make it so that you wouldn't see my willy. Sorry if you got a peek. Mirio apologized. Don't worry about it, that's what the weird censorship for anime media is for, Nana commented as some turned to her confused. Well, anywho, that's a taste of what it's like to fight me, Mirio told them as they grimaced in pain. It was quick, we didn't even realize we got punched until it was too late, Midoriya said in pain, with Yori giving him a side hug to make him feel better. It worked a little bit. Right, isn't my great strong? Mirio commented as some of the class got angry at what he said. Heck yeah, it's too op, Ciro yelled. That's not fair. Mine's nothing in comparison, 𝐎𝐩𝐿 complained. How can slip through things and warp? Do you have two powers like Todoroki does? Mina asked him as Toshi, Nana, and Yori giggled at her comment. Toshi cleared his throat. If they're getting onto Todoroki having two quirks, just wait till Dad surprises them. Complaining will get you nowhere. Mirio here only has the one quirk, Nana told them, shocking them. She's right, I only got the one quirk, Mirio stated. What, just one? Midoriya asked as Nijire saw the curiosity in his eyes, knowing Midoriya had an interest in quirks. Oh, let me explain please, Mirio, Nijire begged him. Mirio was about to respond before Nijire went ahead and explained it. It's called permeation. Sounds cool, right? She told them, but was mostly telling Midoriya. Nijire, you really got to let people explain their own quirks, Amajiki told her, but he was clearly ignored. Yep, his quirk allows him to fall and go through things when he activates up, and it spits him back out when he deactivates, Nijire explained. Midoriya motioned his hands as he was writing in an imaginary notebook. Toshi managed to put an actual pen and notebook in his hands as Midoriya was actually writing words in it. But how does the warping work? He asked. As Nijire kinda explained, I can activate my quirk in my entire body, then pass through anything I want, even solid ground, Mirio. So you were actually falling through the gym floor? Ochako asked. Correct. I went deep underground, and then whenever I release my quirk when I'm falling, it basically spits me back out thanks to physics of things with mass can't overlap with each other, Mirio explained. Permeation is a bit of a tricky quirk, you see. While he's underground, Mirio has to change the angle and direction he's facing or what kind of pose he has, and that's how he's able to appear like he's warping, and then he gets spit back out, Toshi told them, as just like his father had an interest quirks as well. It's like a buggy glitch in a video game where you get clipped into a wall and teleported somewhere else, he finished. Mirio laughed at the remake. Hey, that's pretty funny, but it's correct. Even still you're able to avoid any attacks and you can move around you want in an instant. You were born with a strong quirk, Tsuyu stated. Don't be so sure Tsu, they turned to Nana. No one is born with a strong quirk, they all start off as weak, but it's how you train them to be strong. Nana looked at her hand. That's rich coming from you. Mina put her hands on her hips, says one of the 4 children who can level a portion of a fake city. Toshi and Yori chuckled from remembering the joint training. Yeah, but that's our generation where quirks are going to be much stronger than the ones in your time. In our time it's about control rather than having a strong quirk. Nana told them. Besides, no quirk is perfect, they all have their strengths and weaknesses, like how if I go over my limit I get nauseous and barf up rainbows like mom, Toshi said as Mirio agreed and Ochako was embarrassed. He's right, when my quirk is activated my lungs can't take in oxygen, even if I breathe it in, the air will just pass through, in the same way my eardrums don't work, and light can't go through my retinas, Mirio explained. I can pass through everything, but that means I can't feel anything while I'm in that state. Even though I have a body, I can't stop falling, I could probably keep falling for forever. That's why if I want to go through something like a wall I have to concentrate really hard and activate everything except one leg, then release the other leg and on it, and then the first leg it the last one to go through. Even taking small steps like that requires a lot of extra steps, he explained. Mirio continued, as I was growing up, I always left behind as you might expect. In no time I was dropped to dead last and dropped my breeds a lot too. In order to get to the top with this quirk, I couldn't just hope things would get better, I had to think and learn to make combat decisions and pick up a few new tricks, but above all learn to predict what happened next, and what made those predictions possible was experienced. I based my predictions on what I learned. This was kind of a roundabout way to get the point across, but I wanted to fight, I wanted to show you through experience rather than words. I wanted to show through experience rather than words because in our work studies we aren't treated as guests like our internships, we're regarded as one of the sidekicks of even pro heroes in some cases. I know it can be super scary, you'll be facing all kinds of danger, you can get seriously hurt or even watch some people actually die right in front of you, but even still ever scary and painful moment 𝗬𝗏 is an important experience that you can't get inside a classroom. Even at UA, I transformed the experience I got from my work study into power. That's how I got to the top spot, and it's why I think they're worth it, even if you're scared. You with me first years, Mirio finished as everyone clapped at his speech. Turning experience into power, Midoriya thought as he pondered about all the experience he had. He even gives pep talks like a pro, Ojiro claimed. I can't believe you went through all of this for us. Even though he couldn't explain it, Yaoyorozu added as everyone commented about the work studies. Yeah, that's good that you understand and all, but no, it's your turn, Toshi said as he touched his finger pads together, and every student of Class A felt their gravity increased, shocking the big 3 and Himiko. Toshi, what is this? Ochako said as she tried to stand up but felt gravity pushing her down. You like it? I've been practicing this new technique called light touch. Toshi raised his hands showing off his pads. Basically during Mirio's speech I moved around you and touched every single one of you without any of you noticing. Okay, but why? Siro asked. Because it's time for you critique on your battle against Mirio, Nana said in a disappointing tone as she nodded to Toshi to release his quirk, returning everyone's gravity at normal. And I'm disappointed in all of you, especially you guys. She pointed to Ochako, Kirishima, Ida, Hagakure, Mina, and Kaminari. Hey, what did we do? Ochako asked. I would also like to know, Ida asked as the others agreed. First off, Ochako, you could have easily float either yourself and some of your classmates off the ground to avoid Mirio attacks. Even though he can pop up out of the ground, he can't go the high, Nana told her as Ochako just realized she could have done that. I'm such an idiot, how did I not think of that? She said frustrated. Kirishima, you hardened yourself, right? Nana asked the red-haired boy. Yeah, I did, but he punches hard, he stated as Nana walked towards him with her gauntlet engaged and punched him in his stomach, which he hardened but still felt the pain. And so do I. But unlike me, Mirio only has above average human strength, no super strength and no enhancers. If I want to guess, you held back, she stated to him. Wait, for real? Kirishima turned to Mirio, who still had his smile. Yep, I know I have a jacked body, but I can't break a brick wall with my fist, can I? Mirio told him. Mina and Kaminari, the two flinched as they saw Nana staring at them. They felt the same fear they had when they were against Nezu, Both of you too have quirks that makes you both literally impossible to be physically touched by covering yourself in acid. Or electricity, you could have prevented yourself from being punched. Nana scolded them. Nana turned to 𝐎𝐻𝑒, who was afraid of getting chewed even though you found 𝐒𝐿. Why didn't you 𝐒𝐻𝑒 down and get naked? You're invisible to the naked eye. You could avoid Mirio altogether, she told her. Now 𝐬𝐸, why didn't you run around the gym to avoid the incoming attacks as well as the rest of you? Nana turned to the rest of the class. If the enemy is going underground to attack, you make sure you don't stay in one place and constantly stay moving. Well, we didn't know what his quirk was at the time, Sato told her. Heroes must constantly be prepared for all types of encounters with different quirks and villains, Nana said as she continued to chew them out. The big three watched in shock to see a little girl scolding an entire class. Man, what is up with this classroom? It sure is surprising, Mirio stated as he turned to Eraserhead. Are you okay with this? Oh, that's nothing. You should see how we put them through the ringer during the hero training, Toshi told him. Aizawa rubbed the back of his head. They pretty much run the class at this point, so I don't mind. I'm catching up on a lot of sleep. So that's why you look more refreshed instead of some sort of dirty hobo, Nijire said as the first time she met Aizawa she thought he was a homeless person that Yue had taken in and on few occasions gave him a bit of money. Yori giggled at the remark while Aizawa stared at her and sighed to himself, grumbling something underneath his breath. Anyway, thank you for coming to talk to the class, Aizawa said. I'll let you three get going. You have to do this with 1B as well. Yep, Nijire said. Oh, maybe this time I can fight them, or how about you, Amajiki? She turned to the boy who was shaken nervously. Or maybe we'll have Mirio go again. The big three waved goodbye to Aizawa, Yori, and Toshi while Nana was still scolding the rest of the class about standing around while the enemy is attacking. Midoria looked over to see Mirio leaving. At first, his quirk was something that held him back, but still, he made the most of his power. He got as much as possible and learned how to predict people's actions. He's not standing on the top of UA because he was born strong and worked hard to get to that point, Mirio Togata, 3rd year, Midoria thought. Later in the hallway, the big three were talking about the class. It was a pretty good job that you didn't actually injured some of them, Nijire said to him. Well, they did see me naked when I tried not to, especially since there were children in the room, Mirio replied. Yeah, that did happen, but did any one of them surprised you? Nijire asked him as Mirio thought and answered. Well, my fight strategy is mostly the element of surprise, which is just my bread and butter, but that Midoria kid was able to analyze my first round of my attacks and then predicted what I'd do, Mirio claimed. I see why you have an interest in him, right? Melissa and her daughter, Nana, the blondie girl back there, told me about how smart and strategic he is, and he has these notebooks full of different kind of heroes and quirkless. Wow, really, I bet Sir would really like him, Mirio said until he realized what Nijire also added. What, that blonde girl is Melissa's daughter, but how? He asked. Nijire nodded. Yep, and the small boy is her older brother and the little cat girl is one of her younger sisters, she told him. Oh, and Midoria is the father. Amajiki had an raised eyebrow. How does that work? Those kids look like they were at 9. Oh, Nana told me that she and her siblings are from the future. Isn't that exciting? Nijire said. Wow, that really is interesting, Mirio remarked as he had more interest in this class. 1A dorms. It was the late afternoon as the students walked back to the dorms, tired from the harsh training they had today. As they walked in, Aoi, Melissa, and Mei were already there sitting in the common area with a ton of blueprints sitting in front of them. Himiko was flipping through channels, and Bakugou was at one of the tables eating a bowl of ramen. Melissa looked over to see everyone in a rough shape. Oh my goodness, what happened to everyone? We got our butts kicked by a 3rd year, Kaminari groaned as he fell face first on one of the couches, and then Nana had Yori kicked flaming soccer ball at us while Toshi increased our gravity and threw objects at us while we had to dodge all of them, J said as she went to the kitchen to grab an ice pack. A 3rd year who may ask them. Some guy named Mirio, Kirishima said as he pulled up a seat where Bakugou was. Oh, I know him, Melissa told them. I met him on my first day here during lunch along with Nijire and their other friend Amajiki. I bet they didn't tell you that they were the strongest at you, Ochako said as she sat down next to her exhausted. Wait, really? I had no idea, Melissa said as they heard a loud slam on a table. Hey Bakugou, you're alright? Kirishima asked as he saw Bakugou growling with an red aura around him. He's probably just jealous because he didn't get a chance to fight the top student at UA who is strong enough to take on an entire class, Nana stated out loud for all to hear. Shut the hell up, Bakugou barked back, but he knew deep down it was kind of true. Well, I doubt you'll have any luck against him. He was able to one-shot us entire with just a punch to the gut, Kirishima claimed, trying to calm Bakugou down. Plus his quirk lets able to go through attacks, so there's that, he told him. But still he got that way because of the work studies. Ida sat down. We can learn so much from our third years. What do you think, Midoria? Yeah, we can. These work studies are only available to those who got license. So for us first years this is a huge step, Midoria said as he was excited. So don't waste your time. The quicker you get on work studies, the faster you'll be pro heroes, Nana told them as she went in the kitchen and helped her grandmother with the cooking along. Momo looked over to Todoroki. So you have any thoughts about where you might go, Todoroki? Probably to your father agency, she asked. I don't know, Todoroki said to her. Truth be told, Todoroki hasn't heard much from his father recently, even after he got his hero license. I wonder what's going on with him, probably still seething because he got what he wanted, Todoroki thought as Nana whistled in the background. Damn it, they're all getting ahead me, Bakugou thought as he packed up his things and headed up back to his room. Hey man, where you going? Don't you want dinner? Kirishima called to him. None of your business, Bakugou said as he went upstairs before giving Midoriya a hard glare before scoffing. Midoriya's sweat dropped at the look before he felt some stares in him. He looked over to see Ochako with a worry expression on her face. Deku, are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm just a bit rattled is all, Midoriya told her. Himiko came up beside him. Hey, if that pineapple head still bothers you, I can give a quick cut here and there, she giggled, twirling a small dull pocket knife she was allowed to have on hand. Midoriya chuckled. That won't be necessary, but thanks, Himiko. Well, if you're sure you can talk to us, Ochako told him as he nodded. Ochako then noticed Toshi heading to the outside to the back area. Hey, where are you going, Toshi? Toshi turned around. Oh, I'm going up to the roof for a while. Let me know when dinner is ready, he said as he closed the sliding doors. Must be a clear sky tonight, always said. He likes to stargaze a lot. He says it calms him down and lets him clear his thoughts, she said. Oh really, I used to do that a lot when I was little, Ochako smiled as she and her son had something in common. Is it because your quirks are space-related? Melissa asked her. Ochako rubbed the back of her head. Well, I don't know about that, but I always had interest in space-related things, so maybe it is my quirk. Oh, you'll be surprised how quirks can affect one's personality for most people, Aoi said. Take Todoroki for example, he has a ice and fire quirk, so they both cancelled each other, which gives him his neutral expression and personality. Like how my appealing laser allows me to outshine and sparkle more than anyone, Aoyama said as he did a pose. I guess you could say that, or how Yori acts more cat than human, Aoi said as she pulled out an laser pointer and pointed it straight the French boy. What's this? Aoyama said as a little red dot was on his chest. Yori saw the red dot and her eyes dilated into slits as she pounced on the boy onto the ground and chased it around the room. Look at her go, get it, Yori, Mina said as she pulled out her phone or recorded. The class smiled at the cat antics they were witnessing on the roof. Toshi was staring up at the clear night sky, seeing all of the stars twinkling. I wonder if I can speak to first, he smiled as he closed his eyes and entered his own mindscape. He opens his eyes to find himself floating in outer space surrounded by planetoids and asteroids. Toshi looked around and heard light laughter as he saw a man with white hair off in the distance and saw another human shape being made of yellow flames. Toshi walked on an invisibility flooring towards the two to greet them. Hey first, 8th, Toshi called out to them as he got their attention. The man turned around. Come on Toshi, I told you it's okay to refer to me as Yoichi, Yoichi said as his green's eye shone through his long white hair. I know, but it's like I have to show my respect to you, because you are the first user of OF, Toshi said. Anyway, what are you two laughing at? Oh, we were just looking at moments in your past, Yoichi said as he held a small star in his hand. Toshi looked closer at it and saw his 6-year-old self. Let's see, how about Deku Jr., Super Deku, the Deku, Captain Deku, or maybe 𝗓𝗄𝗵𝗵, a 6-year-old Toshi listed as current Toshi. Remember, this was when he was trying to come up with an hero name for himself and groaned. Why would you show me this one? It's so embarrassing, Toshi groaned as the Yoichi and the 8th giggled at him. The 8th spirit motioned his presumably arms at Yoichi. You're right, we could also look at the one with you and your Ray-chan little date. Toshi blushed at the remark as a star appeared behind but shooed it away. It wasn't a date, it was just an outing between two childhood friends, he remarked. Right, but anyway, I doubt you're here to stroll down memory lane. What brings you here? Yoichi asked. Well, it's that Dad is starting to use more of OFA at the moment, so me and my siblings are wondering if anything is going to happen soon, Toshi asked. You are correct, we've started to notice that we're fading more into your father's subconscious than you and the others, but we won't be gone for that long, Yoichi claimed. Soon your father will learn more about OFA and the history behind it, Toshi nodded. So how do you think the future will turn out now that we're helping everyone out? I'm not sure, but can I ask you something? Are you okay with changing your timeline? Yoichi said. With this changes you four are making, do you think the future for you will turn out good or bad? Toshi really hadn't thought about it for a while as he was too caught up in trying to help the now. I don't know, it's like we either let the course of time happen as it should or we change it to prevent things from happening. But for me, if there's an opportunity to help others and prevent the war from happening, but even still I'll take that chance and face the consequences. Toshi finished as the eighth spirit smiled with his eyes and ruffled Toshi hair. Yoichi smiled. Okay, but just be more careful of how you go about his. You could possibly end up in a future where there are two AFO and everyone are squid people, Yoichi joked as Toshi smiled at the first users and continued to chat with them for the rest of the time he was in his mindscape before he was called to dinner. And that's another chapter. Hope y'all enjoyed it. To be honest, I did get distracted quite a few times of 𝗫𝗏𝗏 Chapter 2 and then the release of the last DLC for Smash Ultimate and finally playing on Genshin account because of Kokomi banner. Also, so that's Toshi OFA mindscape. His mindscape is outer space surrounded by planets, asteroids, and the stars are his memories. I've really liked the idea of the children having their own personalized mindscapes, so I'll explain Aoi and Yori. Aoi OFA mindscape is an endlessly thunderstorm of ideas. Each lighting strike is an idea for an invention she came up with which either disappears or gets solidified into a blueprint for it. Yori OFA mindscape is an open field filled with cats of various sizes and climbing cat towers with the Cats on Mars song constantly playing in the background. Next day, both Class 1A and 1B were together in one of the training gyms throughout the entire campus talking amongst themselves about their recent encounter with the Big Three. Man, those Big Three guys don't mess around, 𝗧𝗵𝗧𝗧 said as he was talking with Kirishima. That Mirio guys sweep the floor through all of us. Same with our class, those work studies are really something, Kirishima responded back. I tried softening the ground but it still had no effect of him, Hananuki stated. So even you guys had trouble? It's wicked crazy how good they are, 𝗬𝗏 exclaimed. Almost everyone were in small groups talking and chatting amongst each other except for Minoma, who was standing off to side a bit. Yesterday he heard how 1A had got entirely beat by one of the Big Three members, which made him smile and was going to gloat to them about how his class did what 1A couldn't, but eventually him and his classmates met the same fate and were beaten as well, so he kept his mouth shut for now, waiting for a moment to one-up the other class. As the conversations continue, Nana and Toshi walked in with Nana scribbling on a clipboard and Toshi carrying a ton of notebooks behind her. Nana approached both classes and set her gaze upon them. Fall in line, it's going to be a busy day for you all, she stated as they did what they were told. We're going to be working on quirk training today, and to start off I'll have some work on your own and some in groups, Nana told them. First group is Kirishima, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗧, and Todoroki. She pointed to the three. Kirishima and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗧, since your quirks are similar you'll be each fighting each other to cover both your weak points. But the catch is that Todoroki will be hitting the both of you with fire and ice attacks to build up your resistances to temperature. She finished. Alright, let's do it, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗧 and Kirishima both said, smiling as they dragged Todoroki by his arms. Tokoyami and Kurwaro, I'm pairing you two together with Kurwaro taking over Dark Shadow, and Tokoyami, you try to keep him under control. The two looked at each other silently and nodded. Koda and Manga will work Volume 2 and increase the range of quirks and being able to use your voices longer. The two headed off together with Manga asking, has he read any good manga lately? Setsuna and Pomi, aerial mobility. That seems too easy enough. Setsuna looked over to her American friend as she nodded. While Aoyama, Kaminari, Rin, 𝗬𝗏, and the rest of the long-range fighters will aim at you, Nana said as she walked past them, not noticing the shocked expression on their faces. Ochako Mom, Yui, and Reiko will work on their lifting training with Toshi aiding a bit here and there. The three looked at one another. Ida and father will be paired up and work on speed and kicking techniques. Both boys looked at each other. You ready, Midoriya? I won't let you one-up me this time, Ida asked him. You bet, Ida, Midoriya responded. Momo and Minoma, I'm pairing you two up, Nana surprising both of them. I'm pairing the both of as it will be very beneficial to have two creations quirks in situations if needed. Momo, I want you teach him how to make smaller objects, that way you use your quirk to make bigger complex things, she finished. Well, shouldn't be that hard, Minoma said smugly. I bet I can learn it within the hour. Nana stared at him. Well, if you think you can easy 𝗵𝗃 creation, I could always have you try out using both Todoroki and Kaminari quirk at the same time as a little experiment, she said grimly. I always wondered what would happen if you try using ice, fire, and lightning at once. A dark aura formed around her as Minoma looked at her scared. Or how about you try coping my quirk again? I'm sure you should be able to handle it now, she stated to the copy quirk users. Minoma nervously shook his head and squeaked. No, that's all right, I'll work the creation for now, as he backed away quickly for the girl. Momo watched as he backed away and turned to Nana, handing her a large bag. What's in here? She asked and opened it up to see a lot of avocados. Avocados? They're a healthy fat, Nana said as she walked away. As she did, Midoriya overheard the conversation about allowing Minoma to copy her quirk again and remember back to first time she did let him copy her quirk. Flashback. He did what All Might and Midoriya yelled out as they, along with the Midoriya kids and Ida, Ochako and Todoroki, were in the room together. Minoma copy my quirk and almost had brain damage, Nana calmly sipped her tea. Not surprising, he doesn't have the brain capacity to handle those calculations at once. Well, I'm glad young Minoma is alright, but still that was a very risky move you allowed him to do, All Might warned her. Given how we all know what kind of damage one for all can do to one's unprepared body, Ida motioned to Midoriya. I guess we're worried of why Minoma's body didn't just, interrupted, didn't explode his arms and limbs off in a bloody mess and living the rest of his life as Stump. Everyone's sweat dropped the way she said that with a smile. Yeah, that. Well, to explain that you have to remember what one for all is, Toshi chimed in. Not only is it able to be passed down, but it also has that stockpile quality, so even if Minoma copied it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Really, why? Ochako asked. One for all is a very unique, special quirk that's part of the rare category of quirks called accumulation type, meaning they gather energy prior to them being used, Nana stated. So even if Minoma copy one for all, he would be basically copying it at 0% cause the stored energy wouldn't be transferred over. I see, Midoriya pondered as he looked at his hand. What else is there to learn about one for all, he thought. Present time, Midoriya? Midoriya turned to Ida, who was revving his engine calves up, and nodded to him. Let's see if you've improved on your shoot style, Tenya said as Midoriya charged up his quirk and got ready. Yori was walking in the hallways of UA towards the art room. She wanted to go visit her mommy during her art session with Midnight. Her dad said it was alright as long as she didn't bother or get in the way of them, and her older siblings, Toshi and Nana, didn't mind since they'll be focusing on quirk training for the students. As Yori continued to walk, she passed by a couple of students and heard them make comments on how cute she was and if her cat ears were real. She blushed a bit as receiving compliments about herself from people other than her parents and siblings. She got to the art room where her mommy and Ms. Midnight was and knocked on the door. Enter. Yori heard the voice allowing her to come in. Once she entered, Yori saw a lot of white sheets laid out everywhere, art props, a few blank canvases, and a lot of red paint in different shades. Hello, little kitten, what brings you here? Yori looked over to see Midnight in her usually hero costume standing next to her mommy, who was sitting in chair in front of a canvas with various sharp lines of red. Hey sweetie, Himiko said as she had a bit of red paint on her face. Yori scurried towards Himiko as she glomped the side of her while her mommy held the paint palette over her head with paintbrush to avoid dropping it. Hey mommy, I wanted to know what you were doing. Yori looked up at Himiko with a bright smile. Himiko smiled and looked forward at the canvas in front of her. Well, you see, I'm in middle of making representations of art, she told the young cat girl. That's right, we're using this method as way to safely control her stabbing urges. Midnight coughed as Yori looked around the room and saw completely done canvas with red stains on them that looked very bloody. Is that why there's so much red paint? You're correct, little kitten, Midnight said as notice how Yori was focused on Himiko's painting and got an idea. She went over to a supply closet and pulled out a small blank canvas. Here, Yori, would you like to do one yourself? She asked Yori, who looked at her. But I don't know what to paint. Yori stared at the blank canvas she was handed. That's usually the case with some artists, that they don't know what to paint or draw, but it's mostly about expressing yourself, Midnight told as she sat Yori down next to her mother. So what do you feel right now? Yori looked down for a bit and looked to her side to see her mommy in a calm, happy state as she was painting next to her, and got an idea and took a small brush and started to paint her own image. Midnight watched the two girls painting together and smiled. Must be nice to have a kid of your own, she thought to herself. Where did that came from? Aoi, May, and Melissa ventured out into city to buy a couple of parts that the studio department didn't have or provided for them, but this was just anything way power loader can have 𝗧𝗵𝗲 out of the lab for the day. This sure is a lot of stuff, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Melissa said as she looked into one of the boxes Aoi was carrying with her hair. Some of the junk in the boxes were either very old or really rusted. Are you sure this stuff is in good quality? May smiled as she was tinkering with a small box. Oh yeah, that Farnsworth guy may be senile and a bit of an old kook, but he knows his stuff. She looked over to Melissa and saw how she was looking at all of the different buildings and shops. Quite the curious cat, aren't ya? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked Melissa. Melissa blinked and rubbed the back of her head. Well, yeah, it is my first time in Japan, so everything is still new to me. Well, I'm glad they were able to allow us to leave the school grounds given what happened, May stated as they remembered Power Loader telling them they could leave, but if there was any danger they would use a new emergency button that will alert UA and they will send a hero to come to there. Melissa chuckled. Yeah, but hey, who knows, maybe if we're in trouble they can send Deku. Well, let's see. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled as she pulled out the emergency button. What 𝗧𝗵𝗲, stop, that button is only for emergency. Melissa quickly snatched the device away from the pink-haired maniac. Aoi amusingly watched her moms playing keep away from each other and looked around the city. Man, old Japan is so different, she said to herself as she heard a speeding car behind. She turned and saw a truck with people laughing as money flew off the truck they were on. Boys, this was the easiest heists ever. Did you see the look the clerks? Aoi saw that they were lowly robbers who could be considered a low treat in the hero society, but then she felt the presence of dangerous person and turned around and saw a tall man in a green jacket with a purple fleece around his neck. The most noticed thing on him was a very large beak that covered his face like a plague doctor. Overhaul, he panicked as she dropped the supplies she was carrying and drove behind a parked car as she wrapped her mother's up with her hair, pulled them close. Aoi, what the heck are doi? Aoi covered 𝗧𝗵𝗲 mouth and shoo her as Melissa looked over the parked car and saw a strange man with a bird beak mask, a hero. She questioned as a truck immediately stopped in front of the strange man. The person in the truck honked the horn very loudly. Hey, out of the way, jackass, the man demanded, but Overhaul just stared at him. Who does this guy think he is? One of the crooks got out and approached Overhaul. You don't look like no hero, so what's with that getup you got on? I am the head of the 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 Yakuza, Overhaul, he stated calmly. Yakuza? Another crook jumped out of the car. You got to be kidding, I thought they went extinct. Apparently not this one, the previous crook chuckled. If they're looking like this nowadays, no wonder no takes them seriously anymore. The band of crooks laughed at the leader of the Yakuza. Melissa's eyes widened at what she heard. Yakuza and a gang of villains, she thought as she started getting flashbacks to Island. I need to get help, I don't have Deku, All Might or any other hero here to help. She looked for the emergency button but saw that it was on the ground broken. It must have broke when Aoi pulled us. Aoi looked over the car. I need to do something, I can use my quirk and restrain him and turn him in, she thought. But if I do that then big sis won't run into dad asking for help and she would be saved, but she'll be put into an orphanage and won't trust anyone and will lose her. Aoi quickly tried to think of what to do in this situation. Alright, so listen here, we're an upstarting gang making a big name for ourselves, so how about you go back to your sad little gang while we make our quick getaway with this cash we stolen before things get ugly, the gang member said as she tried to reach for the Overhaul shoulder, but Overhaul quickly grabbed his arm, holding it tight. Don't touch me, you filth, Overhaul angrily said as the crook arm blew completely off with blood spattering everywhere on the ground. My arm, the crook screamed as he was clutching his right side. Melissa and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 saw what happened and covered their mouths to avoid vomiting and looked away. Oh my god, he just blew his arm off. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 thought afraid and looked over to see Aoi watching the entire scene. What the hell, let's get this freak. The rest of the gang's members got off the truck and tried to attack 𝗏𝗏, but he simply put his hands on the ground and large sharp spikes shot out, piercing each of them in various places in their bodies. A bunch of filth, 𝗏𝗏 said as he stood back up and composed himself. You all are sick, he said, approaching the gang as they were holding on to fear life. And you need to be treated, 𝗏𝗏 finished as he uses his quirk on them, causing them to scream in agonizing pain. Aoi, Melissa, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 covered their ears to avoid hearing their screams. Aoi held onto to her mothers for dear life. I wish Dad/𝗬𝗍𝐻𝗧 was here, they all thought. Once 𝗏𝗏 was done with the gang, they all were put back together, leaving them in a dazed expression with a smile on their faces. Yo 𝗏𝗏, we got the cash. 𝗏𝗏 then looked over to two of his high-ranking members. One was average height with 2 strands of hair sticking out that looked like clock hands, and the same other was small, wearing a black cloak, both having the signature bird beak covering their faces. We need to leave before the heroes and police show up, the smaller member said as 𝗏𝗏 looked at the still in daze gang. Heroes, they're all sick with the disease, but soon I'll have a cure for it all, he said as the truck the gang rode in caught on fire and blew up. Soon 𝗏𝗏 and his cronies left the scene as they heard the police showing up, leaving behind a small-time gang in a daze, 3 scared students, and a man in a black and white mask watching the entire thing. Later, Melissa, May, and Amai eventually returned to UA, still scared and shaken up from the incident, and word got around about what happened, and everyone in 1A was trying to comfort them. Melissa and May were in the common room sitting close together as Yaoyorozu handed them both warm tea. There you go. Thanks, Yaoyorozu, Melissa said as she picked up the tea cup, shaking it a bit. Midoria sat down next to the two. You two alright? He asked them calmly. No, not really, it was just scary that we couldn't do a thing, Melissa said. This felt different from the island, there wasn't any heroes around we could have relied on, and I couldn't do anything, she told him. Yeah, especially what the weirdo 𝗏𝗏 guy did, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 squeaked out. He touched one guy and his whole arm exploded, and then he touched the ground and stabbed the rest of them. But he didn't just stop there, he took apart each and every one of them apart and tortured them. May closed her eyes, shuddered at the scream she heard. Ochako sat down and gave her a hug for comfort. My word, what kind of quirk is able to do that? Ida said. That guy sounds like a complete nut job, Mina said. Todoroki looked over to Himiko. You've been on the other side of the society, you heard of this 𝗏𝗏 guy? No, not at all, Himiko thought to herself as she had never heard of someone with a quirk like that, nor the shy Hasaikai. The Midoriya kids Toshi and Nana had Aoi sitting in between as Yori held onto her big sis. I didn't know what to do, I thought maybe I can stop him, but if I did that then big sis wouldn't be saved by our father and then she'll be taken away and put into an orphanage and then we'll lose her, Aoi said as stream of tears fell from her eyes. Toshi held onto her hand. Hey, it's alright as long as you and our moms are safe, that's all that matters in this moment. It was just the first, I was on my own without you guys, she sniffled. It was just me, Melissa mom, May mom, we aren't in the hero course, so what were we supposed to do? We heard the screams of those people being ripped apart and I couldn't do anything. She looked up for a bit. Maybe that's why I'm not cut out to be a hero. Nana patted her back. Hey, remember you said you wanted to be in the support course and help build support gear like our mothers. This had nothing to do with that situation. Yeah, but it makes me think that sometimes Dad is disappointed in me that I'm not trying to be a hero like the rest of you guys, Aoi stated. You know that's a bunch of cuss. Toshi got up. Dad only wants the best for us, all he wants. Us too is to follow our passion and achieve our dreams. He's not going to care too about you not going into the hero course like us. Aoi looked at her older brother and looked down still in thought. Look, it's been a long day for us, why don't we all get ready for dinner and head to bed? Nana stated as the others nodded in agreement. A lone warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the remaining League of Villains, which now consisted of Shigaraki, Dabi, Magna, Spinner, Twice, and Compress. They've all seen the news of how Toga was captured and detained by UA, and this quite upset Shigaraki as he was losing a lot of his party members. Twice came in through the shutter door with a tall man in a beak mask complaining how dirty and grimy it was. Shigaraki recognized this person as part of the dying out Yakuza, all for one had connections to. My Twice, this is a big catch you brought in, Shigaraki commented. TBC smack, ouch. Apologize now smack apologize now author Nana said as she was hitting the author with a flip-flop. Okay, I'm sorry for keeping so long with this chapter. One had a lot things going with school, being stuck in a rut, exams, and the release of the BDSP game. I haven't given up on this FIC though, far from it smack. That's not what you need to be saying for Nana told him. Ouch, what do you mean you've missed the 2-year anniversary of the story and forget to let everyone? Yori said yeah, how the cuss could you forget about that? Toshi told him as the author felt shame that burning you feel. Aoi said it is shame and no I didn't forget, and just to remind you that I didn't forget, I'm going to an alternative FIC later this month about you guys. Nana looked down at the poor author and hit him with the flip-flop one more time before walking away. You better make do what you've promised, you know I've created you guys. The author told them yes we know but we don't care as we do what we want, Nana stated as they all left the author behind.